Hi! We're back! It's story time! And why is the Pepe event out so early? I didn't know this, by the way, but I didn't get Pepe's event medal. Like, I thought I did, but I didn't. Somehow. Yeah, I just got a surprise. One, I saw this here, and then like, for some reason, I have to complete everything. So, enjoy! To play the event. I mean, I can just play the event real quick now. What do I need to farm? I can just play the event while everybody's getting in. Oh shit, I need Oriron so bad. Do I need this thing? I guess I need, because we don't know how many newer units actually need it, but I really need this. Ooh, Pepe music is so nice. I'm not gonna play my the rerun anyways, so I'm just gonna change the squad already. Because he's already in a trust farm mode also.
Getting this crew together wasn't easy. We better make them count. Getting this crew together wasn't easy. We better make them count.
Oh, and it does look kind of lively today. Yeah, it's been a whole year since I read the story. So true.
Keep track of my position. I'm ready to strike.
Oh, we love the damage saying that it's 0 damage. Oh, you're a proper medic.
An eye for an eye. No one can see me.
I'm recording again? No! It's a reading stream! The stream has a title!
A tooth for a tooth, and here's a memento. A tooth for a tooth.
I'm just doing my trust farm while everybody is rolling into the stream and waiting for the reading to commence. I don't know if you guys have watched the Enfield review yet. I'm not really gonna talk too much about Enfield. Like, I'm gonna give people time to watch. I'll probably do a dedicated like Enfield chatting stream one day. Maybe preferably after I've already talked about the gacha of the game. You know, because there is a part 2 video after all.
They only meet me. Meet your death.
Does poison apply onto the tiles? If it does, then wow, it will clean up the tiles easily. So Escalon is also kind of meta here.
I'm sorry. Was I too fast?
You know, it's because I removed the chat. Oh, probably because I forgot. Yeah, the chat should be there. There you go, auto farm fixed. But yeah, I hope that it was a good video nonetheless. I won't discuss too far into it. Quite scary to have actually posted up my review, like finally after so long. But I'm glad that I did, and I'm quite excited to post the part 2, although I've not filmed part 2 yet, but the part 2 will be easier for me to film and edit compared to part 1. Well, there's actually a lot to talk about going into part 2, because it's still on the same topic as the first video actually. Because you can't say that the identity of AK is not the gacha, you know? Like, lots of people love AK because of its gacha. So, it's actually quite a big thing to talk about. within a video. Yeah, I hope that I can do justice in the second part. I expect that the second part will be more interesting for people to watch compared to the first. Because the first is very like, you listen to me talk about the combat of the game, but you've never actually tried the combat for yourself. So how do you actually know if what I'm saying is real or not? You know, but then if I tell you the factual information about AK Gacha and Enfuse Gacha, then you'll be like, oh yeah, yeah, I do wonder what it's gonna be like. Have I seen the open server time of Enfield in Discord? No? What's the open server time? It's been posted? Kinda funny now that we ask, wait, the event's up already. Back in the day we would ask them, when's the next event coming? No, we still ask when's the next event coming. It's just that now they decided to do it earlier, so we get a shock because it's like a change in time, right? They also do the launch of the event a few hours early. So yeah, you sent to the Enfield panel. Why don't you just tell me? Why don't you just tell me while I'm streaming? And I don't immediately see it when you tell me that you posted it in the Enfield channel. What the hell, man? Yeah, I don't immediately see it. 7 AM for me? Oh? Enfield opened at 7 AM for me? What the heck?
No need to thank me.
Okay, well, I'll be streaming for the entire day then. We had so much dead weeks, did we? I guess you're counting IS6 as a dead week. I don't count IS6 as a dead week. Oh, we gotta do this thing again. Hold on. It's a fun game mode. Oh wait, I don't have to do it now though. I'll do it for fun real quick. No difference, right? Oh, got difference. What's the highest score? Is it the highest? Yeah, this should be the highest. Oh, I need to do this whole game mode again. Do I do it now? I don't have to do it now. I can do it on my own. Oh, crazy! Because I didn't finish the medal, I actually have to redo the whole thing. Right? Because the medal tells me that I have to complete everything in... Apparently I didn't finish a certain mission. Complete everything in the event guidebook. Unless I forgot to collect. Then that's my fault. Yeah, maybe I forgot to collect something when I did it. Oh, or is it because I didn't clear a stage? Oh, I didn't clear a stage. I forgot to play the MOs. Oh yes, I remember. Yes, I remember. I streamed S stages and I completely forgot to play MO. And I told the stream I would play MO off stream and I forgot. So that's on me. Alright. I'm a little bit nervous to go back into doing a reading stream as well. It's been a long time and my voice is never warm anymore. It's not used to trying to think how to vary voices, and like I said, also when it comes to female voices, oh god damn, it's hard for me to play into some of them sometimes. So I'll see what I can do. This stream I expect to be a little bit long. I feel like we'll be reading for... Because I decided to merge 2 stories as well, right? I decided to do Walk in the Dust together with Vigilo. I think the stream may last... maybe say... 7 hours, I think? So yeah. Also, for some reason... Momo Player sounds like it's lagging. As in... Do you all feel like it's lagging? Is the music chopping up only for me or for you guys? Maybe it's only for me. That means my headphones is being wonky. I feel like it's subtly chopping, but it's not like that obvious. There's a problem that I had with LD Player once before, where it was like subtly chopping as well. No, but LD's one was very obvious. Like even you guys could hear it. Oh yeah, this was the story that people were looking forward for me to read, because this is the story where the well-known Celtic monologue comes from, right? Like, it's just her talking and talking for the entirety of the story. I mean, I've not read it to know how true that is, but I will find out really shortly.
Oh, Prozac.
Okay, let me fix up my base real quick first, and then let's get to that reading.
この陸上艦をどう思ってるか聞きたいの？きっとがっかりするわよ。
Oh, I'm building... What the hell am I building right now? Senta mi separato. Let me give someone a clue. Pick my clue 7. I realized that Senta's M1 is really worth it. Because he gets more ammo. Oh, he consumes less ammo when you M2 him. Wow, this guy's upgrade is good, man. This one seems normal. He just stats up. Wow, his M2. I mean, his skill 2. The upgrades keep going up. So I'm expecting this to be 50 ammo when you M3 him. So it fixes a lot of the problems that this skill 2 has, I suppose, right? Because at first it confused 25, which means you only resist the damage once, but then now you maybe could resist the damage twice, which is good in the form of like pure shield, although you might still end up killing him. Alright. We're gonna have Atto and Enfield together. You mean like at the same time? No, not the same date, but do they run concurrently? Yes, they do. Get out of here. The survive lethal on skill 2 doesn't happen that often. Quite true. If you procure it too much, it might mean that you chose the wrong guy for the job, or you are thinking something you shouldn't. Okay. No time to waste, I think. Shall we read? It's been so long. So, by the way, I'm gonna try to allocate time to read until chapter... I don't know if I'll read Firelight Cast, even though it says to read it in order. But I think I've asked you guys before, do I need to read Firelight Cast before I get here? Some of you said yes, and then there's a few of you that also said I don't really... It's not a big must just yet. Let's ask this again. Should I read Firelight Cast before I get to chapter 12 and 13? I can read it if I like. Meaning it's not a must. So I will read chapter 10 before Enfield release. I'll read 11 before Enfield release. I think I'll read Babel during Enfield. Period. Like when I want to take a break from Enfield and I want to add more lore to my life, I'll probably end up reading Babel when Enfield is around. So yeah. Okay. Let's get into it. Walk in the dust. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 11, 13, 14. 14! Ready? I don't know what their voices will sound like. I'm just going to interpret it in whatever way that my brain thinks to interpret it. Oh, we're in Sargon. No one here. We still haven't seen a trace of them. Did they get caught up in something? Strange. This is exactly where we agreed to meet up, right? Our coordinates check out. We can't rule out a sandstorm. Let's stay calm. Caesar, this isn't good. Hey now, they're not here yet, but what good is it for being so grim? We just gonna have a staring contest. Now's not the time for video games though. Why did you bring that along? Not important! Something must be wrong. We should have at least gotten contact at a set time. Shouldn't we do something or other? Don't worry so much. What can we even do? The best plan is to just sit tight here and wait for an answer. It's been too long. Hold on, there's... Good morning. How do I interpret your voice? I have no clue. Emirine, cool it! Sorry, I struck on reflex. Oh, your looks deceive. You're quite the quick-tempered girl. This will only damage your first impressions though. This is the Reef Steep Black Market, and we're all in business here. I trust we have words for each other, so no need for an armed conversation, yes. What day is it today? Why would the Sand Soldier be here? Oh, you recognize me. The head intel peddler of the Reef Steep Market, the puppeteer of the vast majority of all armed conflicts in Ibut, styled by the locals as Zuzu. In ancient tongue, it entailed a charm or perhaps a talisman. But I know what lies behind your new name, Sand Soldier. What's a major player like you up to here? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I just wanted to have a chat with you two. With, Rhodes Island. Or perhaps I've disrupted your original itinerary. Where are our operators? Oh, so you're from Sargon too then. Good, then let's get straight to the point. Your operators are safe and sound. Your batch of experimental medical material are also untouched. Where are they? Who knows? Heavy rain! Rain it in! Quite right. Rain it in. You haven't even the capital to start a conflict with me here. Compared to how valuable your pharmaceutical materials are, a few porters can't be worth much in my concern. You have your eyes on those materials? And if I nodded yes. Let our operators go! We'll hand over the goods! How about that? As simple as that. But all I took was a few employees. Now I'm a little skeptical. Your goods might have a small footprint, but they're not cheap. It doesn't seem Rhodes Island Pharmaceuticals is so proflig... What the hell is that word? What is that word? Profligate? A company. Would you really be so willing to give them up? I'll stop you right there. Forget market value. Human life is the most precious thing to us. A perspective bursting with humanity, but who will step up to weigh them and decide their worth? Well, a certain Keltsit. You nabbed our contract. You know Dr. Keltsit? No, it's a very common name. Over these years, I've saw so many people in error. So many. Back to our original topic! Oh, my apologies. Your people are actually waiting right outside, and I have no interest in your goods. Heavy rain. I'll go check now. As you wish. The fixer from the black market wouldn't come here just to scare our new recruits, would he? Rhodes Island and the Sargon black market are far from bosom friends. We only had to take this plunge after some of our drugs got jammed up in Colombia. A reperfume waits for no one, correct? That's all this is. There should be no conflict between us. I've heard of you before. The armaments tuner bridge. Having worked for 3 different arms dealers in the past. A fine reputation. Oh, I believe your court says so now. Really, you make too much of me. Well then, what gives you an interest in Rhodes Island? During a routine probing of accounts, a completely watertight transaction came to light. You must know, not one sheaf of gold in the Reef Steep passes out of the notice. And? No cause for worry. You haven't exposed any leverage, and as I've already said, your transaction doesn't interest me. It's just a signature on this contract that I mind. Come, I have time to spare today. Tell me, what kind of place is Rhodes Island Pharmaceuticals? Crack upon terror as millions of lives. "22 years ago. They're firing! Ambush! Ambush! Withdraw! They mad with this many civilians around! Quick! Right here! Shit! Close. Thanks. Fire! Fire at my house! Look! Hurry! Hurry! Too many civilians getting caught up. Are they trying to pull the Lord of Mir of Ibut's whole army in? The Lord Amir's army? How do you know that they weren't the army in disguise? I mean, look at this. The red mark. You picked this one off of the corpse. I did. We've been fooled by our own. This situation here is a complete mess now. You might not even get it if I gave you the whole lecture. It's way more than just us who want to ransack that squad. Damn it. Grab it and turn it into cash, my ass. There's a full-blown war now. The sentry sent me all the coordinates before going black. There's 4 different identifiers all crawling this one area. Do you understand what this means? Either we break through the line and earn big, or we still have the chance to surrender right now. God, this is insane. Alone. Now, why are you carrying a body? Get out of here already! Hold on, your clothes. You're a Colombian. You're from the Sand Soldiers. Be it here. We have a survivor, a Liberi child, carrying a grown man's body. Hey, hold it right there. Alright, kids. You all heard that. The Sand Soldiers still have 1 left alive. We need to bring him over. There's still a chance our target fell into someone else's hands. Just in case, kill every last one you come across. Doesn't matter if the Lord Amirs. Even if Patisha Murat himself is here, he has to die too. Remember, a silver box. I want to be sitting on that singing before the sun goes down. Singing? What does that mean? Or is it singeing? We've intercepted the command's bed. It seems the Sand Soldiers still have a survivor. A child carrying a body. Probably a comrade. Thinks he's got what the Punisher's after. Not one team retreated from the town yet. Chances are they're still all looking for their target. Of course, everyone swarming that tiny of a town at once is going to just add to the chaos. Waste time and nothing else. Hold on. Augusta's got the news. Something's up. There's a freight truck. Registration Toronto. Columbia parked near the Central Smoke Bazaar. A woman and a monster. Monster? What? Oh. Line cut off. He gets careless too? No. His ambush point is at least a kilometer from the bazaar. It shouldn't have been that fast. Not unless whatever team this is knew the topography here like the back of their hands. Or maybe they're just experienced enough to blow anyone off the scent. Could it be someone from Voivre? Or some other cutthroat here on Columbia's dime? Let's watch this unfold first. Why the teacher? A target's around here! He can't get that far carrying a body! We've got trouble! No hesitating! Kill! Am I safe? Teacher, come on, wake up. I can't stop the blood. You still haven't taught me so much. What do you want me to do? Target found. Don't move. One more range and I'll cut your head off. Scared stupid, aren't you, talking to a dead guy? Put that idiot on your back down and tell me, where is it? I don't know. Don't try and fool me, you worthless... Is this... Sand Soldiers leaders... What are you... Wait, do you have it on you? Don't touch him. Who do you think you are? Piss off! The silver combination box. So here it is. Let go of it. Get out of my way. Now we've got the target. We don't need to leave any survivors. Don't blame me, kid. This is my job. What the hell is that? What's this? Hey, is anyone there? I've run into another... Machine, no, creature, what the hell kind of thing are you? Don't get any... Why aren't my balls doing anything? Don't get any closer. Any closer, I'll kill you. Before his eyes, the monster skewers the ruffian. It lightly unfolds its body like a stretch in the early morning. Monster. The boy is frozen in place, having long lost the voice to cry out. He holds only an ice-cold carcass, the blood of the dead clotting on his chest, reminiscent of a flower. Elliot, you're safe. Who are you? How do you know me? I know every last esteemed scientist of the Informative Technologies Research Institute. But none of you know what kind of plot this whole affair has been drawn into. I'm here to stop you, and here to protect you. Protect? You're already late. Too late. You didn't let your fine teacher's legacy fall into those conspirators' hands. You've done well enough. What do you mean, protect? You want to protect these? The blueprint, the sample. Not me, and not teacher. You're just like them. Teacher's dead. All the people who were helping us are dead too. You're not just fighting over this case. You... Advisor, we've confirmed 3 mercenary teams hired by Lord Amirs across the map, as well as 1 Sarkaz unit on a cliff outside of town. Affiliation unknown for now. According to our plans, we still have 7 minutes. I found 1 survivor. Sample in hand. The evac route is secure. Conversion 3 minutes. Tell me, Elliot, the Voivod soldier you're carrying on your back, what did he die for? Shut up. Right now, you stand here. You live, and you carry what every mercenary here wants. The squad operator under the name Sand Soldiers. But in actuality, all that came to Sargon was a research team and a typical security force for How do you pronounce this word? Tacronto? Whether or not he persisted in his duty until the end, whether or not he paid mind to your safety until the end, didn't he entrust a deep responsibility to you? Whether or not because of your own immature temperament, are you going to make a total waste of all your soldiers' full efforts? I only need an answer. As long as I can ensure that this prototype blueprint doesn't fall into any Lord Amir's hands, I will not go out of my way to mind anything else. I hope for you to understand this. Hi, Alert. You're still unwilling to speak much. But I remember, the man on your back is Professor Thorn, Informative Technologies Research Institute head researcher. He was not a true soldier, yet a true soldier is what he is. Just put him down, or you could be buried together with him in the yellow dust. I trust he believed his death had a purpose, and you should not squander his sacrifice. He's already dead. No, this is none of your business. At least give him a decent bureau. Monster. What's that ball of light? Lower your head. You want me to bury teacher in here? Professor Thorn is an old friend of mine. The situation is abnormal. We have no chance to more solemnly address his sacrifice. Every person's life is an endless war. On certain motives, his ancestors left Sargon. Wandering again and again, he found a life he could call his own. Yet in the end, he returned to Sargon's parents. His cause, his just heart, his thirst for knowledge all arrived at their terminus. The Professor Thorn I knew was in nowhere unversed in life's affairs. Candidly, he confronted his own death, and until the very end, resisted. Elliot, just put him down. This is respect for the deceased. Surely you understand. He would have wished for you to become a burden on your path. For him, sorry. May his soul, with the long river, return. Voivod? Are you from Voivod? May he, as the gravel, pass into eternal tranquility. May he ever hear his homeland's whispers. May he at the other shore meet the great waves. Our friends rest eternal here. He shall return to the boundless cycle of rebirth. As the woman bowed her head and prayed, it was as if the fire of war too paused for this moment. Time is running short. We've paid what respect we can. Now you must make a choice. Correct. There are many, but their formation is in loose disarray. As of an armed force, they're not in one heart and mind. Before they find us, they'll make their own grave. I remember now. I remember I saw your face before somewhere. Long ago. Teacher introduced you to me. I thought you were only a theoretical researcher. I remember. Your name is... Keltsit? You have quite a good memory, Elliot. The young researcher Elliot Glover pays no attention to the mysterious woman as she leaves through the door. In a daze, he gazes at the soil that half buried his beloved teacher, the air scattered with dust. He thinks to himself, I haven't even the strength to cremate my teacher's remains. It needs him for an instant to mourn. Until the sound of warfare resumes once more. Only 2 years ago it began. Advisor! Confirm retrieval of target. And before any other teams form up and cut us off, pull out from here. Understood. This is the Op team. Advanced Ops Advisor has retrieved the Sand Soldier Survivor along with the target material. Acknowledge. Advisor, Recon team has ensured the safety of our route. Alright then, let's go. Mr. Elliot, please kindly give that case to us. The boy tightly clutches the case in his hands. Advisor, leave him be. Pardon me, but we should confirm whether our objective materials are intact and ensure no matter the circumstances, they're safe under our grasp. You think he'll run? No, of course. Alright. Understood. Why did we stop? Since we broke down. What's wrong? Caster, come take a look. Couldn't it be out of fuel, right? Nobody inspect before we left base. Who was in charge? J5 from the Stout Hammer squad was on vehicle inspection, but they're all on the recon team. What should we do? Get in touch with them? Elliot, keep that case safe and lower your head. What just exploded? Oh! Recon team! Hey, can you hear us? Tell your casters to stop! It's us! Wait, it's us! Monster, that thing in your hand. With vigor, it rouses itself. No, don't be rash. Protect this child. What's happening? One day with you. Here to help us? Stay alert, monster. Damn it! They split us to cover to set up the whole goddamn circus. Attention, Riverblade Squad! All members of Riverblade Squad! The recon team has overtly attacked us, scratching every clause of the contract. Caster Division, ready up! Snipers, confirm bearings and prepare to attack! Your copy! The Stout Hammer Squad has turned traitor! Fight back! Open fire! In the Barrens, escaping an armed motorcade on foot isn't much of a sagacious choice. Stay here. This is the safest option. Did you plan this too? No. War can bring great profit to Columbia, but nobody wants that profit in anyone else's pocket. Dividing up interests isn't just about size, and satisfying everyone is extremely difficult. As their advanced operations advisor, I've given sufficient counsel, including all betrayal possibility. Right now, there's a war going on outside, and you're just going to sit in here unconcerned? I have to remind you, Elliot, you also sit here, receiving my protection at that. No, it's this box. They don't have the guts to attack us. I'm the one who's your protection advisor. Discontentedly, it gazes afar. I don't intend to retort. They absolutely won't dare to destroy an Ars prototype that could convert half of Sargon's rainforest into barrens, despite its disguise as an engine on an all-new power source. What are you going on about? Advisor, we can't hold out for much longer. We need to pull back immediately and change course. Please, bring the survivor with us. We'll ensure your safety. Understood. How many withdrew? Less than 20. Ranch losers. Let me say again, Captain. Scores of our brothers just died. Thanks to them pulling a heel turn out of their assholes in the middle of an operation, the company's gonna send people to wipe every last one of them off the goddamn map. I don't know about that. The Stout Hammers had planned this in advance. I'm worried the company hasn't even got the reach into Sargon. Maybe they made a deal with some Lordamir, or maybe they just never. The advisor and the kid. Right over there. Let me talk with them alone. Advisor, before we enter Sargon, I gave you the heads up. The military needed to light a fire in Sargon and then wait for war to bring riches in their way. Factories, mines, the arms trade. Every second of its existence, Columbia has been gnawing away at this ancient country, strengthening itself. So its military put a move, brought about the birth of the Sand Soldiers, had them bring scientific researchers into Sargon to carry out some tech support. But the Bureau doesn't take things that way at all. To be precise, it's the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Unit, and Originium, and its background desires that don't take things this way. Perhaps Sargon is a backwards, rotting country to some people's eyes, but its ancient wealth and power still suffices to command servitude of all the dust in its sky, to become the desert under the Empire's gaze. I have to say, the Bureau's viewpoint is correct. One portion of Columbia's people has grown narrow-minded with its ballooning riches and power. They mistakenly think they can cause wanton strife in Sargon without paying a price. Any one pernicious maneuvering is enough to influence those Columbian entrepreneurs' stock prices, yet they turn a blind eye to Sargon's vast might. The policy makers are free to be ignorant, and failure in judgment won't harm their core interests, but you yourselves need to know just what it is that you're doing. At least you should know this and your life or death are symbiotic. The Punishers are the Sargon Empire's chief governors at the core. They are to control the Lord Amirs. Would they have anything to do with the company? You know what it is the company wants, correct? Certain high-ranking members of the military have seized some of the blame-formative technology's principal shareholders, exporting these things to Sargon under unofficial cover in order to fulfill a deal with a Lord Amir. And what they truly desire is to employ these simple, crude methods to set off a power struggle within Ibud, because that will turn to profit. But the Bureau believes that if the war spreads to the heart of the Empire, every money-making design will become fly ash. So the Bureau wants us to retrieve the target, so as to stop the military brass from going a step too far. That I get, but the military is not stupid. It spies within the company. Perhaps you've already guessed who have bribed the Stout Hammer squad to ensure the plans will remain in Sargon, and then a certain Lord Amir can set off war. They had the balls! Aside from the operation advisors that aren't me, all silently acknowledge this string of activity inside the company. The chief of business has no plans to stand by on any side, allowing both parties to hold each other's back. It might even bring in bonus grey income after all. None of this is any kid's business. Elliot Gover, only 13 when he skipped a few grades and graduated, soon entering an academy for sciences and taking up studies in origin and technology. 3 years after, this young genius was picked out by Professor Thorne to become in all respects his personal assistant. Elliot is a member of the Sand Soldiers, a research team crowned as soldiers who had no idea at all what awaited them in Sargon. They died tragically in the sandstorm without a single clue about anything, and none of us can deprive their last survivor of learning the complete picture. Fine, I get it. No skin off my nose. Now where were we? Oh yeah, Bureau and the military pressured the company. Then in Sargon all the Lord Amirs clashed. We were betrayed from the very beginning, and we jumped into this war without knowing scratch at all. Where'd they get the balls to do this shit? Now they've thrown us into the desert like garbage, who can still guarantee things go how they want. The company never cared about what ultimately ended up in whose hands. Regardless of which of you survived to complete the mission, they still pocket a reward. To be precise, even if all of you died right here, it wouldn't even affect a single coin that falls into their pockets. Because the ever-eyeing Lord Amirs and the Padishahs will have helped you settle and follow up on things otherwise. It's only natural they brought in the chaos. The moment you were first drawn into Sargon by that enormous reward, you were already cornered. Sorry, advisor. You warned us out of the kindness of your heart, and you gave our op everything you had to. I respect you a hell lot more than I do those cigar munchers, all making up absolute shit at their meeting tables. But maybe, we still have one other option. Right now, pull out your arms, advisor. I hope this decisive battle can preserve some dignity. You're going to kill her? Why not? That's what our original job really was after all. Don't lose your head, mercenary. I know you've received secret orders from the chief of business, but I also trust you understand that right now, Following things to the letter will only cut off your own way out. Yeah, you've always given me an omniscient kind of impression. The company sold us out. The chief of business sacked us like pawns. The Lord Amir, the Punishers, and the Colombian military are all itching to kill us and snatch the goods. But we're mercs, and that's just morning coffee to us. As long as I can still make bank, I have no shits to give. What a pity. I'm just the smallest fry in this whole whirlwind of crisis, but whether it's in the Bureau's interest or the military's, whatever. All that shit makes me dizzy. Even the company thinks you shouldn't hang around here any longer, advisor. This is a good chance to make a senior advisor in Sargon disappear. Some folks paid me a lot of money. I couldn't even say they were the same who bribed the stout hammers. None of that matters. I just want to ask you one last thing. You've done so much. What was it all for in the end? Columbia, Sargon, and perhaps Victoria as well. Uncountable powers are all wrapped up in this. And though their lack of foresight led us here, all their innumerable machinations point towards one endgame. War. And war will bring ruin. I simply try to stop this all from coming, despite how weak my influence is. I don't know whether I ought to believe you. Maybe as long as I complete the chief's orders and kill you, the company will let us back. Who would trust 16 mercenaries forced into hole up in a cave, a scientist boy assistant, and a mercenaries company's operations advisor? Who would willingly sit down with them to discuss where millions of lives are hidden? I'll give you one final heads up. Even if you make the chief of business happy, and make an obstructive advisor vanish in the middle of Sargon, it will not mean you can return home safe. Every hired hand in these yellow dust believe you have made off with the final legacy of the Sand Soldiers, and they will make the choice to exterminate a flock of Colombians who offended their Lord Amir's graces. After you kill me, you want to use Elliot as a bargaining chip, but would you have the leeway for a peaceful dialogue? No. You're right. I've got no chance of making any kind of deal with the people who just killed my brothers. I don't work with the big picture like that. Alright, you've convinced me, advisor. I'll put my crossbow down, and you get that. Your pet out of sight a little. How are you going to proceed? If we keep working together, will you ensure we return to Columbia? Precisely the opposite. If you truly keep working with me, you will only add to the dangers you face. But at the least, I can plot a route for you, and help you stow away into Minos. This is the safest path. The safest path? You're not even gonna go with us! My goal lies elsewhere. There is no way you'd say you prepped this route just for us, right? Don't misunderstand. This is just for those who can get out of here alive, regardless of who they are. Sounds a little like salvation, huh? There's a hint of arrogance behind that word. If you have any misgivings, just treat this as a deal. Alright. Last time I didn't trust we ended up in the frying pan. Maybe this time, I ought to be a little smarter. This is a deal, advisor. I want to use both your lives to buy the lives of me and the brothers I have left. 16 for 2. Very cost effective. Damn right. Cost effective. You saw this day coming from miles away, didn't you? Where are we heading? I want to... There's a local place for dealings, which the local arms dealer and underground original goods merchants all call the Reef Steep Black Market. When we find that market, its stowaways can help us out. What's on your mind? I'm thinking about... I just left Tisha's body in that makeshift... The blood and the screaming. Advisors hit the road. Oh, this must be a different crew. What now? Here's the map for the route that the advisor gave us. Not just the names of all the towns, but any messenger stations we can use. Can you guess how much this map will be worth alone? Just where in the holy hell did she come from? Hell knows, but right now she's a single straw that we've got to grab at. Terrible identifying marks. Can't keep using these Colombian cars anymore. We'll head to the closest city on foot. Should be about 30 kilometers, and then we'll rent out the new ride and get out of here. And we escape just like that. I know what you're thinking, but we still aren't ready for payback, sorry. We'll hide out for a bit, then we can go back and deal with all those traitors company side. Who's that? So you let the Sand Soldier go. Now there's a twist. Enemy raid! Snipers! Leave 3 alive. Get the casters ready to grill them. Deal with all the rest. If you calm down some. Counting researchers, the Sand Soldiers were on the scale of 100 people when they left Toronto. You just experienced a massacre. This may be difficult, but you need to return to form as soon as possible. Just what do you intend to do? Retrieve the Art's prototype plans in your embrace. Assuming no mishaps, there should also still be an original crystal sample in there. This will only delay the outbreak of war, but it will give us enough time. Enough to afford a few of my colleagues in Columbia the chance to try and change course. You hardly even know what that case could unleash. You can't? What kind of sick joke? This is everything the Institute worked for. Whether you trust me or not, I know full well just how important, how weighty results paid for with countless lives are to a theoretical scientist. But I also know if this thing termed an Advanced Original Powered Arts Conversion Device is given different application, the sheer harm it can bring about. Many were aware of this. Naturally, this included your teacher. You don't mean to say teacher knew we were doing wrong? How dare you suggest? So this is Sargon. Ah, a time-old charm of a country. Look around here, at the heart of all the wild-grown desert. No dependence on nomadic cities, still so full of life. It is, teacher. Elliot, your mind's wandering. Come here, let me brush that gravel off your head. Thank you, teacher. Teacher, if you were this caring of the women who tried to woo you, I don't think your family would urge you so hard to get married. Don't poke your teacher where it hurts, or else you'll be assigned to double next month's experiments. Teacher? Not much. Just something that popped in my head. The mountain range at the end of the barren lands and the rainforest on the other side must both be bursting with life too in their own ways, totally unlike the barrens we're in. In that rainforest, could there reside people just as unlike those here? What kind of life do they lead then? How does it fare? The rainforest? Why all this sudden thought, teacher? Elliot, we believe our undertakings are for the benefit of ever more of humanity, for those who still without the blessings of origin and technology. But at times, the fruit of our research may not be implemented as we intended. Perhaps from the start, we choose a path wrong, excessively wrong, and when we realize it, we are powerless to redeem. Just supposing, provided a day like that dawn. We'd have to try and stop this all in its tracks. Mr. Thorne, No, it can't be. He was deceived. Thorne's research had been rigged from the start. The capital bounced around to land in his hands, disguised as an exciting investment in the new energy market, perfectly unscrupulous, giving nobody any doubts. I'd warned him before, but perhaps the experiment's success and advancement made him put his own misgivings aside. No one is perfect, Elliot, but your labors will not become a catalyst of conflict and death. I came here to ensure that, and I need your assistance. Right, you have 5 minutes to gather your thoughts, and then we'll leave. You want me to go with you? You'd only die in the barrens otherwise. I won't deny your gift for the mathematical and applied original fields, but you don't even have the first idea what vegetation can offer you any moisture content. I don't want the last young one who knows the truth to sensibly pass away in front of me. Of course, if you feel your calling is at its end, then you have no need to press onward. I can arrange for your refuge in the Sargon countryside. Just who in the world are you? Why do you speak of everything so downplayed? I'm presently an advanced operations advisor and arts instructor for the Western Security Company, Columbia. If I have to repeat myself once more to you, I am Keltsit. 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 Look at this contract. What a beautiful signature it is. She mediated between Columbia and Sargon. She toyed with the Lord Amirs and mercenaries in the palm of her hand. She said she came to prevent war, to prevent Sargon's self-destruction. What arresting ambitions. They weren't her truest thoughts at all. Her preparations, profound, far-reaching, not to be known by anyone else, influenced the fates of many, and we can scarcely see how long the path she walked was, or where it led. "17 years ago. Hypnosis. Hamlet. Quick! Wait, sorry. The doctor says to get warm water. Where would we find warm water so easily? Ask Martha. Ask if her family still got any water they boiled this morning. Emperor above, we beg you. Bless our old dedushka. Excuse me. What's happening here? Who's the doctor you mentioned? Oh, who are you? Where did you come from? Your clothes mean you're from the city, right? Sorry, we're busy aiding someone right now. If you don't mind, come with me this way. At least you'll have a place to sit. It's okay. I came here to find that doctor as it happens. What's her name? You're not here too. She's just a shady doctor. Do you have great trust in her? But she's all we can have to save our Dadushka. I beg you, I'm begging you, at least just for now. She's only a doctor here to save us. I'm not here to seize her. I just have a little business with her. Could you show me the way? I don't know if... I'm a doctor too. Perhaps I can be of help. Oh, even the burden beast would know you're a scholar, seeing your clothes. You can tell Dr. Keltz something first. Tell her student Lila's here to visit her, and ask her if she needs any assistance or not. So you know the doctor's name? And you're Lilia, right? Good. Truly a wonderful name. Wait, there for a moment, I'll go right now. Hey, don't forget to ask Marfa. Bring warm water over. Grit your teeth and keep holding on. That's it. What's going on here? Attacked by a wild beast. This is just emergency treatment. Knife. Where was it? I can't find it. Yeah, an infected creature? Correct. Any risk of infection? Most infected creatures are cleaner than people imagine. By the tooth marks, a task beast roaming this vicinity. But if it comes into contact with any active organism, infected creatures may have methods to coexist with pathogens, but humans do not. The situation is severe. This is not original infection alone. Additional necrosis symptoms are present. It hurts so much. Calm down now. Deep breaths. Difficulty breathing, likely thrombosis, all symptomatic of acute oripathy. But doesn't oripathy make crystal grow out of his skin? Or the Dushka's fancy, isn't he? In certain circumstances, the source of infection ends up rapidly circulating through the blood and won't present visible original crystals like regular cases of oripathy do. Infection symptoms intensify within a short time, very quickly. If we don't suppress it via drugs... Emperor above! You've learned a lot. Syringes are inside the grey medical kit. Here, you carry the suppressant like this with you. There's always times of need. Wait, doctor, is this expensive? Thinking about that at a time like this! It's affordable. You have no need to worry. Our top priority right now is suppressing your acute oripathic responses and prevent an original crystal dust outburst. You don't want the others in the village to suffer because of you, correct? Steady breaths. Relax. You'll be fine. Alright. Doctor, I don't want to become infected. I'm very sorry. Suffocation. We don't have a respirator. We have nothing here, but that doesn't mean we can do nothing. Bring the inhaler over. Doctor, I'm begging you! Save this Dushka of ours! Damn it! The moment original dust permeated his wounds, it was inevitable he'd become an infected, and all I can do is strive to extend his life. Has the suppressant still not taken effect? Considering the patient's age, the suppressant itself was a tremendous risk. Hold your nerve. Breathing has stabilized some. Is he better now? Is his sickness gone? In terms of his acute symptoms, possibly. But if you mean his uropathy, we can do nothing. No one can do anything. How good's this? Then, if the man for the patrol unit comes by, then just give me up. I only have so long to live anyways. Infected. Fine, so be it. Just as long as you don't let the eggheads in here run their mouths. No, we wouldn't. We wouldn't. We just had to hide you. We won't let anyone find you. We'll all hide you safely. Doctor, thank you so much. Doctor, the things might not have turned out the best, but we don't have much to repay you with either. This is merely a doctor's duty. The path ahead of becoming an infected is what you truly need to consider. I'm very sorry. The circumstances couldn't permit me to do more. Suppressant is effective, but wounds are still infected. It may lead to worsening of thrombosis. We may have to operate an excise. Your judgment is correct. Good sir, please bear with this. Alright. Sorry about that, Lilia. Long time no see, Director Keltsit. Long time no see. Let's walk and talk. Perhaps you're not enthused about conversing with me like this after that bloodbath, but from the bottom of my heart, I'm glad you're still alive. So after that, you hid here the whole time? From the hill over there, you can see out the Chernobog skyscrapers. If it were me, I wouldn't opt to shelter so near a cityway. I'm only stopping over for the moment, nothing more. What have you been doing ever since? I don't wish for the hate between you to continue flowing unabated. In particular, it's a hatred that will not only cause one to find their own ruin, but will strongly attract direct reprisal. Was it reprisal? Reprisal from those murderers. You're telling me all this on purpose, aren't you? I won't deny that, Lilia, but... Dr. Keltsit, you're leaving. It's... My student. No alarm. She came to pick me up. I see, Zen, but... Well, pick you up. Oh, Emperor above. You're going after all, Zen. If you're going, please tell us. You killed my daughter, so at least let us send you off properly. I will. Alright. Then we'll leave you two alone. You have to tell us before you go, please. Dr. Keltsit, don't forget. The people here seems to like you. They've shown enough goodwill already. I've merely done my work as a doctor. They're the ones who lived through Ursa's lives. We spent so long in the research institute, there's plenty we've forgotten. Even positioning themselves near a cityway couldn't bring them opportunity nor prosperity. Precisely the opposite. A tyrant official with subordinate power took hold there, exploiting the poor folk to offer the patrol unit yet more convenient soil. So they can't even find one run-of-the-mill doctor, graduated from medical school, and one of the run-of-the-mills full strength could kill a tender young girl. Your horizons are vast. Yes, they've always been. You still treat a fool for someone. You thought I was a scientist who gesticulated at papers and data. To be honest, you're more than a doctor than I've ever imagined. Perhaps I always was a doctor. What changes is only the treatment subject and the locus to contend with. It's why your students put so much faith in you. Lilia, how's your daughter? I left her with a friend of mine. She has no connection to all this whatsoever. You know how young she is. She doesn't even speak yet. She hasn't begun to walk. And I left behind my child just like that. You could have chosen not to do this. If you wanted Louisa to live on, identity concealed. You should know what I think, Director Keltsit. I just want to try and stop you. But if not even your daughter can stall your step, perhaps my words won't reach you either. That's right. I'm quite clear about that. Winter's so cold this year. Wow, that's quite a name. Vampilor's father, when mad from his son's death, he kept Falby's pen in a loft by the side. up by the lake, and every day would fantasize for a while he was going hunting with his son. Ilya's child, Lyudmila, she's still young, but already comprehends certain irreversible things. Nobody even knows how she's doing nowadays. Hold on. House Leia? I don't think Lyudmila's name gets thrown around like that. And Romanovich, his family sold off their whole estate and left that city. Even if his brothers never believed in any accident, there were people to shut them up. And for even more, the police announced it was an accident down to the finest thing. In that list of accidental casualties, not a single person had left Chernobog's research institute, an experimental accident leading to a chain reaction, and reported identities of bodies provided by the military. But a kind of intuition tells me some are alive. Intuition. Because afterwards, all relatives of the victims, more or less, receive anonymous aid, as well as a warning.
Your
I don't
1
think that
hour pay
spineless,
tongue hair.
incompetent Count, thank you, Boris nor Sergei, that traitor, would have any mercy in them. So someone else who knows what happened has to have survived. But it took until today, 3 years later, before I found you, Director Keltsit. It took until today. We hid so well, even fooled the secret police's eyes. They relied too much on Ursa's latest technology for criminal investigation. It actually created an opening for me. Of course, you're a hailed genius, an incomparable research leader. That's why everyone embraces you so. Please tell me, Lilia, how many people signed on to your plan? 6 or 7, maybe even more. We don't dare to meet together in public. We might be caught, used for leverage. That includes me. All lost things in that accident they can never have back. When did you start plotting all this? From the moment I found out the 4th Army's lackeys fired the first bolt in the research institute, mercilessly shredding the father of my children's throat. From that moment, I started. Lilia, don't take me as a brave fool. Even if my health gives me so little time to work with you all, I still accomplish one thing or another, such as... You found the whereabouts of Grand Duke the Pine Valley Retreat, situated beyond any nomadic city. And this former 4th Army staff officer who was also highly likely to be the Grand Duke of Ursa's actualizing the sarcophagus incident. Perhaps right in the frailest, weakest position of his endlessly long campaign career. You want to conduct an assassination, Lilia, but this act of vengeance can still be considered bravely foolish. I can finally see why my husband, why the Astrov looked up to you so. But you must know, Lilia, assassinating an old Grand Duke will have no significance at all. Maybe from the start, Venya, the man so decrepit he needs cardiac stimulation injections when he gives speeches, was not the real murderer. I know, Keltsit. I know. But do you really think when I entrusted Louisa to someone else, it was just for a rational ending? A so-called fair trial? As if you can't guess, Keltsit. Blind revenge will only cause you to lack foresight. Keltsit. As you couldn't understand, Louisa never even learned to say Papa. Lilia is Volonik's mom. Oh? Okay. Sorry, but you told me something that sounds spoilery. When will I find out that Lilia is Volonik's mom? Or do I only find out from reading her records? You can sit. How long have you spent in here? Not worth mentioning, Lilia. You look awful. You need to rest. How did you find me? Just sheer chance. If not for sheer chance, perhaps I'd have never learned you were still alive. Lyudmila. We didn't want our children coming to too much harm, so at first, we planned to look for Lyudmila. But then, we learned from Lyudmila's housekeeper that someone was sustaining contact with them, aiding them. Someone anonymous, but she seemed to know it all inside and out. The same anonym had even set up a way for her to leave Ursus. It was then I was sure that someone was still alive. Some were still alive. And to my knowledge, very few could accomplish something like that. Have some tea. Here, I imagine you'd be itching to ask about my business at the retreat. Lilia, I imagine the one who's really itching here is you. And you knew all along exactly where Vanya was. You're really going to sit out on the sidelines. You should know all the secrets he's holding on to. The true secrets have already been sealed for eternity in that research institute, thanks to Elia's perseverance. Even now, the army haven't been able to find a single scrap of the gains we're drilling for. And Grand Duke Vanya is incurably ill. He'll recuperate at the Pine Valley every winter. Provided you have any way to sneak into a so-called high-class salon even once, it's not hard to come by the information. He even brags all over about how the retreat is so beautiful and vast. Correct. There is no shortage of Ursa soldiers with outstanding service there, and of course, bureaucrats and nobles too. Infiltrating it and assassinating a Grand Duke would be so absurd as you. In Chernobog, charging into Count Boris's house with a knife, slitting his throat open, and then escaping again untouched. You're right, but for those bureaucrats and nobles, security in there is still weak enough to make people restless. I won't deny that, but how do you know that's not a signal? One that Grand Duke Vanya is no longer an important figure, or that his fate has already been set by certain people. I've told you, Keltsit, what I want isn't a fair trial. To make it clear, what I long for is a lynching. Now's not the time to discuss justice or morality, Keltsit. Only those who can rest easy at night enjoy using objectivity as a shield. Whether Grand Duke Vanya is censured by the military or the Emperor, becomes a scapegoat, stands the wrong side in political conflict, suffers banishment, is stowed away by the army. No matter what, even if he dies miserably in the end at the gallows, what business is that of mine? It was him who pushed for all of Chernobog to sink into deeper ruin, and all I know is he should pay the price. He should pay the price to us. He's the murderer who killed my child's father. Keltsit, I'm listening. I've already figured out how to infiltrate the retreat, but I also need to admit, even if the security there is suspiciously weak, that doesn't mean any of us can pull this off smoothly. I found a breach, someone who's been in charge of security at that noble sanatorium for 30 plus years, but hasn't had the gut to make much side money off it for fear of the nobles. I prepared a huge sum, with my colleagues' help. That complete life failure, who we all saw could retire any day, caved in instantly. We spent immense effort to gain his trust. I was simply the daughter of a country upstart, only wanting to intern at the retreat to get close with some noble or officer. But you want me to help you. Yes, forging any identity has risk no matter what. But to my mind, the retreat and the information agency wouldn't be that tied up, so even if the secret police are fooled into thinking you're dead, then death will be your open road. In 1080, sarcophagus incident's surviving scientist Sergei established a brand new research institute. The same year, Count Boris vastly expanded Chernobog's industrial region. The 4th Army's messenger, for the first time in history, found the Count's door was close to them hid there. Ludmilla was still young, and Louisa was but one amongst countless children, so Keltsit thought. She could comprehend that Lilia, as a mother, had complex, cruel expectations of these children, and after the Chernobog's core city's engine underwent its umpteenth major maintenance, it still turned it with a rumble. Actually, this makes me understand why Crown Slayer became a playable character. Like, he's such a core character in the storyline that I think people who don't read AK's story just thinks that Crown Slayer is just some enemy turn unit. But actually reading the story just makes you realize no, it's not. She's actually quite important. The funny thing is, I say she's important not so much that she knows shit, but it's just she just grew up bad in a sense. You know, she has a bad life all throughout, right? She's little misfortune, really, because she doesn't know much about her parents. She lived her entire life just scurrying through, but everywhere she goes it's just bad luck. So, yeah. He is suffering in its essence. Even after being playable, her luck doesn't change. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's almost deliberate that they made her kid bad. What the fuck just happened? Sir, your coffee. Are you new? I am, sir. Then ask around about how I take my coffee, bringing me to again once you let it cool. You damn feline. Ugh, a feline. You disgusting wrench. I didn't go to run to war to have a feline take care of me. Get out of my sight. My utmost apologies, sir. This is my oversight. Please don't tell the head caretaker. I'll prepare it for you right away. If you don't want to lose your job, you have 3 minutes to do it over. Properly. Also, there's something wrong with your eyes. If you don't know how to smile, I'll tear that face off of yours. Please don't. I'm very sorry to displease you. I'll go and redo it right now. Servants these days. It's a nice figure all they have to offer. I am very sorry, sir. Please do not get angry. It would be highly detrimental to your condition. Out of my way! Very sorry. Is this... What's his name again? As in, we just literally run through him. I'll give him a more Russian sound now that I see him in person. Miss... Miss... Are you referring to me? Yeah, that's right. Miss, I saw the whole thing just now. Don't you lose heart. That's a patrol unit hit. You know, you could say people like that have no right coming to the retreat. He certainly isn't a noble. Does he not worry about offending others, acting so tyrannically? I say some counts very fond of him. Not just that. Coming here for his battlefield condition. I heard it spoke up, but he hasn't stepped foot on the battlefield in his life. I'd heard it helped the Count do some dirty work, and got sent here so he could keep his head down. With a supporter like that and with people like us, of course he lets all hell spells loose. Count. I never imagined a scoundrel like that could come so high to befriend the Count. That's how it is. Who knows when one day he'll be made some lord of somewhere, dressed all clean and fine and sitting behind some enormous desk. Anyways, don't you get angry. Piss off people like that and you'll wish it was an original slug stuck to you instead. What on Terra is a fine girl like you even doing, working out here? Never tell anyone I told you this, and don't go asking about, or you'll get burned. Yes, I understand. Thank you. The next you see him, stay away a little. Heaven knows what he'll do to you. Is that the new doctor? Keltsit. Doctor. Oh, so you know each other. Then now get out of your way. Definitely not break time after all. Take care and don't let the head caretaker see you. He cares a lot about us newcomers. He's a good one. You're right, Dr. Louisa. We cannot let her down. Will you still be busy with work in a bit? There's some things I'd like to tell you. Apologies, Doctor. I still need to brew a new cup of coffee. If that Count's pet doesn't contribute to pick bones with me, I'll find you right after. Alright then. Remember to be careful, Keltsit. Dr. Louisa. It's just us two right now, Keltsit. You should be using an alias. Louisa, borrowing your daughter's name, a disguise of that level is purely for humiliating the secret police. In their eyes, I'm already dead, and after this incident, I'll leave Ursus and may not ever return for a very long time. Nobody will know the Grand Duke's death was a murder. The next time they come to the Grand Duke's side, they will only discover that in his old age, his breathing stopped. Will Ursus' technology not be able to analyze the poison you've made? At present, I assure you this exceeds their understanding of what a poison is. For how many years can your knowledge stay ahead of Ursus, Director? The Empire progress has already surpassed what I imagined, but these are not details we need to discuss right now. Lilia, your hope for arbitration can only end in this way. None of you have means to seek further revenge. It is unreasonable. Only the paramount emperor of Ursus would be capable of erasing the Grand Duke's honor, significance, and all else. I know. Good. In that case, is this the place? Yes. We have no idea what Grand Duke Vanya is chronically afflicted with. But I found out from the caretaker that every afternoon at 3, Vanya will leave his own monitoring room and come here to relax. He sunbathes here until sunset. When he has occasional guests, he'll have his dinner right here with them. There's no way we can get close to the Grand Duke's room, but as for here, we're standing right here. Yes, but he won't be without bodyguards. The whole corridor will be sealed off when the time comes. Apart from any guests cleared to be with the Grand Duke, only his medical advisor, as well as the servants, are allowed to enter this area. Even so, the Ursus nobles won't permit the workers to come to this balcony freely. We've already waited for so long. The longer we spend, the riskier this gets. I understand. There has to be some gap. There has to be some opening. The Grand Duke's medical advisors works in shift, so it might be me before we know it. Today or perhaps tomorrow. Lilia, tell me the truth. After the Grand Duke dies, what will you do? Why ask this now? We should be focusing on what's before us. I'm hoping you can answer me with reality. Before we reach Pine Valley, I received one final letter from Vampilor's family. Sergei is still diligently serving Boris, and the city has changed course. Perhaps this is the start of something changing. They killed so many people, yet their conscience is still so clear. They rest so easily. You found out about Sergei's betrayal, but no excuse can bring back the dead. Sergei can't offer any further scientific assistance. Perhaps in a few years, they'll formally call a halt to the project. And then, I just sit back and watch Sergei and Boris continue to collude, to trample over everything. Though Grand Duke Vanya would be dead, you don't plan to stop. There's no way I can pardon Sergei. The first time I met him, Astrov was drunk, hugging me so excitedly, telling me all about how he had such outstanding, excellent colleagues. He looked forward to this project like no one else, and I supported him. I supported him with all I could, even up to now. Director Keltsit, you know everything, don't you? If you won't speak up, I'll return to Chernobog. I'll settle things once and for all. Vampilor's family have an escape route to Sami ready for me, but maybe I wouldn't get the chance to hitchhike with any messengers. And you? I do plan to. Of course. I'm very well aware I'm setting myself alight. So Keltsit, no matter whether you plan to confess all these facts to me or not, at the very least, there's one tiny thing I want you to agree. I know what I'm doing is something insane right now, and I know maybe you're the one in the right. But right now, I only have one request. Look after my daughter. Look after Louisa. The next generation doesn't need to inherit the hassle of hatred. Even if nobody can escape this cycle in the end, at least promise me, Keltsit. Look after her. If you can, please look after Ludmilla too. Dr. Louisa! Dr. Louisa, where are you? Here, please wait one moment. Keltsit, I promise you. This is simply a mother's final wish. I will see Louisa grow up. Thank you. Astrov, the last time he held little Louisa's hand, he told me something, half-jokingly. He said he hoped little Louisa would become a medical researcher just like me, and when Louisa was old enough to go to school, he hoped you'd be her very first teacher. I see. Those were the very last words he said to his daughter before he suddenly went to the institute that night. Actually, yeah, it's quite funny because she put this wish for Keltsit to take care of Ludmilla. But then Keltsit has been I mean, it kind of explains to you why Keltsit never ever killed Crownslayer. She wouldn't, but yes, she has been torturing Crownslayer. Not in a... Oh well, that's the only word I can use. Until Crownslayer finally gave in. Oh, Doctor, here you are. Perfect. If you were any later, the head caretaker would have gone ballistic. Doctor, what's got your eyes all red? Did something happen? Nothing. What's the matter? It's time to make rounds. I wasn't even paying attention. Right, I understand. Is there some kind of commotion over there? Yes, seems some old noblemen's come from afar. Don't know for what. As long as the days go by smooth, that's what matters. Hello. Oh shit! This guy is still alive in this story. Is that Count Boris? Wait, who's she trying to assassinate? She's not trying to assassinate the Count, right? She's trying to assassinate Vanya. Because she thinks that her husband's death is caused by the Vanya, right? The Duke. Oh, but the Duke is no longer alive. Like, the current Duke is not the same. As far as I've read the story, the current Duke of Ursus is not this Vanya. Excuse me. We're currently making rounds. It seems you weren't on the list of scheduled visitors. Can I ask who you are? Just an Ursus citizen here on a whim. Looking to meet a old friend. Do carry on, madam. I hope I don't bother you any of you in your work. Wait, are you off? No, old friend. I'll see you in a bit again. You should be more mindful of your health with winter here. Don't set off that asthma of yours. As you order, madam, I'll be waiting in the hall. Minister Witt, do watch out. Sorry. The Grand Duke didn't know that you were visiting. It's our negligence on the job to blame. As a token of apology, the Grand Duke would like you to have dinner with him. We hope you understand. The Grand Duke is ill, and if not for that, he would have greeted you himself. I'm sorry. I'm greatly sorry. What's wrong with you? In the presence of the minister? Nothing. Just some alcohol spilled on the bed sheets. Wait. Oh, shh. There's 3 different people here. Ursus officer? Okay. Calm down, madam. What happened? I'm sorry. The cap on the isopropyl bottle was too tight, and I applied too much force. You could have just asked someone to help. So sorry. I'll go and fetch a towel right now. For her. As for the Grand Duke's invitation, I do regret that my messenger is still waiting for me, and I can't stay so long. So pass the message on to Vanya. Tell him to rest up with a peace of mind here. Though he should remember, also, that this is a meritorious place for those Our Majesty gives favor, and not another social hub for the nobility to mingle in. Got it. If you could just hold on, the Grand Duke will be very sad to hear. This is official business. If I have to choose between Our Majesty and the Grand Duke, I'm forced to wrong the Grand Duke Vanya. You should have spoken sooner. If that's so, the Grand Duke will surely empathize with you. May your road be evergreen. Send him my regards. Dr. Louisa, what's wrong? Katsit, who is he? Viscount Islam Witt. You recognize him? Ursa's new Minister of Finance, a fresh noble with deep favor from the Emperor. It's alright, Dr. Louisa. I have only surface knowledge of his character, and don't know specifically how he made his fortune. But what I do know is, he's a present pillar for who the Emperor of Ursus has personally assisted. And young elites like him can only have their sights set on the whole of Ursus. To the waves of crisis crashing against the Empire, the crisis of Chernobog are mere tiny ripples. Even the Grand Duke of Ursus. Hold on. The Minister of Finance came to Pine Valley, yet has no armed entourage. I don't think so. Wow, this story is very heavy. Quite long and heavy. Like, my brain is still trying to like eat up the details of the people being mentioned and like the premise. It's very yappy. It's yappy, but I'm not saying, I don't think it's like purposes yap. Some yes, but like, well, I cannot like, my brain is really trying to like tie the strings together of what's going on. I feel like literally when I finish the story later, I'm gonna sit. "13 years ago. Oh, wait. This is way past. Damn. Okay. What a splendid blizzard eve! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, please come in. Allow the servants to brush the snow off your tops and thaw yourselves by the brazier. A good evening to you, Count. Truly a magnificent story. This is... Welcome, welcome, Lady Diana. To meet you on the eve of the new year is my honor entirely. Nonsense. Now, take a look, Count. I have a present for you, all the way from Kazimierz. What a beautiful pendant! My greatest thanks, Lady Diana, and send my well wishes to your husband. Now hurry along inside, we can't have the snow burying your gorgeous looks. You speak as fine a line as ever. Oh, look who's here, if it isn't our Baron of Rye. I could never show the title as hefty as Baron, but here I am anyways, the pure nerve. See what you're saying, we all respect you from the bottom of our hearts. Who spurns the man who feeds his people well? You're quite right. Once harvest comes next year, I'd be honored if you visit my humble home. The tallest windmills in Toron, the scent of flour everywhere. A stay sure to enchant you, if I do say so myself. Quite good. This blizzard shall pass, and next year we'll come trotting in right behind it with fine, fine harvests. My gratitude for your kind words. Head in and warm yourself up now. We're serving this spice bread you so love tonight. Of course, baked with most exquisite, fragrant flour, all sourced from your farms. How about you? Won't you come in? It's almost time. Let your good servants welcome the remaining guests. Perhaps you speak some sense, but no matter. I like to greet my invitees personally. They're all the most adorable people, whether noble or merchant, cleric or soldier. Toron is a fine, fine place, isn't it? Why, you character, you. Now let me see. We still have the Mr. and Mrs. Arizona, that admirable lighthouse operator, and... I'd heard from my most venerable fellow student, that gifted orator Thompson, that he had recently taken ill. And I couldn't brook the thought of him facing a blizzard for a banquet. Hence my specifically sending for a messenger to send him my well wishes. And yet imagine my surprise to see what seems to be a sneaky darling of a messenger right here. Here. Mistress Heidi, how long since we last met? Uncle Vincent, don't ruffle up my hair. I had to spend so long making it. Fine. Little Heidi, you've grown so much. What a dashing lady you are now. However, your father never sent word you'd be arriving today. Be candid with your uncle now. How you come on the sly? And I say you're still quite young. If your father saw your dress tonight, you'd be in for the neck, wouldn't you? Uncle, I'd hate him nagging at me. That's why I slipped off in the first place. Oh, I need to... Wait, I can give Heidi a better voice. How do I do this? Okay. Oh, Zun voice. Yeah, I kind of want to go for that, maybe, but I'm trying. I heard you called out a gallery of VIPs and bright minds tonight, and I couldn't help my curiosity. Not to mention, my papa always wanted wants me to broaden my scope, get out beyond the classroom, and isn't this the finest opportunity? And you swear you're not here to see the boys hoping for a chance meeting. You know, your father's told me you've been absorbed in all those tall dry romance novels lately, and it's been worrying him so. How could I? I'm not such a naive girl now. Your father worded it very well. Romanticism is all and well, but writing aiming to be consumed, pulling wool over the truths of life, and so as to carry favors with readers and wring the last drop of worth from its material. There's nothing of value in it. In that regard, all of Toron ought to be learning from your father. Uncle, let's drop the subject now. I feel embarrassed hearing this. And honestly, my papa, telling people off left and right when he was young, and in the end, he made himself a businessman, made himself a large fortune. The old guard in the association constantly joke about him. It drives me mad. Some things up life's sleeves and you can't just refuse. Oh well, imagine Thompson did it for you two ladies. Back when he was younger, he'd find any chance to grumble about his unrecognized talent to me. How's his health been lately? Just his chronic pains. Once winter's gone, he'll be live and well as ever. So you availed yourself while your parents couldn't watch you, made off with your mother's clothes and came to join the festivities. Right, no, I came on educational purposes, just as my father guided me. Heidi. How about you just never saw me? You've been quite too headstrong this time. Look at this awful snow today. Just suppose something had happened to you on the way. How would I ever explain to your father? Well, Uncle, you see, it's so late now anyways. I can't just find a car and head back now, can I? Oh dear child. Quick, in. Don't you freeze now. Hooray! You're the best, Uncle. But who are you still waiting for? Is there still some guest noble enough to wait like a snowman at the door? Quite. An outstanding Laterano cleric. Last year, your aunt caught some illness unawares, had a fever that wouldn't abate, and it's thanks to that cleric that it vanished. We struck up Concord afterwards, and I paid frequent visits. This cleric's not just fine with medicine, but has original views on all walks of life. Truly a mind-opener. Well, if you vouch for them like this, they must be really incredible, right? But of course, if a person of those talents could swear loyalty to the Vincent family, it'd bring a deal of vigor to building this local land. I even had every intent to invite that cleric along with as a friend on my journey to Londinium, and your aunt would have appreciated the diversion. But would you know our rotten luck? Out on business. So today, mark my words, I'll be introducing this insightful scholar to one and all. Uncle, is that Laterano cleric a gentleman by any chance? A refined, mannerly sancta maybe? On the older side, or... There it is, you little scam, swearing your pure intentions even. Just asking. Don't get too excited. She is a meritorious woman. She isn't a sancta. Very rare to see, but she'd all suggest she's a flea-line cleric. I truly do appreciate people like her. Uncle, I didn't hear any of that, and I won't breathe a word to Auntie. You can cross my heart. And what silly ideas have you gotten? I really ought to make Thompson give you a proper word or three. Holy shit. My apologies, Sir Vincent. Might I have arrived late? Cleric Keltsit, you're finally here! Oh, your mode of dress! I was deeply honored by your invitation, but with sudden matters to attend to, the monastery could not prepare suitable an evening attire for me. They only found this outfit buried in the storeroom. I hope you shan't mind. Oh, quite naturally, I shan't. I'd go so as far to say that your attire is utterly formidably gallant. Oh, gallant, sorry. Heidi, you don't just stand there. Here, this is Cleric Keltsit. Give her a greeting and then hurry inside quickly. Heidi? Miss Heidi, it's good to meet you. I'm Heidi. I know it already. An adorable name. So you're Eric? That's it, right? I often hear my uncle mention you. The pleasure is mine. Eric Keltsit, I imagine you know of Mr. Thompson too. Quite, this is Heidi Thompson before you, that strange fellow's daughter. I see. Your father is a person worthy of respect. Right then, do come in, cleric. Thank you again for your generosity, Sir Vincent. Oh, no, the Count went to Londinium. Have you ever been in that city before? Don't remind me, I once had everything packed up ready and then a catastrophe messenger came trotting along to say, the roads ahead's blocked, you all can go back. I was beside myself returning home, immediately had a great bout of illness. Oh my, how dearly wrenched. Is that auspicious boy coming today? I have a few words I wrote in private, and I thought he could do the honor of appraising them. Perish the thought. Have you forgotten just how many manuscripts from Thinkers Thompson torn up in front of the Count? Oh, I remember. Thompson's ruthless. He even said himself, the clash of ideas ought to be a ruthless thing. Truly frightening he is. It's not a be-all nor end-all to show off. My, but the charm's all in young men like that, isn't it? Metal to test, romantic and free. Of course I admit, I once admired Thompson for those qualities, but in front of the Count, Thompson still can't shake off his own deliberate arrogance. Deliberate? Thompson? Isn't it obvious? He regards our esteemed Count after all. Forget just nobility and status. In these last years, the Count's governed his land with perfect order. It's plain for all of us to see. Oh, Toron's not its land in name, mine. It's all for us to manage. But I'll admit the Count deserves his reputation for leading. I do have to respect the man. And lest we forget, he's had multiple invitations to the gatherings at Londinium. Don't you think our little place, allow me to admit our border situation, deserves some sense of pride? Nobles. Let's not make the topic so stiff. We're all people of Victoria, aren't we? People! If ever since that outrageous hanging, we can barely claim to know whose people we are. Simmer down. We all regret our Majesty's departure, but we can still drink a few toasts here today, you see. In other words, today's a happy day. Don't bring up anything so frightful. Look, here comes the Count. I overheard your conversation. Very intriguing, Richard. I'd much like to take a look at your writings. Oh, poppycock. Good Count. In comparison to you, my little effort pales like a man under a skyscraper. That's right, Vincent. Hurry and tell us of your trip to Londinium. Let us all hear it. Who did you meet? Any Grand Dukes of living legend? In due time, everyone, in due time. The night has just begun. Don't forget, today is a day for festival celebration. Allow me to introduce you to two special guests of ours. Cleric Keltsit, do come. Good evening, honorable guests. Allow me to give my most sincere respects to you all. What? Now, your appearance! You're a lady. Oh, what a mighty shame. I think it's not that much of a shame at all. Cleric Keltsit, good evening. Oh, Cleric Keltsit, I believe I remember the Count speaking of you. I hear you treated his wife, and so garnered his good favor. With regards to the Count's wife, there was no light affair. Do tell us about where you're from. Laterano clerics who aren't secta are so rare. Let alone one so charming as you. Beautiful miss, where do you come from, and where will you go? Aren't I the one asking? Don't you interrupt. The Count gives word that you're a pillar of talent. Do you have any inclination of philosophy or the arts? Any unique insights, perhaps? You flatter me. It was only a chance I aided the Count's wife. I have the distinction of his recognition after all. Oh, if you're familiar with the Count, surely you know Sir Thompson too then. Of course, Sir Thompson is a rarity of a scholar in Torrent. I often hear the Count talk of him. Then things couldn't align better. Servant, Please fetch me the wine I brought. I wish to have a proper causerie with the Count and the Cleric. Don't you dominate our story, you egomaniac! Can't we all just chat about something fun? For example, that fashion walk at Londinium. Fine by me. Everyone, just let me rest my legs for a while here. I'll be soaking in the knowledge. Now, aren't you a lazy one? Your estate would be doubled by now if not for that. 3 wineries still isn't enough. Oh right, you mentioned you had another guest. I don't know if... Good evening, Misters and Mrs. Heidi, what are you doing here? Little Heidi, you're very prettily dressed today. That bastard Thompson. I fear for all my life it's children alone where I'll never compare to him. Now, Heidi isn't even of drinking age. None of you hand her a wine glass. Servants, if you could pour her cream soda. Don't always treat me like a child, Uncle Vincent. But drinking laws are drinking laws. Your father specifically warned me. After all, you're at that age. Alright. Strike the cream soda and replace it with ginger ale. I don't need you to coddle me like this. Little Heidi's eager to grow up. It's sad. No father wants to see his daughter grow up this quickly. I was like that at her age too. Only wanted to buy some jewelry, and my father gave me a tongue lashing for it. Even if you won't let me drink, at least... Can I join the dinner party? Let's see. I'll sit right here. It would be my honor, Miss Heidi. Allow me to hold your head for you. I'll be fine with it. Good then. Heidi, don't forget that you came here tonight in secret. In a while, you'll be good and sleep for the night upstairs. You dress very much like your mother, girl. But right now... Kelsit, do you think I'm still a child too? To you, I see no reason why it should matter. Let me pour your glass for you. Here's your ginger ale. Thank you. Is it to your liking? It's actually quite a nice drink. Oh my, there's no alcohol in ginger ale, is there? What's got on your face so red? The girls wary of strangers. It's nothing new. Come friends, seeing as we're all present, let us officially begin. You're most correct. The height of Litanians' arts capture all hearts alike. But those Litanians are far too pompous about themselves. What affords them to look down on us? Litanian? Oh, Litanian. They've had too much misfortune. I haven't stopped hearing Witch King stories since I was a baby. Who knows if the twin empresses will have managed to sort out that king by the time I visit the place? Who would visit knowing the terror of the Witch King? Unlike the monarchs who ascended young, the Witch King became emperor at nearly 50 years of age, and then governed Litanium for many more. Undoubtedly, the Witch King is the greatest caster in all our lands. He turned himself into a freak of nature. He's just like those horrible stories depicted him. His horns all bent into strange shapes, emitting this strange energy. Oh, I've never seen the Witch King shown in the newspaper before. Ugh. Sorry there, this wine is just too fine. But I've seen photos of the twin empresses, come to think of it. One gleaming gold, one dark as night. Litanian is in flux. Presumably, the Witch King rarely leaves his tower. From start to finish, he's gazed dispassionately at Litanian, and even when he grunts an audience, it's as he casts a grand shadow from atop his tower. Yet the last time he touched the ground, he was morphed beyond recognition. His wretchedness, his 2 horns cut off by the twin empresses apiece, drew true sighs of lament. The full picture of that coup d'etat is still unclear to us, but to my knowledge, even our most heroically adored wanderer would never match the Witch King's true strength. This being why, when the Empress's voice arrived at the victorious escorted by the knights, the Grand Dukes were all still willing to suspend their quarrels and treat each other with respect. Pardon! It seems as though you've been to Londinium before. I arrived from there. It was a local sancta enlightening me that led me on this path. Haha, Kelsit, didn't I say? These are all wonderful friends of mine. See just how popular you are. Truth is, I have a girl about the same age as you. She only knows how to splash my hard-earned money away all the damn day. How nice it'd be if she could learn from you. Getting to know you tonight has been truly a wonderful time. Can I ask if you're still single, dear Keltsit? Cleric Keltsit? Oh, Heidi, don't cut in so randomly. You should be heading upstairs to turn in about now. Allow her to speak, Count. In this day and age, children are always much more mature than we imagine. Cleric Keltsit, can I ask you if you've been to Ursus before? Oh, that nation rife with rebellion and violence! When I was studying abroad, I spent some time at deity Griffelberg. Are you interested in Ursus? Yes! Papa once gave me a few books to read by an Ursus author. Ursus only ever produces two kinds of art, raucous sensationalism or true eternal greats. If Thomson liked it, chances are it was the latter, wasn't it? You lot really do trust him. Papa really put him on high esteem. He even wants to go to deity Griffelberg himself to visit him, but business always meant he had to put it off, and this year with his own injuries flaring up again, he wasn't able to go. Your father was injured. That's right, he broke his knee, and then put off surgery for so long that it's not fully treated. I warned him. No matter what happened last, and no idea what happened last year, he came scrambling back with wounds all over, and all he said was he ran into a robber and dropped off a cliff. Wasn't interested in saying much else. Do you want to go to Ursus, Miss Heidi? Now that won't do. The death of the last emperor and the rebellions had a profound effect on the country. Should you want to study there, you'd have to do well to wait for a few years first. I'm just talking about it. What impression do you have of the country? I'll tell you a story. It's a story of how Ursus' Sixth Army were annihilated without a trace by a bottle of vodka. Well, this rumor doesn't sound plausible at all. When any event is boiled down to its cause, its conclusions tend to sound unexpected. We're all used to the process, aren't we? That does make sense. It began with a ruffian from the army collecting rent in one of their garrison's region, and without realizing, he menaced a noble. The act fermented the whole way throughout. The Sixth Army then were always considered utterly corrupt. The old noble's power rooted too deep, while the Fifth Army were unconditionally obedient to the young emperor and the brand new state council. We have no way to know for sure who fired the first shot, but as for the outcome, the Fifth Army ultimately seized the chance to revolt, and in between two cities' paths started a direct firefight with the Sixth Army. The prologue to the Great Rebellion comes in many editions. I've definitely heard a few things of the Sixth Army very deeds. They fought just like that. If it were that simple, then it wouldn't have been dubbed the Great Rebellion. Being a border guard outfit, the Fourth Army, with a domain of authority and influence decidedly not in the hinterlands, suddenly switched sides to support the State Council, and proactively declared no relationship to the traitors in the Sixth Army. After the execution of a few prepared scapegoats, the old nobility had only the Sixth and Eighth Army left in hand. Come winter the following year, the nobility backing the Eighth Army pulled the same trick, capitulating alike to the emperor. And so, the bitter fate of the Sixth Army, who had staked it all on one throw, we can all imagine well. And the cause of all of this, very simple, one we all know, simply a drunk ruffian, taking the vodka bottle he had in hand to attack a young noble. A marvelous story, Cleric Keltsit, and might I even confirm, this tale is a little removed from the reality at all. Heidi, I will not tell you that this is how Ursus is. Every civilization in this world deserves you seeing it for itself. They should be appreciated, and have to be reflected upon. In that Ursus you admire, what have you seen? Perhaps the farms and public houses, perhaps the grand heroes, perhaps the highs and lows of the life of deity Griffelberg's Opera House. But what I've seen is the Great Rebellion's aftermath, an age on the verge of collapse. Might Victoria have such an age of its own someday? I will not guarantee it either way, Miss Heidi. How could it? Here, you little child! Are you afraid now because of Cleric Keltsit's smidgen story of Ursus? I've no intent to insult the Ursus people, but the empire of Ursus is unarguably a savage, unreasonable nation. But right now, isn't Londinium just as... Don't even say that! Though it pains us all that it happened, did Victoria waver for even a moment? Alright, come. Seeing as the topics come around, I think it's high time you told us about that trip to Londinium, yes. That's what we're most interested in. What high nobility did you meet? I'd be honored to tell. Truth is on the way. The Duke of Normandy personally invited me to a shindig, together at his flagship. What? And you managed to keep from telling us all the way to today? It was the Duke of Normandy himself. He always did detest Latanians. Did he and his envoys of the Empress's voice have a scuffle? No. But by his retainer's words, the good Duke never once made eye contact with those gorgeous envoys that evening. Aha! Now that's the proper manner of a Duke. Us theatrical Grand Dukes might number more in hundreds than tens. Alright, maybe not that many, but they are quite unchecked, and if I might add, somewhat incompetent too. That's a form of arrogance, but if I must say, everyone who's experienced the Londinium manner for themselves would echo the sentiment. I trust the Duke of Normandy need only rely on his power to make those Latanian greed-blinded extremists know their place for a few dozen years, let alone the fact with certainly more than a single Duke. Duck it out, Heidi. No. I'm still thinking about what Cleric Kelsit said. Could I talk alone with her for a bit? Oh, if we were to talk Lumbinium without Kelsit, it would certainly be much duller. You flatter me. Now, no rush. I see the Baron of Rye is calling at me, so I'll need to chit-chat with him for now. I assure you, I'll be back shortly to tell the full tale. Does this all bore you, Miss Heidi? No, it doesn't. I'm alright. Fine. It's just, I thought we'd talk more about poetry or the wheat harvest, but it turns out not. Sick of foreign politics. It's what tonight's dinner party was meant for. I can see. You also consider it somewhat boring, don't you? You understand more than anyone. And you can't stand all those people in the giggling gaggle around Uncle Vincent, correct? You seem to have some misunderstanding about me. We only met tonight, didn't we? You're right, Cleric Kelsit. You can just call me Kelsit. Then, Kelsit, would you walk with me? In a while longer, Uncle Vincent will have sent me off into the loft. I certainly don't want to go to bed this early. The snow seems to have gotten heavier. Would you mind that? I wouldn't. Allow me to accompany you. What a snowstorm! The biggest one in recent years. I like the snow, Kelsit, and I like my home too. I know. How cold. Everyone's all huddling inside by the fireplace. It's just us two now, Kelsit. Kelsit, it's so difficult to be alone with you. You're yet young, Heidi. Your father shouldn't have let you get so involved easily. But that's what I wanted, Kelsit. I wish to do something or other, instead of hiding in the warm house, gazing out, just as a child would. When winter truly comes, would a single oak of Victorious be spared from the blizzard? Then that being the case, we should prepare early. You resemble your father greatly. Is that a compliment? Let's say it is. Nobody should find us here. Now I can hand these letters to you. Your father's intelligence operatives are never late. They're the best passengers, workers and aspirants in all of Victoria. Except this time. Something happened? The young Heidi makes not an innocent step more. She's right. Before upheaval arrives, the young must always be the soonest to prepare. There are 2 letters, Dame Kelsit. One from all of Victoria, and another from Catzel. Oh! Well, we all think that he's there to have a personal time, but she was also there to just handle some letter handouts as a messenger, I assume. I don't think it's her personal letter. I think this must be something important. Since I was still in the... Oh my god. So we're still in the current story, and then we're gonna go back to Sargon. We're not at the midway point yet. I guess this is the midway point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this is the midway point. Okay, I want to read it, but I need the toilet. So give me a while.
Ciao, Doctor.
I want to play a stage. I'll play a stage for fun. Let me use my... Do I know who the letter was for? Of course I don't.
No time to waste.
Please adjust your facial muscles to make your expressions as friendly as possible. That is the thesis to the completion of my mission, maximally utilizing non-violent persuasion.
ちょっと言いにくいんだけど、私が巻き起こ
Jim.
已到达观察点。
No one can see me. Here's a memento. That will slow them down.
I take a slightly tiny break. But in the meantime, as I take the break... what do I think about this story? Oh, it's heavy as hell.
Right behind you.
I mean, it feels like a teaser for other stories, but it's also like the starting explanation, I assume. The starting explanation of certain stories.
In questa lotta non ci sono esplosioni né tifo. C'è qualcosa che non va.
Just how many stories does this one link to?
Starò meglio dopo aver bevuto qualcosa.
Also, what's the before and after event of Walk in the Dust? Oh wait, did we get a switch in order in Ian? In terms of like how these stories were released? What was the CN order? And then was Ian order the same? This was after Arknights? Damn. Walk in the Dust to Arknights? This one had no switch. Okay. Wait, let me just consume a bread real quick. I'm definitely killing my voice with this reading. But I'm enjoying the story. I think it's nicely written. A lot of what the hell is going on. And I love reading stories with what the hell is going on. Combined total words of these two stories? Under 45,000? That Walk in the Dust is the bulky one compared to this. 6 stories. What is Vigilo about? Wow. Wait, Vigilo exposes Teresa? "17 years ago? Am I reading this right? Wait, I continued correctly, right? It TP back into the previous story? I think so. God damn, Walk in the Dust is a three-way storyline. You have 17 years ago, 13 years ago, and current. An old friend. Are you feeling better now? No, you lie down. I'm just here to see you. I'll be leaving soon after. A burden bee's work is never done, and the one who saddled me was myself, Suput. What? Not of course. To you, I'm still the same young lad, you know. Not the Minister of Finance. What's the point in fiddling with ranks? We're all here to give our strength to the Earth's vast land, striving for the truly honorable future of our Majesty ambitions. We're all His Majesty's people, the few who've forgotten, still living in the violent past, will sooner or later become orphans of Arknight convention. Sorry, it seems government business has built up some steam in me. Don't worry, I can see how my colleagues and fellow strivers are strong in spirit. And I can see how the rot in the rotten eats away at themselves. We'll be victorious. Those loudmouth nobles in the army, saying and those woodworms will soon be dust at His Majesty's feet, and we'll sweep them out of his way. That's right. The State Council is changing. We'll take everything in the recess, everything His Majesty's back from those unthinking, undoing aristocrats' heads. We'll tear the olden days to shreds, savage them, profane them. We must open a new way for Ursus. Oh friend, I will do it. We all will do it. Even if it takes our whole lives. Ursus needs change.
Today? The original plan was next week, but today is the best chance. I just heard the head caretaker say the Minister of Finance arrival is clearly intended to rattle that spineless coward. Though the Minister was unwilling to meet him, he was at least willing to move himself. He's frightened, and fear will make him show openings. His guard might not have been able to arrange for this sudden meeting in time, but he had no choice except show himself before us as hastily as possible. With another Ursus VIP visiting, opting to assassinate the Grand Duke is an extremely risky idea. But this place has never been empty of major players, and I can count the number of times the Grand Duke left his area alone on one hand. We're still not certain enough. I'm still not certain enough. But I trust you are. I've wanted to believe, even, that you could always do it. Tell me, do you still have any misgivings? I'll settle them for you, even if I... Lilia, my greatest misgiving is whether you'll live well, as I hope for you to. No matter how you regard what I say next, I still must recognize, in Chernobog, all those youngest, richly idealistic, most ardent scientists all gave their lives. I'm not willing to see them die. Lilia, I regard you in the same way right now. I can't do that, Keltsit. After this is over, I'll make for Syracuse, then on to Victoria. If you come with me and don't continue with your plans in Chernobog, then you don't have to die. I can't bear traitors stamping footprints on my husband's striped blood, not for even 1 second. You're very selfish. I am. So don't you forget my most selfish request of all. Look after my daughter, and if she's willing, teach her medicine. You can surely live on without it. Oh, friend. Winter this year is very cold, but I trust spring will be warm as it ever was. I still remember the day that we first met was at the beginning of spring. The standing this speech was so brimming with passion. You didn't cheer, nor did you bellow. We noticed each other when our eyes met, and of course others too. No one felt any pride in the successful invasion. Those cheering and revering the former emperor's glory, unable to even see the barren land they stood on, having allowed no one else to survive. Wait, is spring coming? Who's saying this? I do not know, old friend. Perhaps. Spring this year may come slightly early, but my catastrophe messenger tells me, following a fierce catastrophe up north, it may be cooler after some days. Perhaps we may even return to winter. None of us like winter, do we? I don't like it either, oh mate. But use it warm me up. Oh, sorry, warm. That completely changes the meaning of the line if that's what he said. But you did warn me. Perhaps I should give up the bottle. I shouldn't be weathering winter with drink. All it does is numb. Drunkenness might get me frostbitten. But winter won't last too long. Just the fall-up of a calamity. This is an eternal rest, the most secure method, completely effective, and not so fast-acting it gives us nowhere to run. Have you fully prepared our retreat? From the day we arrived, I had already finished preparing everything. Perhaps we won't have much time. I understand that, but if we just do just like we practice, we should have plenty of... No. We've taken this sanatorium as far too simple of a place. Your plan doesn't need to change. Leave everything afterwards for me to handle. What did you find out? Monster discovered traces of the enemy or hibernating. Have you heard of the Grand Duke having dealings with other Ursas or powers of Ursas, or not? No, he's been content here all this time. Monster, is that the pet of yours? What did it see? Some Ursa's folk legend? I cannot realistically tell you the facts. That would only shrink our chances to survival to the minimum. Ursa's has many means. Fear becomes a lure. Investigating this will only serve to affect your judgment. Trust me. Alright, it's about time now. See the blonde feline carrying a bag? He's the Grand Duke's private doctor. What can a Grand Duke accomplish? Look at these fellows stuck in their old ways. Of course, the moment that half-blinded governor knelt in front of His Majesty, he ceased to be any more of a threat. He's very smart, choosing when it's suited to save his own skin. Nothing like some people, putting up last stands for their own selfish gains, even squandering what little life power Ursus had left to deal with the aftermath of the rebellions. It grieves me so, though I'm no military leader, whenever I see our motherland's production at a standstill, the economy in decline, I lament deep and deeper. Did His Majesty pardon these opportunists? They'd put their own interests above His Majesty's and Ursus with just 1 inch of slack and 1 heartbeat. Zone condemn His Majesty's benevolence, compared to putting up with a few shrewd but provisionally loyal nobles. What we truly cannot bear is continuing our endless internal friction. We must think of ways to pull out the weeds and pests. We must sow the seeds. We must, when spring comes again, seize the new buds. For this I've strived. Please pardon my language. I very rarely say such things, but I swear upon His Majesty, I do feel pride in my own present status. Oh friend, be reassured. Those sacrificed cannot complete their undertaking. or those who survive will keep trying and trying. His Majesty will bring us a new future to Ursus. Even the most stubborn nobles, and those twisted deities, and those monsters planted in the darkest corners of our motherland, they all must fear. They all must fear our Emperor. My duty is simply to ensure this. Did the caretaker not tell you? Grand Duke Vanya has requisitioned. What the hell is that word? I mean, that's a not common word. Requisition this place, and no one is to come here. I'm the doctor on shift today. I'm the Grand Duke's medical consultant, by all rights. This is my work permit. You're new here? Yes. Grand Duke Vanya's doctor on duty is his private doctor. It's an unwritten rule. Lucky you. You pretty much got a vacation today. Seeing as it's your first time, I won't blame you. But wander around this corridor again, and your death will not be pretty. Now cut out. Find somewhere to spend your vacation while you have it. It's me. Not much. See Doctor on shift at the retreat. I'll get them out of here. What? The quack's vanished. But it'd be dangerous to... The Minister for Finance is here. I know. You two. Oh. Yes, we're listening to you. Can I ask if something's the matter? Come with me. Listen, no matter what you find, it's because of the Grand Duke's some old problems. Don't make a fuss over nothing. Be dependable. Take care of him properly. Get out quickly after the sundown and don't disturb his peace. Treat him properly and you'll be rewarded amply. Enough for poor people like you to live happily for a long time. Thank you kindly. We're honored to have this chance. Keltsit, where's your thanks? Right. Thank you kindly, good sir. Country people, don't mess this up. We'll pay full attention. Hold it. It's always been one person going in alone. We can't make an exception this time, or the Grandiose will turn his rage on us. Let this servant go in. But sir, I'm the doctor here. We prepare the medicine the Grand Duke's take. You stay here and just wait. If anything happens, go in it. I don't understand. I ain't saying to wait here for 3 hours on standby. And then you cannot be in there for more than 10 minutes. If you take too long, no matter why, you will not leave alive. Search and then let this servant go in first. As you command. Grand Duke. With his back to the light sits an old man. Lies an old man. He does not move, his breathing tranquil, gazing into the far distance. Is it the doctor? No, I am only a servant. Alright, come closer. As you command. Are you Ursus? No. Lower your head. Let me feel your face. As you command. Ah, Valpo. Let me feel an adorable race. Are your eyes sighted? Yes, a problem from last month. I am due to die. Suppose it today, suppose it tomorrow. So you have come in vain, child. They won't allow the doctor in. They're murdering me. Won't you protest? You are a Grand Duke. Exactly why. I am powerless to resist Ursus. I have since accepted that. How is the water today? I can feel the sunshine turning warm now. Not a cloud in sight, Grand Duke. Not a cloud in sight. It's been long since the last day like this. Do you feel despair? Despair? Despair is but a passerby of the start. Our endless lives are always suffused with an emotion. It neither induces despair nor makes your life bottomless joy. We all are living in compromise. Some would call it apathy, and some would say, I am simply reaping what I sowed. Yes, the weather is warming. The gust of wind just now failed to chill me to the bone. Who sent you, young lady? You've already surmised. You are not astonished. Say, I thought that some failure like myself would have been scapegoated in the limelight, forever looked down on by the young. I've never looked down on a single person, let alone you, a Grand Duke of Ursus. Of course you wouldn't tell me honestly, as would be expected. Let me take a guess. The Minister of Finance. No. He and my affairs are entirely unrelated. He does not possess this kind of finesse to interfere with other station. If it were his idea, I would rather did his idea. Well then, was it some woodworm in the army? Those old timid, cowardly bastards. Not some either, not some. They have simpler ways. Let me guess, young one, who sent you here? Are you still there, young one? I am. Was it His Majesty's idea? His Majesty wants an arrogant fool like me to pay the price for his own stupid actions. Oh, I knew that evening was not but a nightmare. Do you know how it feels to be blind in both eyes? From that dark view I had long been used to, I felt some warped thing squirming. The other sensation of fear. You mean the fear that cannot even be concealed by blindness? Oh, is this like younger him? That was the Royal Guard's will, young one. That evening. Oh no, this is not. This is Emperor's Blade. The Emperor's Blade was only a step away from my throat. What? A paring knife. Let me do it. The journey will be very tight, but if I don't even have the time to peel an apple for my friend, I can't help but be disillusioned. How could I let the Minister of Finance do some odd chore like this? What does that mean? Are you mocking me? Perhaps a Minister of Finance should not hold a knife. You should focus on something else. Don't joke with me, old friend. I'm just peeling an apple. Don't tell me you're about to rave superstitious of me. Look, how fresh these fruits are here at the retreat are. These will be good for your health too. No, wait. My friend, give me the knife. Perhaps I'm due for some exercise, so as not to rust myself away. You're so feeble. You might cut your own hand open. Surely, you don't feel a staff officer of the army of Ursus would lack the strength for even a paring knife. No, I don't think that. Fine. Oh friend, here's the knife. Be very careful. What are you... Doctor! What are you doing? Why treat yourself like this? Cutting your own finger, Doctor! Wait, don't worry. This doesn't hurt like you imagine. My year-round pains have already accustomed me. Don't hurry off now. Listen to me first. Look, wait. On my right hand, the racket of artillery gunfire shook off some fingers. Kashmir's people lopped my right thumb off, and a Higashi assassin made off with half my pointer. I've always felt my right hand was undersold. Wait, taken simply for a knife hand, it fell to such treatment. Now I've cut off my left hand pointer. Here, both my hands are no longer sound. Very fair. What is all this for? Tell me, Wit, from Ursus Wars, these squalor scars that I've once regarded with as an honor of my life, do they truly have any glory to speak of? I don't need you to answer me. It's a trifling thing, but see, my fresh wound, blood dripping. This was all done by my own will. It awakens me from my grave affliction, allows me to converse with you again. Wait, you return to the deity Grifferberg, right? You will soon or later return. Back to that grand city. Take a piece of my form, my constitution with you. My body was scattered about in campaigns, subjected to ruin, but only this piece of flesh was separated by my own will. I have no children, but this pointer finger jeered at my foolishness. Go on, This pointer finger is the only flesh I have birthed. Take it to deity Grifferberg, bury it in your garden, or in the flower pot by the street, and may live in the earth of Zeti's Grifferberg. Or let my flesh be one with Ursus. Take me to deity Grifferberg, to the heart of what all generations have defended, to the heart of Ursus. What's with all the people running around today? A flock of idiots who don't know the rules. Stay here. Don't move. I'm taking a loot. I don't know what Kels is doing in there. We don't have much time. Hey, you. Back to room 116. What? But my helper is still in... A servant is enough either way here. No need for a doctor. This is the Minister's of Finance's request. If you upset the Minister, we'll never survive it. Now leave. You want to see the gallows? Yes. Sorry. I'm going now. Right now. That's it, quick.
Young one. Wait, so who is Wit talking to? Is Wit not talking to Vanya here, but is this like a flashback? Or is Wit talking to someone different? It's a random old person, so it's not Vanya. But it's in the same place.
Young one, come, sit here. What's your name?
Kelsit.
That is neither a nom de grey or nom de plume, correct? I can hear, from the manner in which you introduce yourself, I can hear. You love this name, don't you, Kelsit? Hard to say. We don't have long, Grand Duke. In a short moment, your guards will come charging in here. It seems I must make space for the assassin after my own life. My communicator should be right by my side. Here it is. What a prudent murder. Just when did you pilfer it? Please give it to me. Thank you for your trust, young one. You make such ease of it. No matter who sent you, I trust you'll become one vastly capable. Sir, this is a servant of the retreat who hails from my homeland. I wish to chat with her further. Do not disturb us until I give this order. Trespassers are in violation of military order. Do you understand? Good. Where's your homeland? Right on the other side of Pine Valley. Are you so willing to trust me because you have all your means well prepared? Even if they came charging in, you could still escape unscathed, couldn't you? I will not answer that. Or you really aren't from the Royal Guard. You are neither twisted nor tolerable. How could the Royal Guard leave their works to others? They are Ursa's most selfless monitors. Only those capable of being weighed on the scales will the Royal Guard look at with value. Alright, I've lost, young one. I cannot guess at your oh-so mysterious past. Why have you come? My duty lies here. Kelsit, will I pass away peacefully? Yuan, the drug will slowly erode your nervous system. You'll fall asleep as though entering a coma and never wake up. To an old soul plagued by illness, this may even be considered a favor. I thank you. I've been meaning to ask, are you a doctor, a scientist? Do you have a shining pair of eyes? Do the odors of medicine cling to your fingers? So, hold on. Did you come for that affair in Chernobog? Kelsit, the director who died in the infernal that day. Was that the name? If you truly remember every sacrifice, then perhaps I'm unable to escape the all-seeing eye of Ursus. Ah, it's you. You're the very Kelsit. How strange that you hid from the secret police. What's more, and stole into this place without even changing a name. How did you do it? There are always ways, Grand Duke. Some want me dead, some do not. I thought you were a scientist, ones that should not be so easily fooled. Could it be some have paid you off, some exploited your vengeful rage, so as to have killed me? I believe I have no comment, Your Grace. It is time. I will inject the drug. You have signed my death warrant. Very good. This may be leagues simpler than such torture. It's done, Your Grace. How much time do I have left? 15 minutes, Your Grace. Tell me, young one, is the scenery before me very beautiful? All the land is budding, and the sunshine will feed it, filling it with hope. Is it beautiful? It's a magnificent scene, but this magnificence is trivially ordinary to us. Young ones always are so good with words. How many of our people could ever see this view? That's right. Flowers. My flowers. I scattered seeds. As they've sprouted. As they begun to bud. These eyes of mine, so ruined, could not even persevere long enough to see them bloom. So far, at least, you're out of luck. It seems the Empire winter was detrimental to the growth of these ornament plants. They can't bloom here. In this boundless winter, what did you plant? When I was young, I took part in a war against Kazimierz. Have you fought a war before, Keltsin? War is wild and chaotic. Then some minutes past the first sound of gunfire, formation and battlefield had lost all meaning. A few knights wounded my leg and bludgeoned my head. I tossed my helmet aside, and as if for my life, I crawled until I reached the flower field. And there I blacked out, and was later saved by reinforcements. In my giddy days, I remembered what those flowers were like. Pine lilies. Yes, after the war, I asked someone to bring back some seeds from the frontier. I hated the Kazimierz scientific name, and so called them by a completely new one. I liked those flowers. My city regarded them as a symbol of the city itself. Ursus' soil is more suited to raising them than Kazimierz. My wife cared for them so well, but they never broke through the soil. Spring doesn't come soon enough, Your Grace. The earth of my beloved Ursus, know we can nurture hopes of all kinds. It is irrigated too by the bodies of the poor and the infected. I don't deny it has some likely committed all manner of atrocity. Yet even so, the earth forgives all. I feel tired. That doesn't seem like a very convincing excuse. Excuse? Oh, young one. I never thought I'd earn any pardon, and I never wanted for one. Only in life's final moments do I think I was able to realize the meaning. It was all pine lilies. I want to see her again. Leave now, young. I feel how warm the sunlight. See if I can once again see. Perhaps you never had the means to pardon yourself in your final moments. May yet Ursus forget you, Grand Duke. Ursus, my motherland. Sir, the Grand Duke has fallen asleep. You don't need to tell me. We've had orders. We can only enter after half an hour. Same home as the Grand Duke. I've heard why you young women are always squeezing to work in this retreat. It's just to seek patronage from important nobles, isn't it? Are you satisfied now? What are you staring off for? Don't tell me you want me to shine your shoes. No, how could I dare? I'm very sorry. Sir, don't be angry. I'll be going right now. Low life. Arknights will very easily rust and lead to infection. We'll pay close attention to his condition, rest assured. Good. Thank you. And seeing the blood rushing to my friend's head has cost me a considerable amount of time. After he leaves the infirmary, please tell him he has set the light ablaze in our hearts, and please have him trust his friend Islamwood. But for now, must be on my way with my messenger. Safe travels. That's it. We leave immediately. The Minister of Finance will have those bureaucrats subordinates jumping at shadows. That's our best cover. Is he dead? The time to effect was shorter than I thought. He couldn't hold himself together much longer in the first place. There are countless people who want to exploit his death. Maybe them fighting on all fronts will create an opening of us. Let's go. That's it. Thank you. For me. For us. You put an end to it all. With your own hands. It isn't over yet. No matter in what form it takes. Perhaps sooner or later, we'll confront this empire once again. Wow. That was very, very, very long. That was the longest one yet. Oh.
Red heart emoji.
Thanks, DeadSec. Oh, it's been a long time since I saw you. Welcome back. After reading the stories, it's 2.5 hours. It's almost bedtime. Let's say that at 10 PM. Calling 10 PM bedtime is crazy. You want to come with? You should know that you are just another suspicious character to us. Have you inspected your teammates yet? Heavy rain? Everything's normal there. But I don't trust you. Yes, very well said. Of course I am not to be trusted. What exactly is your objective? My objective is to find out what my objective actually is. What the actual... Did you know that the Lord Amir of Ebut died in a fire? That was a few years ago. The current Lord Amir is his son, and that whole thing caused quite a ruckus in Ebut. I had to find myself a new fairy godmother right away thanks to that fire. Took me months to get used to the work there. Huge pain in the butt. Right, exactly. He was my very last prey. I did all the preparations and laid out my trap, but there's no more prey to hunt. I have nothing to do except to lounge around. You killed a Lord Amir? The Sargon army will find you! Wait, hold on. What do you even want telling us about this? I should have expected any less from one who frequents the black markets. That's right. There is no one who knows I have to do with his death aside from you and me. As for the Sargon army, we live in different times now. The ruling Padishahs simply do not care about what is happening here in this barren wasteland. My guess is that it matters not to them whether it's the father or the son that's in charge. Actually, to tell the truth, it hardly matters to me. I sought his death and nothing else. It was a rather simple request. What are you after anyways? Revenge. I'm afraid it's a rather boring answer, so I do not like to share it. If I have to venture a guess, more than half the men in this world would like to take revenge against something, be it their enemies, a city, or even the world itself. For the past 20 years, that is all I've been doing. My power, my status, my riches. All of them come second, and should the need arise, I will cast them all aside. Or perhaps I could give them to this Rhodes Island. It's quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Seems like you are still not convinced, young lady. You are quite cautious. I suppose you are a soldier. From Sargon, perhaps. None of your business. What about you, young Bridge? Or should I call you by the name you go by now? Caesar. Caesar, we can't trust him. You're hiding something pretty important, aren't you now? Oh yes, right. How forgetful of me. You claim to be a medical corporation that traced the infected. Very well, it's a fairly tall tale, but I will accept it for the moment. I am an infected. My fortunes are no less impressive than the Lord Amir's riches, and I am well connected and hold some sway, enough for me to bring a Lord Amir to his downfall. I would trade all of it for a chance to be cured. What do you say? You're mad. I find myself thinking the same quite often. But there is not a single person who walks these lands and wishes not to live. Is it not reasonable for me to want to cast all this aside, just for a chance to be cured? Nah, I don't think that's what Heavy Rain's trying to say. You don't even seem to care that you're infected. What is it that you want at Rhodes Island? Very well, there isn't much time left, so let us stop beating around the bush. I'm looking for Celtic. Perhaps she will impart on me some invaluable advice. Perhaps she will show me a new way forward. Yet, it's even more likely that she won't lift a finger, merely passing the decision back to me. That too is fine. Once I eliminate every last person involved in that incident years ago, there will be nothing more tying me to this place. I am beyond anxious to leave this forsaken land behind. I need a fresh start. And who could blame me for seizing the opportunity if the shadows of the past so happen to be standing right there? What's your relationship with Dr. Celtic? It's a long story. I owe her my life. I'm very thankful to her. This I say from the bottom of my heart. The decision isn't ours to make. 3 years ago, the Lord Amir of Ebwood perished in a fire during his travels. The fire consumed an entire town, and soon after, his son set out a rebellion, vying for the throne against his many other contenders. That's your doing. Precisely, just as I said. Why? All trivial matters are of bygone era. The family had a tragic, rocky relationship to start. I only played a very minor role. Why do you want to know? I'm looking for clues. Thanks to you, I gotta call it quits with my investigation in the Ebwood region. Clues. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to earn your trust. Tell me what it is that you're looking for. Perhaps I will be of assistance. I'm looking for someone. The director of a Colombian military experiment. You're investigating a Colombian company. May I ask why? Because the person I respected the most died in the most laughable accident ever. And what if it was actually an accident? Even if it was just an accident, I gotta know the truth. I mean, this could have been the reason those guys rose through the ranks on top of my brother's death. Cesar. I know, it's my own personal issue, but this chance doesn't come often. Don't you agree, Sand Soldier? Pardon me. Where was I? Everyone needs a revenge of some kind. Targets can be big or small, and grudges can run deep or shallow, but revenge is an eternal motive to every living person out there. If you permit me to undergo treatment at Rhodes Island, I can investigate this matter for you. Of course, the deals we talked about still stand. Even if you have 10 times the cargo sitting outside, I have a way to take care of it all. There'll be no trace left of it, and you will find the price very attractive. It's a bargain for a pharmaceutical company. Cesar, sorry, but we can't let your personal problems be somebody else's bargaining chip. Of course I know that, but Right, I almost forgot. It seems I've been rather forgetful of late. I never thought much of old Easton's prophecy to begin with. However, thinking back, perhaps the prophecy was itself a means of negotiation and communication. Prophecy. Mere mortals will never find themselves on equal footing with time itself. Original arts may have many convenient uses, but that is one thing you can never achieve with arts. A prophecy? Oh, Easton passed away long ago. I only hope that she remembers this promise. Did she perhaps give you a gold coin? An old Sargon gold coin. Heavy Rain, Cesar, we've got a situation here. Calm down, what's up? There are some sketchy looking teams approaching the town. Let me remind you that they are not friendly. They're closing in quick. We can still get out of here without a fight if we make a run for it now. Take our time and we won't be so lucky. 15 minutes. That's all we have. Captain, Lieutenant, hurry. Your buddies? Of course not. I am a lone wolf with no one to turn to. Unlike machines, humans can be trusted. That being said, they are most likely here for me. Damn it! This was all part of your plan, isn't it? You can help me escape, or we can fend off these unyielding assassins together. What do you say? What should we do? The ball is in your court. Son of a... Last question then. Why did you burn down that town?
If you were after the Lord Amir, you had no reason to drag all these people into the mess. You even gave the townspeople the time to evacuate. Didn't you want to just ruin the town? Redhorn was miles away from your turf. What were you exactly after? Is my objective really that important? I'm making sure you're not a warmonger or downright nuts. You have a point, but I am afraid you wouldn't understand. All I burned down was my past. Is that your revenge? No. It was a long overdue cremation. Nothing more. I remember seeing O Sin in Reclamation, but I don't know who O Sin is. In 2 years ago, even younger again. Are we there yet? How far away is it? If you're tired, we can stop here. Drop the Tarfak. It has been 7 hours and 14 minutes since our transport was wrecked in the ambush. Considering your physique and age, you've held up pretty well. No need. Let's keep going. We need to get out of here as soon as we can. Where are we? The nearest town to where we are heading. More accurately, the settlements formed of several towns that have been drifting in the desert with their hauling equipment. At the same time, this place covers a large swath of Sargon's no man's land. More than anywhere else, this is the way out for illegal immigrants, bounty hunters, and messengers. Why aren't we going to Minos? I'm still not sure I can trust you any more than those mercenaries. What makes you different? The difference is that you are alive. You already have our next steps figured out, don't you? What are we doing now? We'll look for someone trustworthy to take us out of Ewood. Not legally, of course. Where are we going after that? Metanian? Bolivar? Before I give you an answer, you must understand that whatever your choice, it doesn't change the fact that you are running away from your problems. You have no way to survive, nowhere to go, and nowhere to run. Are you prepared to accept the fact that your old life has already shattered to pieces? Do you understand? Are you sure that you are not just in a daze from this sudden turn of events? Stop acting so high and mighty. If anger gives you a clearer head, I'll be going further north, far away enough for you to leave everything in Columbia and Sargon behind. I have to say, you have done very well. Are you mocking me? Much of what you do is rife with immaturity, and you let your emotions get the better of you. If you're a little older, I would indeed make a mockery of you. Let's go. We need to find someone to introduce us to the black market here. Where do we find someone like that? I don't know yet. So there's stuff you don't know. I won't deny it, but we'll find him very soon. If you understand what the Land of Rich Steep means and stands for, you won't have trouble finding their survivors in the crowds and markets here. They will always help their fellow countrymen. All we have to do is make them believe that's who we are. What's that you're holding? Sargon coins? What can you even do with a few coins? You'll know soon enough. Get lost, Columbian! What? Monster! Where did it come from? Damn it! Oh, why? I can't hurt it! What's going on? Monster! Monster's here to kill us! There's a huge crowd. What's going on? Who's this guy? A bounty hunter from Voivra. Looks like they're expanding their search area. Quick, follow me. Wait. We came all the way here, but anyone walking down the street could still be a hitman. What's the point of coming? That's exactly why you need to pick up the pace. What I'm saying is, you haven't solved anything Advisor Kel said. These outfits make us stand out, don't they? This is just a can of vegetables! Why is it so expensive? Our rags are famous and fine white. Something wrong with our quality? Impossible! Genuine top grade earthen jugs, earthenware jugs of the once used by the Lord a mere 60, down from 60,000. Whatever, sold. There's a lot of people here. Is this where the market is? Why do you stop? Being superstitious this time? Howdy! It's been a long time since an outsider paid Isin a visit. Sorry, is this a guy or girl? Guy? Okay, I will give him such voice, but in a male tone.
Do you wish to take a peek at what destiny has laid out before you? Or perhaps you are searching for a particular piece of gravel in the sandstorm? Am I correct to assume you are responsible for the ruckus earlier? Only Singh can tell, dear traveler. You are in a hurry, and trouble follows in your footsteps. Only Singh simply hopes this won't lead you to any more trouble for Sargon. You are not from Sargon, but you carry a great burden. What is he mumbling to himself about? Let's not waste any more time on him, Keltsit. To catch up.
You... What are you doing here? Scram! You're mucking up our turf. Enough with your tricks. No one's gonna fall for that.
All right, of course. Don't be so violent now. Only Sin will leave. Only Sin is leaving. Is your master doing well? Has she taken old Isin's advice and pulled out of the deal yet? It will mean nothing but trouble for her.
My master? The chief would never listen to you jabbering types in the first place. If any lunatic could just waltz in and tell us about to do business, we might as well set up a suggestion box. Enough chit-chat. Let's get out of here.
Are you okay? It hurts. Please don't worry. Only Sin's gotten used to it long ago. Only Sin cannot save them. Only Sin cannot get them to come around. Only Sin can do nothing but watch as they draw ever closer to their destruction day after day. Please accept Only Sin's apologies, but as you can see, Only Sin is being thrown out of this place. If there is anywhere willing to take in poor old Isin, that's where old Isin will go. Wait. Old Isin mustn't. Old Isin mustn't.
Stay out of this. If he doesn't leave, it's going to be on our heads. Just let him go.
She's right. Her master calls the shots here, and she mustn't be trifled with. Let old Isin live. Kind traveler, let old Isin return to his ice-cold home.
Why are we wasting our time here on this old con man again? At least you can tell he's old.
What do you mean? But you can't imagine how old he is. His sun has set long ago, traveler. You are in a hurry, and there are dangers abound. Why waste your time here with old Isin?
As time goes by, even the greatest publisher will one day be lost to the sands. His achievements will at the point crumble, and his subjects will scatter across the lands.
From the way you are dressed, you don't seem to be Sargonian. Is this perhaps the beginning of a narrative poem? Old Isin is far too old. Old Isin has long forgotten the appeal of poetry.
But his servants remain ever dedicated to their duties. They guard the unpopulated desert until a new civilization is ready to stand atop its sands. Until the time a new publisher arrives with the will of Sargon to rebuild those lands.
Similar stories happen in all countries in the world time and again. Catastrophes, diseases, war. There are a great many ways a city can meet its end, and to find itself conquered by a new spirited ruler, thereby repeating the cycle once again.
What are they saying? This is how Sargonian sounds. 150 years ago, before these golden sands were named Ibut, there stood a magnificent city here. Do you remember anything of it?
Of course, old Isin remembers. The city that disappeared in those great winds.
The publisher at the time gave these lands brimming with sand a name that might seem unfitting for a place in Sargon.
Reef Steep.
The only thing that remains of it is its name, passed down from one generation to the next, with none of them ever laying their eyes on its lush oasis. Are you its gatekeeper then?
Is there anything old Isin can do for you?
We want to escape Sargon, leaving no tracks behind.
Old Isin understands. Whose attention are you trying to avoid?
Not even Punisher can know of our whereabouts.
Who are you?
Please call me Keltsit.
Keltsit, Lady Keltsit, as Oisin gazed upon the sunrise this morning, Oisin slipped back into my dreams in a trance. In Oisin's dreams, Oisin was told there would be a visitor who would revel in these secrets of antiquity with us. You came early. The price is a single gold coin, my fair lady. You deserve it. Just that much? Oh, not yet. Please hold on to it, my lady. This is a price that you will pay 22 years later. Remember this promise well, for it is worth far more than this gold coin. You have lived in Sargon in its current form for the past 100 years. I suppose not a single moment has gone by where you didn't look back and reminisce your homeland. You are correct, my lady, but today is different. You opened the door for us. Deal with history. An abandoned courtyard. This is where you live. A few years ago, a merchant built the magnificent courtyard before you, but he disappeared without a trace during a business trip. To this day, no one knows whether he met his fate in a natural catastrophe or man-made tragedy. But whichever the case, this courtyard has become a place of refuge for those of us with nowhere to go. Oisin brought 2 new faces with him. She doesn't seem all that poor, going by her looks. We need to be careful. Let's head back inside. We shouldn't pry into Oisin's secrets. What's the courtyard called? The Sleeping Sargon. That's what all those without a home have come to call this place. Just like our fallen homeland, my lady, we sleep on the most extravagant corpse you can find in the world. Please stay the night and wait until sunrise. Only then we can leave for the heart of Reesteep. The land encircled by reefs. Precisely, right in the center of the Sand of Seas. The Sand of Seas, you dyslexic fuck. The Sea of Sands. The Padishah and Lord Amir chose to rebuild their city somewhere with far richer resources, leaving in it a forgotten ruin, a land of lawlessness. Be that as it may, to those who once lived in that city as well as their descendants, leaving that place behind is easier said than done. You can hire underground messengers to do your bidding there. They will create fake identities for you and help you leave Sargon territory. However, your destination is quite some distance away. Oisin cannot guarantee you will arrive in one piece. How is Elliot doing? He is asleep, but it is safe here. You care for him more than Oisin imagined you would. It is proof of your kindness. He's not going to be happy if he catches you say that. Oh, Oisin can see it. The anger lurking in him. I thought you'd have met plenty of people like him. Civil unrest and skirmishes happen often in Sargon after all. The world may think there are many brave men with a lust for revenge, but there isn't. Most merely drown in their hatred, their rationality quashed by their anger. I can save him this once, and only this once. Yes, Oisin understands. His fate lies elsewhere, and his fate is bound to that gold coin of yours. Why 22 years? Arts cannot give us so-called prophecies, and no mere mortal can manipulate time. Time is the mother of all fates. All Oisin likes to do is to wager against time. So you mean, what's wrong? What a beautiful creature. Oisin can tell. The two of you depend on one another. Oisin can tell. It's your partner. The two of you have traveled a long, long journey together. Let's go, monster. Let's go see them. Oh, You communicate. Your hearts are connected. Only Sin can feel that you have complete trust in this creature, as though it is your one and only friend. Yet you travel on your long, arduous journey with no one but this beautiful creature. Lady, is this glory of yours replete with nothing but loneliness? Loneliness doesn't affect my responsibilities in any way. It seems we've got company. I'll go take care of them. Please stay here. Take care of Elliot. Of course, Oasis has ways to hide. After all, Oasis has been hiding for far too long. Where's Kelsit? Enemies are abound. She's fending them off with a trusted partner. You mean that weird creature? Why are you looking into the distance like that? Are you worried about her? No. Oisin is not worried. She has a tenacious spirit. Oisin thinks not even death can stop her in the tracks. That's why Oisin respects her. Oisin has a question for her. What do you want to ask her? For the past 100 or some years, Oisin has had the same dream again and again. In those dreams, there stands a magnificent city among the golden sands. The city moves. The sky seen from its towers is purer and clearer than ever. The young Pasha stands next to old Isin, and there is always a vast empty swath of land before our eyes. The young Padishah would always begin to recount to old Isin. Yet old Isin is too old. Old Isin forgets. Old Isin crimes are unforgivable. Oisin has always sought this answer. Oisin has been waiting for someone who knows of the city and its glory. All those who had to do with the city yet live in the dream. Some have forgotten, but a great many of us still look back fondly on our homeland. We built this city with our own hands, under the Padishah's leadership. A great city. Even if catastrophes bring it to its ruins, that city is the true beginning of the land of Risti. The Sagonians of Ebut must never forget about Risti. Yet, Holy Sin has forgotten. Holy Sin is unforgivable. You've been waiting for someone to tell you that you've forgotten. To tell you what you've forgotten in your dreams. The old fortune teller turns around, his smell ever rotten. His facial features are strange, and his bare fingers certainly do not resemble his actual age. Oisin smiles happily. You're the leader of those squads. I remember you. How did you find us, Colombian? Sakes, I'm not from Colombia. What's going on? You're trying to control my mind. Fire! Stop her rats! Not even the highest great arrows could harm that monster. We don't have enough info to work with. She seems to be a caster. Be careful. Sakes, the Lord Amir of Ebut hired you, didn't he? You think I'm about to tell you? No. The Ebuti Lord Amir has a deep personal grudge against Victoria. I only got a brief glimpse, so if it's possible that I'm mistaken, but the arrows just now were indeed Victorian. Looks like your real employer, the current Padishah Muret, is far more crafty than I expected. A patient ruler fanning the flames between the different forces without a care in the world. Perhaps he had anticipated the plans of the Colombian and the local Lord Amirs all along. You know about the Padishah, and you still dare to come to Sargon. I'll never know what's going on in your Colombian heads, but you got Originium in the vein. Padishah Murat just wants just the box and nothing more. Give it to us, and all of us will leave this place alive. You haven't destroyed it, have you? Only because it isn't mine. You're a stubborn one. The Ibuti Lord Amir's self-righteousness earned him the Padishah's anger. I have no idea who hired those Colombian mercenaries, but I can tell at least that I can at least tell you that they won't put up a fight anymore. The pointless war is coming to an end soon. Padishah Murad gave us the authority to bring it all to an end. If that were the case, why would an almighty Sargon Padishah hire mercenaries to do his bidding here, instead of sending his personal guards? This has gotten way too much to do with Columbia after all, but none of that matters to you or me right now. You got a decision to make here, Operations Advisor. All you got to know is that there's no one coming to save you in this desert. Watch out for that creature. No idea what it actually is. It's going to be tricky to take it down. You can't be. This isn't just normal arts. Zero speak. You're a Colombian. How? Enough. Talk to us in Victorian and Sargonian, or else we shoot. I'm from Castle. Castle? Just a bedtime story for kids. I have no idea what you have to do with Sakas, but this doesn't change anything about the situation we're in. Be quick with it and hand the box over. All the Padishah wants is the tech. This was at the beginning of Sargon's destruction. Padishah Murad is not a scientist. He doesn't understand the devastation it can cause. He doesn't need you understand, nor do we. Is Sargon your homeland, Sakes? I've lived in Sargon for as long as I can remember. We snuck around in the back alleys and hit our horns, and we lived in the filthiest of places. Picking up arms is the only way we get to eat. It's simple. All of us are practically natural-born infected. It's do or die, and that's what drives us. So what are you saying? Only Sakes with a firm will can escape the ancient language's influence. The language itself is a kind of Sakes victory. What's the source of your conviction, your mission, or your greed? And I gotta admit, your mind trick may have actually worked. I still haven't ordered anyone to open fire. I'm still chit-chatting with you with all the patience in the world even. All I see before me is a Sakes trying his best to survive using the simplest method he knows. Enough of this crap! I thought you were a Colombian mercenary leader. Stop pussyfooting around. Padishah Murad won't allow any Sakes to know his dirtiest secrets. He thought of all the other squads vying for this trophy. Don't you suppose the Lord Amir's men were not among them, masquerading as mercenaries? And between the exorbitant amounts in taxes and the lives of a few Sakes assassins, what do you think Padishah Murad's choice would be? Of course we're aware of that, but if we let you go now, does that mean that we'll be raking in even more dough, or our old perfect will be cured right away? Don't get the wrong idea. We live as the Padishah's mercy. We don't have a choice. Perhaps I can give you a choice. You want us to turn against him? You want us to serve Son of Castle, a place that we haven't so much as seen? Don't make me laugh, Caster. This is Saka's homeland. There is nothing there but a bunch of ruins. Your book one time should know any better than any of us just how much is left of Castle. Get the casters ready. Focus your fire on that monster. You two, we'll take the bitch down the first opportunity you got. Too bad. Who said the negotiations not on the table anymore? This isn't even negotiation. What is this even? Mercy? You're the one who's surrounded right now. Yeah, you're right. You know how to strike fear. But if we don't give the Padishah an answer he's satisfied with by tomorrow, we aren't going to escape death either. Just like I told you, we don't have a choice. Open fire! What's that behind the smoke? Is that the monster? Not even a scratch! You caster! What are you? You didn't have to be someone else's tool. I want to live. Besides, this is how it's always been. The Sakes have no right to dream about the future. Draw your blades! Attack! Do Sakes always sound Russian? More often? I think Sakes is supposed to be more Russian leaning. But could it be any language? They could. It is ancient Sakes language after all, and I don't think any of us exactly know what Sakes is supposed to be.
Where am I? Oh, I'm here now. Wait. I'm going to the toilet again. 4 more storylines.
Ciao, Doctor.
RIP, need the toilet.
Engaging. Go.
ドクトーアナ、これは戦術。ほら、太陽が飲まれたよ。ちょっと言いにくいんだけど、私が巻き起きジェム。
你到达观察点。No one can see me. Right behind you.
The story thing that Sakes is falling center. Reading the story, there's hints of it, but I don't truly know the connection of the two yet.
I'm sorry. Was I too fast for you?
Whew. Okay. Let's finish this story, man. Oh yeah, I was wondering when the Heidi story will come back into play, but I guess it comes back in WD8, it seems. Modern day? I find myself looking back on those events often, during my most difficult times. Whenever I grow tired of striking the iron, whenever I am unsatisfied with inferior materials that results in products less than satisfactory, the events I've witnessed that day immediately come to mind. So you took care of all those mercenaries by yourself? No, he planted those weapons beforehand, and they self-destructed. I'm surprised you could bring yourself to actually do it. Didn't you make all those things by yourself? What kind of craftsmen have lingering affection for their creatures? Fuck. I'm reading this wrong. Let me restart. What kind of craftsman has lingering affection for their creations? The reason we pour our emotions into our work is to create an even more refined product, not to be tied down by our feelings. So you had it all figured out beforehand, eh? I eliminated all the factors unbeneficial to us. What is wrong about that? This burnt smell stinks! Don't tell me Rhodes Island claims to be pacifist. Though I can certainly tell you two are not. So, what did you see that day again? Has either of you personally seen her in combat? It is as though she has a bird's eye view from up in the sky. Everything was under her control. We're very close. Sarkis, devils. He won. She won indeed. Only Sin knew this is exactly how it would turn out. Do you have to follow me around?
Of course, Lady Kelsit asked Oisin to, until the moment she steps out of Sargon. Her wish is Oisin's command. Is that her over there? On the other side of the hills, the smell of original gunpowder and blood yet lingers in the sandstorm, a phenomenon that has all become but natural to Iliad. A gust of wind blows past, carrying away with it the dust. Under the clear sun, the strange creature's large stature appears as though it is distorting even the sunlight. There, Kelsit stands solemnly. She is as calm and quiet as one can be. You could have become a warrior, a nameless mercenary, a Sarkaz warrior. My death is for a greater purpose. Not going to finish me. Let's see. This monster. I'm more than ready to die. Just few scratches, that much to ask for. Enough, monster. He's a dead man with those injuries. Looks like we saved the Punisher some trouble. Sarkaz, what's your name? Which one? Tell me, Caster. The Caster you're talking about. How does it look like now? Terrible still. But the Sarkaz are rebuilding their homes. Home? How could us devils, as infected, possibly have one? I've never left Sargon. The Sarkaz have tried to rebuild Castle, their homes for centuries, though they have never succeeded. Everyone has different ideas as to what the term homeland means, but as it stands right now, Castle is perhaps as close as you can get to the term's original meaning. The T-Cast deserves a home. Let us have a nice ring to it. Wonderful. Wonderful. He is gone. No longer with us. You two should have come. You make quite a ruckus here. Only Sin thinks this place could use some cleaning to avoid catching anyone's attention. You took all of them down by yourself. Okay, you two took down the whole mercenary squad. How many of them were there? It was no easy task. I would have been in quite a tight spot if they weren't as afraid as monsters. If they weren't as afraid of monsters as they were. Let's pick up the pace. We've already found ourselves in 7 skirmishes since we left Red Dawn. And now that we have an entire Sarkaz mercenary squad, we'll likely face the Lord Amir's Guard next or the Punisher's elite troops. No matter the case, the more we run, the more fierce our enemies become. Holy Sin gets the impression that you didn't want to kill them. You're not wrong. You seem to have special feelings for Sarkaz. Oh, pardon, Oisin. Oisin should not have asked. The sun is setting soon, Lady Kelsit. We must bury these bodies right away. It looks like their sand buggy will save us quite a bit. We need to be quick. Can knowledge be a means to buy over a person's heart? Elliot has never been so much as taught about that. He used to be naive, but he was also gifted precisely because of this. Of course, he cannot understand why Oisin would follow everything Kelsit says after the exchange of theirs. It is as though he lives in the distant past. He merely gazes at the far end of Sargon's golden sands, waiting for someone to come give him an answer that he has always sought. Is knowing what the answer is all that he ever wanted? Why is my entire Twitch chat predicting whether or not I will survive Vigilo reading? The little hope that my own streamers, my own stream viewers have. This is the entrance to the old market. This is the Reef Steep town. Yet another Sargon town. Only Sin knows where the entrance is. The old market is no secret. Anyone has the right to look for for that which they want here. Come with Oisin. Oisin? I thought you died in the Golden Sands. Oisin is fortunate to survive. Are those two behind you Columbians? Columbians on the run. The box they have got to be worth some money then. Oh, relax. Why so tense? I'll give you 400 gold coins for that box. Sorry, but it's not for sale. That's too bad. No worries. I'm sure we'll have more chances to do business with each other. Isn't that right, Oisin? Please don't let it get to you, lady. This happens often here. She isn't actually that curious about the box. If she actually had set her mind on it, we, well, wouldn't be getting much sleep in the future. She opened at 400 coins? This is the Re-Steep Black Market, the vibrant heart of Ebert. How long are we staying here? This will be a long journey. It will take all your time to prepare. Perhaps 2 weeks. Listen, I'm counting on you. What is this for? No coins. This in no... Oisin needs no money at all. Our enemies are still coming after us. We need to get the preparations done as soon as possible. Oisin understands. Please keep your coins. Oisin is in no place to take them. Oisin still has much to ask you. Very well, I understand. Feel free to ask me any time, even now. Thank you. Oisin is far too old. Oisin has forgotten far too many important things. Alas, most of those who remembers what I wish to know have come and gone. That is why Oisin is looking for clues. Lady, you are young. Normally, Oisin would not hold out hope for those your age. But you know of that city, the secrets that disappeared in those great winds long ago. What do you want to remember, O Savra? Oisin once served a Padishah, the Padishah of the land of Re-Street. The Padishah saw Oisin as a friend and would even die for Oisin, an honor Oisin can never fully repay. Yet it has been far too long. Oisin has forgotten the words of the Padishah. Before Oisin dies, Oisin must remember his words. The disaster that destroyed the city left you directionless. It has been too long, lady. Look, you remember even that catastrophe. The Padishah who ruled Re-Steep doesn't show up in the history books much, but at the very least, the written accounts and folklore do not mention a Savra fortune teller. It will probably take some time if you want to figure out who you are. Oh, that's fine. Even if you must leave this place behind, and there's still a long way ahead, Oisin will patiently await your return. Oisin dares not to die. Oisin only asks you to remember this. I promise you. Please come with Oisin. Oisin has a home here, an old dwelling. Isn't this just a normal... What's this? Pure gold? You buried the whole mountain of pure gold here? These are Oisin's riches, but Oisin had no way to spend them. Now Oisin is glad to finally give them purpose. There's no small sum you have. Has no one ever gone after your riches before? Oisin was the Padishah's favorite courtier. Even if Oisin had not a bean to his name, Oisin will always be protected. Oisin will get started with the preparations now. What do you want to know? Far too much, my lady. But you possess all the answers. It feels pretty empty up here. A black market always starts out as a normal underground bazaar. It's a fairly common sight for areas barraged by catastrophes. When nightfall comes, the lights are moved underground. Something on your mind? I've been on the run with you for a while now, but you're still keeping me in the dark for a lot of things, like that old Safra with amnesia. Long ago, there used to be a city here, the only nomadic city in Ewood's vast territory. The building of a city is a miracle in itself, but before the Re-Steep Padishah, no one had managed to unite all of but Ewood, and the symbol of that unity, their city among the Golden Sands. That was what inspired everyone to unite under his rule. Their era was not that long ago, and I believe that there are still a fair amount of people out there wallowing in their homeland's former glory. Unfortunately, it was not meant to last. The city met its fate during a catastrophe. Supposedly, after the Padishah had evacuated all his citizens and workers, he simply lamented and lashed out at the gathering storm. Lashed out at the catastrophe? That's how it was recorded in history, at least, but it most likely actually happened. The catastrophe laid waste on the Padishah's grand achievement in a brief moment. In just one night, all his citizens became refugees. They very well could have built a new home together, But with the destruction of the city, everything was left behind in that sandstorm, forgotten. Oisin was among them. The Lord Samir and the new Padishah didn't want to spend a huge sum of money to rebuild the city. Thanks to that, their descendants likely had no idea where to begin to rebuild their homeland. This filled them with grief, and this is also the reason why they give all those who still respect the land of Ristid the same amount of respect. So, is that why they're helping us? Because it's like helping out their countrymen. From the looks of it, we'll get to leave Sargon soon, right? If everything goes well, we should be leaving Sargon territory within the month. And we're going to Ursus? That's right. Why? I don't get it. Do you really abandon everything that you had in Columbia and came to Sargon just to keep our research from becoming the powder keg that sparks the war? None of you could have possibly foreseen what the chain of events would eventually lead to. And you can? If you really want me to give an answer, I'll say yes. It would be so much easier for you if you killed me and destroyed the box now. But here you are, letting me hold on to it. Do you want me to do that? No. First, I was really bothered that I was the only survivor, but I don't feel that way anymore. Keltsit, if I gave you this box now, will you do something for me? For us? You know that Ibuti Lord Amir was dragged into this mess. From Sargon to Columbia, the accomplices of this conspiracy are everywhere. But I still want them to pay the price. See, this box is my one and only trump card. But once it's destroyed, you'll have nothing. Nothing? Actually, Keltsit, ever since the beginning, I've always felt I didn't need this box. I remember all the details, and I can replicate our past results. Of course, it'll take a long time, and there's probably going to be lots of difficult issues, but I think I can do it. If, just like you said, there's some way to turn this original energy source into a weapon. This is the first time you are looking at me in the eyes, Keltsit. The first time you aren't treating me as a kid or someone to be protected, but as a scientist, a Colombian. Perhaps I've been underestimating you because of your age, Elliot. Relax. I won't let these bad guys use the professor's research as they please. I won't. But I will use it to finish one last thing. You don't understand how Professor Thorne's research came to be. I heard him say before that the basis of the technology comes from a set of ancient ruins that archaeologists found in Sakes. And it could provide nomadic cities an entirely new and convenient energy source. I'll say it again. If misused, this could easily bury half of Sargon under its golden sands. Well, you were the head of the mercenaries to begin with. You probably have a few other tricks up your sleeve just to be safe, don't you, advisor? Such as taking me out right now. The way you people like to take care of things. Go back inside. Enough with the tough act, Elliot. With the way you are now, we can't make a sensible decision. You should really think about what it is that you want to do carefully. So monster just likes destruction? That's not good. Does the girl monster behave the same way? I'll find out when I read chapter 15. Thank you. Thank you. This is all that Oisin wants. You're going so far away. Oisin won't be going. Oisin will go nowhere. Alright, your call. You got the cash, and I got the goods. It's as simple as that. You need any help packing? No need. We must keep my lady's whereabouts a secret. Listen, my lady, the preparations are almost complete. We have medicine, food, water, and a small amount of refined originium ingots. Originium ingots? This car here's stolen, and it's already been modified about 4 or 5 times by the Voivre. It's kinda beat up, but that's the only downside to it. It's got everything you want in a car, even got a multi-grenade launcher. I heard you guys are going north. Where to? Sami, perhaps? Will you guys be able to make it that far? As for your compensation... All pure gold? I ain't giving change, you know. That's a pain in the butt. Just like how we were treated in the old days. Oisin is never stingy when it comes to compensation. Well, thanks. Let's call it a day here, Isin. Very well, my lady. If all goes well, you'll be departing on your journey within the next 3 days. The Tenient Arts Unit's parts are nice and all, but they're such a hassle to use, and they are usually pretty tough. The Columbians make much better stuff. I got some new wares here. Original weapons straight from Minos. Once you place the order, you gotta buy it. What about it you don't understand? How lively. Oisin doesn't hate this place at all. If you have wealth and status here, why roam the streets elsewhere but in why roam the streets elsewhere in Ebert? Oisin wants to help Sargonians. This idea help Oisin move forward and help support his many lifetimes. Compared to the average lifespan of a Savra, you have lived quite a long time. Is this an effect of your original arts? Oisin has forgotten even what his original arts can do. Oisin can fiddle with this original crystal ball. Oisin does not remember what kind of tricks it conjured up back in those grand, radiant days. This isn't a normal physiological disease. Your brain and body are under influence of some kind of arts. Lady Keltsit, Oisin thinks that with the re-steep lost to the storm, perhaps there are no more clues to be found anywhere, but in the centermost areas of Sargon. Have you been to the fabled Golden City? You mean the capital of Sargon? Though its industrial prowess has been advancing day by day, Sargon's capital has never once opted to relocate its nomadic city. In the winds, the sand ceaselessly beat against Sargon's walls as time goes on and on. Even catastrophes cannot rock Sargon's core. Oisin thinks what he has forgotten is there. Oisin can remember everything there, but that is a place that Oisin can never reach. Only the Padishahs and a few Lord Amirs who were granted the royal privilege may see that city hidden deep within the sandstorms. You said you wanted an answer. Oisin remembers nothing but a dream. In the dream, amid those boundless hotlands, the army simply charged towards the horizon devoid of people. All Oisin remembers of it is that Iron Heels hoisted a scarlet web and charged towards the southernmost horizons of Sargon. But this has nothing to do with Resteep. Is this perhaps a key that could lead to Oisin's past? Hang on a second. Could you... Wait. You could have known that the conquest of Kashyyyks of Nightsmora took place over 1,000 years ago. Now does this have anything to do with Resteep? Kashyyyks. The Nightsmora royal debt. Oisin knows. Oisin knows. Why? Did you serve a Nightsmoran offspring? The king of Sargon created a Kuranta of Nightsmoran blood Padishah. Oisin seems to... Padishah. Resteep Padishah. Oisin's master's a Kuranta, a descendant of Nightsmora. The two of you meet for the Watchman's Walls together, and he must have recounted to you the exploits of his bloodline, something that he must have taken pride in. Walls! Yes, but no mere city walls. It was to the south. Yes, the south. Atop the hotlands that not even Sargonians would set foot on. There stood the entrance to lands yet undiscovered, my men. Nightsmora. A Nightsmoran was created Padishah. And the Ebert region was once the center of his political exploits. He didn't choose to merely wallow in the luxuries promised to him by the Lords Amir. Instead, his thirst for conquest drove him to conquer these deserts. Yes, the Padishah wanted to conquer those golden sands. He led the people and built an entirely new city, a nomadic city. According to the history books, he almost succeeded. As for you, even though he treated you with nothing but benevolence, even though he passed away long ago, you remain lost in his life. Oisin remembers now. Oisin is not a gatekeeper, and certainly not the Padishah's close friend. Oisin, just a jester before them. No. Oisin remembers now. No. Was it those summer nights? Please calm down a little. Right. Age has left old Ishin's memories in a muddle. You are right. Once upon a time, the Padishah would hold a banquet at his palace every starry night and address all those in attendance. No. Oh, Oisin was undeserving to bask in his glory and radiance. You've been under his original art's influence, and the long nightmare has twisted your thinking, though this is not something he had done to you deliberately. His subjects went voluntarily. There was none who could resist those extraordinary fantasies, curiosities, longing, and thirst for knowledge. All of it worked to keep us enthralled by the Padishah's charm. You were lost in your own dreams. No, it shouldn't be. Oisin shouldn't. Please allow Oisin a brief moment of peace. Please, leave Oisin alone. We're leaving tomorrow. What about Oisin? He needs some time to clear up his thoughts. The next Mora has been tormenting him for way too long. He's been trying to embrace the past in his dreams. I don't get it. We have no use for the box anymore. It was our final trump card, but now that we are leaving Sargon behind us, it makes no difference to us anymore. This is mine. The last thing I still have. That's why I'm leaving the decision to you. What will you do? You're forcing me to make a decision. I'm not forcing you to do anything, even if you're able to replicate technology behind it and break away from its original form. With where the original industries are currently, that will do you no good at all.
What? What the? What? What? Huh? He spent so long talking about the significance of the box. Why is it that after a conversation with Oisin, she suddenly said that the box is completely useless? The young researcher sets the box down after hesitating briefly. He has almost completely forgotten what is inside the box, despite the fact that he has kept it on his person for the entire journey. The blue original crystals are discharging tiny stable sparks. It's beautiful. Is this really as dangerous as you've been making it out to be? A simple sample such as this won't help explain why. Once you master the core principles behind it, you'll be able to craft from it a grenade capable of wiping out an entire city with ease. What do you think will happen if the Ibuti Lord Amir or Padishah Murat got their hands on this technology? The technology is still being developed. The bad guys will get their hands on it sooner or later. The truth is, this original crystal sample is the only one of its kind. As an original crystal, it actually isn't particularly special on its own. It is how it came to take its current form that makes it special. It was found in an excavation. You can always count the archaeologists to discover new secrets. The Colombians only found 3 original samples like this one. Without exception, they all came from the surroundings of a certain Sakias ruin. What's going to happen if it destroys them? The sample's explosive range is hardly comparable to the electrical devices we use in experiments. However, because of its nature, it will nonetheless put us in a danger. The danger of being infected with oripathy. Well, alright. You say it's one of a kind. Well then, I know how to take care of it now. Wait. You can. Monster, protect him! He injected the fucking thing in him, right? Which explains why he is a lightning caster. It's the crystal on his head. Because when he said blue crystal, I think it's the thing that's on his head. The boys smash the beautiful crystals to pieces. In an instant, the bright light of electric sparks has engulfed everything in the immediate area. What the frick? Man thinks he's Walter White. Why are you stopping me? Didn't you hear me? This is a piece of originium. You will get infected. So what? Do you hate the infected? Do you despise them? Oh, perfect. I don't owe you anything anymore. I'm infected myself. What? It hurts. My head.
Those are the symptoms of an acute infection. We need to get you treated right away. I don't need it! I'm just keeping you from turning to original dust within the next few hours. Oh my god, original dust mentioned. You chose the wrong path, Elliot. Even if you were trying to shatter your own feet, this is the worst possible method you could choose. Elliot Clover, you are now an infected. This is the fate you chose for yourself. This is just the perfect fate for me then. If you don't want to live a life of suffering, I have many ways to set you on your way. No, perhaps this will help me break away from these shackles. Now I have nothing to do with my past. Sorry for dragging you into this mess. I'm surprised you can still apologize. That's because I hate you too, Keltsit. I thought you weren't going to treat me like a Colombian anymore. No, that's not why. Do you really think you can decide somebody else's fate for them? I never once thought I could. But that's exactly what you are doing, Keltsit, even though no one could say you made the wrong decision doing that. But it's all coming to an end now, isn't it? This doesn't change when I'll be leaving, and you need to lay down and get some rest right now. So this is what oripathy is. It differs from person to person. So does that mean I don't need to use those arts unit to conduct arts to devise experiments now? You haven't received any in-depth origin arts education, and it would just kill you even sooner. So, you are saying I can do it? Yeah, that's not so bad. My guy, watch Spider-Man. I will become the superhero. I will cast lightnings. I am the storm that is approaching. Keep going straight, and you'll reach another way out of the black market. Only Oisin knows of this exit. No one has ever been here. An altar, a grave. My lady, there will be no obstacles in your way. Elliot, I'm going to Ursus. I know that. Why are you telling me this now? That's not important. What I'm asking you is, are you going to stick with me? You could go back to Colombia to continue your business, before you make your decision at the very least. Or you could stay. Oisin is right. No one controls fate itself. He will help you. If that is my lady's wish, Oisin will offer you his assistance, dear child. You're saying all this now? I can't decide your future for you. Even if you try to prove to me you're cutting off ties with your past, no matter how extreme your methods, you know from the beginning this is how you've always felt deep inside your heart. I'm stopping war. I'm stopping the Sargonian civil unrest set off by the legacy of Sarkha's witchcraft, and I'm preventing a large-scale original infection. That's my goal simply. So you're saying you've already succeeded? And what do you think of all those people who died on your quest? I get it. I know you saved me. You were really there to save us, and I owe you my life. But they weren't just making preparations for war. That's not their crime. War has already started, Keltsit. Can I move slightly to the left? I can just vanish. You've seen it, haven't you? You've been in so many battles on your journey. How many people have you killed? And how many of them were out to kill us? The Padishah, the Lords Amir. The civil war has already started. If all this comes to an end, does it really mean that they will gladly set aside their differences and start throwing parties? You don't understand how the Sargon nobles and the Lords Amirs work. Their corruption and pride will bog them down. So you'll just come up with some pointless summary and get up and leave. I can't, Keltsit. Sorry, but I can't. What do you want to do? I will find every last one of them. From Sargon to Colombia. All of them. Persistence. Looks like the child has made up his mind, my lady. This is the choice he made, Isin. Oh, Isin knows. Sin respects both of your wishes. Sin is very old after all. Sin wants to leave behind a kindling that will spark a new fire. Will you help me? To the best of my ability, my child. Thanks. Thanks. Then Kelsit, it's time for us to say goodbye. Newly awakened from his nightmares, the old man reminisces the glory of the old days as tears well up in his eyes. The young researcher contemplates to himself. The anger welling up in him manages to suppress even the pain of his infection. As for Kelsit, she merely stays quiet, saying not a word. The nomad then takes a leave by herself. My lady, please do not forget old Isin's reward. In some 20 years, you will return with a gold coin to take away with you this helpless soul. Monster, it's time to go. Wow, fuck me. This is another tragic story. I guess this is what Enfield's kind of missing, right? That's why people are all concerned with where Enfield is taking its story, because there's no tragedy. But then again, there was no tragedy in the start of AK as well. Was there? There were dead people, but the tragedy felt cheap. Right? Like, that's why I kept telling you guys, who the frick is... See, I even forgotten his name. Ace. Who the hell is Ace? You know? Why should I care about Misha dying? No, but the Enfield got the same problem. Why should I care about a certain character dying? Spoilers for the non-Enfield readers. But it's okay, it's okay. I'll just, it's not spoilers because I did not tell you who. Alright? All I'm gonna say is, why should I care about this character dying in Enfield? So yeah. Guys, whoever said the person, I am needing to silence you. I was trying to avoid spoilers, you piece of crap. Goodbye. You are banished. Maybe it's just you, but you don't think you can have actual tragedy early on in the story. Yeah. Which is why I think, like, I cannot really commentate on Enfield's story. So, sorry, this is a sudden Enfield derailment conversation. But, like, I just cannot fault the story for the way that it's written that much, because it's like, it's not the time for it yet, you know, for them to do any, like, really devastating stuff. You just entered the world. Of course, there are games that try to do it, but I think it's, like, not an easy job to pull off. Yeah. Well, I'm not even at the end. That felt like the end of the story. You care for Misha and her brother? I don't think that the storyline of Misha and her brother is anything bad. Like, I enjoyed it. I feel the pain that Misha has towards the brother. The only issue is you don't know them enough. That was my problem. Like, I think the way that it played out is all very sad and all.
but there's this part of me that just says like, but I barely got to know them. You know? So it's almost like I am feeling bad for the death and the family value, because like it's very normal for us to see when a family person loses a family member, we feel the sympathy. But it's also like, because I'm reading a storyline, right? I kind of wish I knew more about the character. Yeah. Not watching AK, you have literally 0 friends. Can you add me, please? You can ask people to add you, not me specifically. You can go to my Discord server. People will add you for sure. Okay, anyways, we're back. We're back to 13 years ago. We're back to Lavish Land. It is a great city. All Victoria should find time to pay it a visit and gaze upon its magnificence. So you are saying our respectable dukes have not yet arrived at a conclusion? Yes, that is correct. They haven't yet. For the time being, Londinium is still a city without a master. So I take it that you had the fortune and privilege to tour Londinium with the Duke of Normandy. Alas, the Duke is forbidden from entering Londinium by law. Of course, he is a fine gentleman, so he would never be so presumptuous so as to invite himself. So we instead enjoyed dinner on a ship together in the Londinium countryside. What kind of hero is the Duke? Well, he's the most gracious and erudite of nobles. His views in economics and politics are unique and unparalleled. Not only that, but my understanding is that he is well trained in music, and he possesses an impressive art collection, testament to his respect for the arts. It is because of heroes like him that Victoria remains prosperous as ever. Despite not having a ruler for the past dozen or so years, Victoria has managed to maintain its stability. But the truth is that the dukes were getting in the way of each other behind the scenes, and that's not all. If so many Victorian nobles actually fell victim to food poisoning and hunting accidents, then the country's noble rule would have crumbled to dust long ago. And 3 years ago, your father nearly experienced that firsthand. Yes, his leg is actually injured. There is a noble who is an academic enemy of my father. They were at a cocktail party together, and he made his move after the party. They must have been well disguised, if it was thought to be an accident. My father had a few leads, but he didn't want this affair to get in the way of relaying intelligence. How many of Thompson's men are there in this manor right now? A lot of them, such as the ones you were talking to earlier. They also paid my father's villa a visit before tonight's party. Richard was quite critical of your father just now. I suppose he spoke much of it from his heart. He has quite the rivalry with my father for the past several years. Yet, they still assemble around Thompson. Your father is a good leader. Not without your guidance, Lady Keltsit. Who could have thought that back then, that the Laterano cleric who came to visit Victoria would become our most trusted mentor? Our goals are one and the same. Keltsit, they will get out of this unscathed. We will get out of this unscathed, will we? Heidi, you need to look around with your own eyes. If you truly wish to step into this world, then you cannot allow civilization's facades blind you anymore. You need to see this world for yourself. Comforting words are meaningless. You will grow up one day. Now, unpleasant as it may be, I must say I heard a rumor from the lesser nobles and ruffians. Did they upset you? Right, as you can see, it was the Duke's graciousness that forged the peace and prosperity enjoyed by our country today. However, this is something that even the traitors in Columbia are aware of. We also cannot deny that it has been a long time since Victoria has seen a rightful ruler ascend its throne. And what of it? Does that not go to show that we are becoming ever more powerful through our own means? You are correct, Richard, but there was also this opinion. It was naive and absurd. There was this crowd of men there with each of their own goals. They asked if Victoria truly needed a new ruler. They all said Uncle Vincent's too much of a coward. We're near the border, but we are being so complacent, not making any progress. This is our chance to fight for our rights.
Yet all Uncle Vincent knows to do is throwing parties in the manor. Even this trip to Londinium, it hardly achieved any meaningful results. This isn't your father's opinion. Thompson is not so foolish as to let radical atmosphere get to his head. But that's how the adults always complain to my father. No foolish nobles would ever receive an audience with a real duke. Do you think that the Duke of Normandy really didn't intimidate Vincent with any harsh demands? Toron is near the border, and there are few people here. In other words, this place is not under the influence of any major forces. Uncle Vincent? This nobleman may seem uninterested in anything except celebrating this false peace with music and shows, but he is actually doing his best to uphold Toron's peace. That's despite the peace here is fragile and easily broken. His arrogance and temperance are just at the right level to hide his thoughts well, and those who actually understand his true intentions are few and far between. Thompson would never place so much trust on a count severely lacking in courage, insight, and judgment. They may seem like they are heading down different paths, but these paths will lead them to the same destination. It's nice to hear you say so. Keltsit, are you not going to look into your mail? From London to Toron, these letters have made it halfway across Victoria. How many hands has the letter passed through, and how many of them know the whole truth of these events? There are lots. Workers, newsboys, popcorn hawkers, park gardeners. They knew nothing of the letter's contents. They don't even know who these words ultimately belong to. But now this letter has made it to Thompson, and now me. There's nothing to worry about. I see. But what about the other one? The one from Castle? It was handed straight to Thompson by a Sakia's messenger. I told him how to contact Thompson himself, but if things had gone according to plan, he would have handed it straight to me. Yeah, when that Sakias made it to Victoria, Father did not know how the Sakias honor their hero's death, so all we could do was cremate his body according to our traditions and scatter his ashes in the nomadic city's waterways. I can't tell you his real name, but at the very least, he died as a messenger, and I will bring his story back to his homeland. He won't be forgotten. That's it. Is this how you treat everyone? Why do you ask? No, I was just thinking. Pardon me. How am I becoming of me? The storm is becoming heavier. Let's get back inside. I will pay Thompson a visit once this party is over. I'm sure Father will be happy. Should I perhaps hold your arm? That way no one will be suspicious of us. If you think that is necessary. Okay. You're so much taller than me. You haven't grown at all, Heidi. Hypergriff is doing something, man. I didn't know the story would be like that. This is the first time a story I read is like that. Because clearly, Heidi was saying that she's interested in older men. But then, well, Keltsit dressed like that made it work. Yeah, I always find it fascinating when I have some friends, not as of current, but I had friends that I know that got interested in their own girlfriends, meaning the girls are interested in their own girlfriends, and when I hear the way that they discover the interest, it's quite the same. It's kind of like, they're like, wait, this girl's kind of cool. Just the same way as Heidi is looking at Keltsit now, so like, it happens. You just say 15, by the way. Funnily, the people I'm thinking of happen to be around that age. At that time, when I knew them. Take a look outside, Keltsit. The snow is so heavy. I haven't seen this much snow in a very long time. You are right. A snowstorm is coming. Heidi ponders to herself just how many clouds are needed to shed so many snowflakes. The white snow is scattering in all directions, gyrating into the sky as the wind blows past. Where the pale yellow lights cannot illuminate, it has been shrouded in a thick mist that covers the entire city. The night sky tonight is without stars and moonlight. The black tidal wave is beginning to crash upon the beaches. Wow. Oh! Oh! This is quite chills in the story. Well, it would have been much nicer to read this story
before playing the stages. I need an Emperor's Blade in Enfield. I need Enfield to give me a same category, like the same feeling of a villain.
That's it? Next, no. I'm not seeing any... Heidi, tell everyone to keep the party venue under control. I need about an hour's time. Don't let anyone in the garden. I can do that. But what's going on with you all of a sudden? We've got company. We may be on the border, but this manor belongs to a Victorian count. Who would... Heidi, if I don't come back to the manor, you and your father needs to keep this a secret. Do not dig any deeper into this. This is a warning as well as an order. Be safe. To the north of Sami and Ursus, and to the south of Sargon, those lands yet untrodden by men. Whether the demons and monsters that dwell there are normal creatures is yet unknown, but they are far older than any country we know. Humans have fought them for a long time. Indeed, this is a proposition worthy of further notice. Until now, humans can now be the masters of their own countries. The ancient Sargon king, the powerful Kashyyyks, hit it off right away. The knights Morus Kagan strove to conquer all lands unexplored by civilization. The results were impressive. No non-human threat has ever set foot in Sargon territory again. Sami has used countless witchcrafts and sacrifices to create their snow priests, and one generation after another, the sorcerers lost himself as they battled the enemies from beyond their borders. And Ursus, you deployed the strongest elite to simply tear them to shreds, Wendigos in heavy armor and veteran warcasters. And the Emperor's ambitions are without limit. Your kind did not merely tear them to shreds. You used the shreds of power left behind by those non-humans. Show yourself. The will of Ursus drove you here. You are far underestimating Victoria's might. The aura of demons linger in your footsteps. Have you ever given any thought to where your responsibility lies? Your mind can't already be taken by the demons. Royal Guard. As the figure steps out into the light, the unilluminated darkness surrounding it begins to quiver. I can smell fear in you. It took you a while to find me. If it wasn't for the uprising and its aftermath, I would have come to lay down your punishment long ago. Imbeciles allowed you to escape. This has been an embarrassment. They already have been executed for their competence. Perhaps I should remind you again. The snowstorm here can bury entire cities, but they cannot erase the footsteps of a royal guard. You are in Victoria, and there stands the manor of a Victorian count not 100 meters behind me. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Consequences? Your threat is weak and armed. Wherever I stand, the earth beneath me belongs to the Empire of Russia. You never had the right to address me, traitor. Not before the word demon left your lips. Soon I will beat out of you how you came to know of this secret. Your understanding of demons does not grant you a dialogue. You murdered the nurse's grandduke, and you know our darkest secrets. The countless crimes are worthy of 1,000 deaths. It seems we won't be convincing each other for the moment. Though that applies only to your evaluation of the situation at hand. Please, bow your thanks! You can't fool me! Monster. Monster, do not underestimate him. He's no normal human. Device here in the garden. No, a creature. You know of the demons. You have a monster serving you. One that Russ's vast knowledge is yet unaware of. Perhaps your crimes have far exceeded my expectations. Or perhaps I managed to make an impression on a royal guard. I won't deny it. My curiosity what drove you to betray our homeland? No, perhaps my investigations did not fully uncover your entire past. It looks like that is indeed the case. Unlike the criminals who escaped the army, it appears you still have a trick up your sleeve. Need to do a hissing noise as well. Hey, lazy. Zuno gets the wrong idea. It is hardly a difficult matter to kill him. I suppose it's why you are staining this area around us. You needn't concern yourself. I know what I'm doing. Monster. Why is it not expected to be this? If your own flesh and blood is also as hardened, then, indeed, it makes you a formidable foe. Monster, come back. Don't chase after him. Avoid the black mist. That's not mist at all. This is far beyond the normal realm of original arts. Looks like it has really been too long since I last dealt with the Emperor's Blade. You and your men have made remarkable progress. You know this much about our secrets. Even the most serious Russian scientists would never be allowed to meddle in the royal guard's ancient ritual. Ancient rituals. Yes, only the ceremonies of your crazed, self-proclaimed spiritual leaders could adorn your kinds with your demons. You're a survivor of the Valley of the Setting Sun. The Empire's will is always focused and unswerving. Yet, your goal seems to stray from your motherlands. At the very least, you're not that young. You should not be fighting me, Royal Guard. Both you and I know that the job I finished was the one you and your men should have done yourselves, but never did. Don't be mistaken about what that realized. You do not represent Deity Grifferberg's laws and prestige. If you truly witnessed the whole uprising, Royal Guard, then you should understand this more so than anyone. The Empire's rise and fall has never truly been affected by dignity and honor. Let me ask you this then. Did the last Emperor ever truly look down on Victoria from the bottom of his heart? Perhaps I do not give you enough credit to make that. I will give you one last chance. Reveal your secrets, and I'll grant you a dignified death. Alas, given this death would have nothing to do with my own conviction, dignity was never on the table. Monster. As the fear in the air heightens, the Royal Guard draws his blade. He is about to execute Ursa's will. Really, I can't play this thematically. There's no one to use. What? Passenger? Heidi? Heltzit? Stessa? Heavy Rain? What the hell is that squad? What's the reason they hiss? The mask. Dude, Hell Solo? Hell Han Solo!
Oh my god, Sessa is shit here.
The bridge yearns for those weapons in your hands. May I take a closer look?
こういう手段で故郷を守
Let's see how long I last. No clearance, just how long do I last?
未だに記憶から消えてはいません。あれは戦争の干渉です。けれど戦争は利を図るのは都合がいいのです。
Brother, I'm about to lick 3 enemies right from the beginning.
しかして人こそが最後の兵器なのです。
Doctor,
Bro, this story is inaccurate. How do you defeat Emperor's Blade? Kelsit dies.
You stuck me. Your body's rigidity and your judgment are nothing alike. What are you? Me, monster. You humiliated me, monster. This is what you deserve. Monster, readjust. He's on his last legs. There are no minor injuries, Royal Guard. Likewise, traitor. You gave yourself an injunction. You most certainly felt like you're a poke more than a poke in the arm. How about you? By appearance, you're no different from a veteran warrior. You possess all the traits necessary for you to be the perfect soldier. Yet you rely on a beast, a monster for your power. The marks of battle can be covered, but the lands you've tainted can never bear fruit again. You should not have been so obstinate in your actions. You fear. Certainly. If you truly know our secrets, then you should feel nothing but fear right now. Each royal guard is himself a nation. The language of this saying is certainly colorful, but it also speaks the truth rather plainly. Need I remind you, your mask is fracturing. Reality is reacting to the evil that lingers in your body. The cage created by the ritual is beginning to fissure. Or do you really believe that Victoria will turn a blind eye when an Ursa's royal guard sets off a horrifying annihilation at the Count's manor? The royal guard's duty rests with all that exists in Ursa's. Don't make me laugh. I don't need a traitor to teach me what duty is. Tell me then, who do you serve? Ursus as it is right now, or the great shadows of the past? Tell me, Royal Guard, do not bring shame to your title. Tell me, what does the current Ursus Emperor think of the Pine Valley affair? Or do you mean to tell me that the seeds of uprising, the origins of the crisis, were all the will of the Emperor? You will see cause of it all. Feel free to keep deceiving yourself, but the truth is the young Emperor is unaware of the events that transpired there. You believe he has no need to know. You, all of you seek a bygone era. I won't judge whether this is correct, but when a Grand Duke is allowed to die in a political conflict, his death will always lead to an all-new rebellion. This is not for you to judge. I can foresee the many consequences of his death. Some wish for him to die out of anger and their desire for so-called justice. They wanted his death in order to erase evidence and to cut off ties. Others wish for him to live. They wanted him to continue to fulfill the duty he cannot remove himself from. Perhaps there were also those who wanted to keep a witness alive to serve as a stepping stone, to revolt against all those with the Third Army. It didn't matter whether he lived or not. The key was how the contradiction that followed was handled. You zoned me. It was up to an unremarkable Ursus assassin to kill the Grand Duke, someone she could never imagine to reach, out of personal grudge. Only then were those crimes finally erased, digested like grass seeds eaten by burden bees. From the sound of it, you have great foresight. You mean to tell me you saw such a difficult problem as a mere citizen? It was the best choice to make in order to keep Ursus' internal friction from developing any further. I muted my mic. Traitor! Your excuse is an insult to Ursus! Even if all is truly as you say, your actions benefit Ursus in thousands of ways. It was not your decision to make. Control yourself, Royal Guard. I can smell your lies. How dare you claim this? You did this for Ursus! It's spreading. Even though it's only a small demon shard embedded in that device, it is more than enough to level this entire mayor. The valley of the setting sun has turned into a land of fear. If the Royal Guard wants my life, monster, kill him immediately. That's far more effective than defense. Even if the Empire's glory lasts another 1,000 years, those black lands no longer belong to Ursus. They are no longer part of this world. Do you want to repeat your mishaps? Do you want to drag the Empire into a war of unimaginable scale just because you lost control of yourself? You are just caught up in the former Emperor's grand vision. That moment, the fear in the air immediately boils into a material substance. Once the earth-shaking emotional release comes to a halt, there remains nothing but a faint ominous black glow emanating from the cracks of the Royal Guard's mask. Monster, stop. What is this? You let your chance get away. Your one and only chance. I know your tactics. If I let monster attack, you will have pierced right through my chest with those black spikes of yours. So I need not test you anymore. You know, like the back of your hand, how the Royal Guards operate. You call me inhuman, and now you address me as a man. Suppose you still have a shred of my approval. It would have nothing to do with the will that you are executing right now. As long as you are still resisting, you remain a stalwart barricade of mankind. No one can take from you your honor of having been born human. At the very least, before you find yourself fooled by the illusion that is destined to be destroyed. You are right. Indeed, there are many things I misjudged. Knowledge is how they grow in strength. To fend them off, the passing down of knowledge of them was suppressed. An unwritten law of all nations. You are not a Sami snow priest, and you have nothing to do with Sagran's eternal army. Those who have privilege of seeing the sights beyond Terra with their own eyes have always been at the top of the country's academic authority. Who are you? Someone who fulfilled her duty. What is your duty? You already know the answer in your heart. I did far less than you have accomplished. I must admit, I have never met an outsider who knows the Royal Guard's secrets. The crimes you committed and the secrets that you hold make you guilty beyond measure, but I have never met such a strange creature so evenly matched against me. You are full of surprises. The mystery surrounding you worries me. It seems I must be more cautious when dealing with you. Let us pretend I am following your advice, Ursus citizen, but do not forget that the Emperor's Blade is watching for you. We don't have much time left. Ursus has not had the chance to catch his breath, but the moment the Count finds you, he'll plunge into a whole new whirlpool. And it will happen. The people be damned. Don't get so cocky. I simply did not expect that it would take this much time to deal with a traitor. You're worthy of my caution, traitor. It was your responsibility to guard the Grand Duke Vanya, and finding the cause of his accidental death is your one and only mission. I ensured a quiet death for him. I then escaped from Ursa's territory. Perhaps what I have done can't truly be considered a violation of Ursa's rights. If so, it stands to reason that a life is too great a price. I trust all of you royal guards are capable of making a sensible decision. Regardless, you must return to Ursa's right this moment. The pain may mean nothing to you, but with your windpipe ripped by monster, you will suffocate and drown in the demon's influence, even just as a shard of its corpse. Be quick about it. You might still make it back to Ursa's territory in one piece. The saga worrying about my well-being. This will indeed be a valuable experience. On top of that, you're a traitor. You understand me far better than the men in our armies. I've never had such a long chat with a royal guard of the Emperor's Blade either. How long have you lived? And who exactly are you? I used to be the Grand Duke's private doctor, nothing more. You should have killed me when I was making my escape. Perhaps it isn't too late. I'll await the news of your success. You should have served your country, traitor. Your limitless potential could have flourished magnificently in Ursus, yet you betrayed it. Sounds like I should feel bad about that. You love Ursus for how prosperous it is. In that case, I am sure that you can see the parts of the country that rot in the sun. The newer generation may be slowly forgetting that prosperity, but as time goes on and things grow worse, they will look back on its magnificence. But is this truly beneficial to Ursus? Once the benefits war brings with it comes to an end, will we be able to solve all Ursus's problems? Honor cannot feed the masses. Is that an advice? I could merely be talking to myself if it so pleases you. I belong to Ursus no longer. You belong to Ursus no longer. So it was the Grand Duke's personal doctor's decision that he passed. Her intention was to reduce his suffering. I hope you'll make it out of Victorian territory without a hitch. A shame. If you understood what it was that we were safeguarding, you could have contributed to his prosperity. Until next time. We'll meet again. Come back, monster. He's gone. I need to take care of these mugs. That's it. You shouldn't have come here, Heidi. You're so badly hurt. I brought a first aid kit. And how do you use this? I can take care of myself. That's it. What happened? Empress Blade. Tell your father this name. That's all you have to do. There's nothing you need to worry about yet. Okay. What's that man from Ursus? What is someone like him doing here? They are like the shadows of Ursus, and the size of their vast dark shadows has to do with only the Empire's sun. Even if we manage to fend off these shadows, the road beneath our feet remains shrouded in darkness, while the buildings in our surroundings remain unaffected. This too is Ursus, Heidi. This is part of Ursus, the Empire's winter, the black snowflakes. Before that, we need to deceive everyone else in the manor. We may have avoided the worst outcome, and he didn't scatter his dominion all across the soil here. The marks he left behind will take some effort to clean up. Monster. Is this yours? Kill the two wild beasts and bring their bodies back as soon as you can. And Heidi, contact your father immediately. I'll need a sister to put a lid on this the best we can. And how are we gonna do it? We need false witnesses, false leads, and all the bribes necessary. Perhaps there is no one out there who knows how to deal with the mounted police better than Thompson. Okay, I understand. Why are you grasping at the snow? To lower my body temperature. I was dragged into a fight between two wild beasts, unfortunately make it out. But I am afraid the guards will be punished for letting these beasts into the garden. Those are no minor injuries. Are you still... We managed to avoid the worst case scenario. If he had insisted on fighting me to the death, I'm afraid none of us could have gotten out of it alive. Now, aside from that, find me a messenger who can reach Sami. Sami? It's so barren there. It will take a while. We have time. As long as she's alive, I'll get a reply. And I pray I'll get a reply. Your wounds. Looks like my blood stained the letter. Did something happen outside? Of course not, Count Vincent. Please do not avoid the subject. Tell us how you defeated the Grand Duke's hunters. I had no intention to be disrespectful to the Duke, of course, but I lost my temper and I could not well control myself in that competition. It was all because of the hunter telling me that I should have never hired Safras and Zalax. He even told me he took pride in hiring only Liberi housemaids and masterly forte for the upkeep and defense of the mansion the Duke awarded to him. His words reminded me of an old gardener who once tended to our gardens. He was a Zalak, and he had been working here long before I was born, and I never found anything strange about or unsatisfactory about that. Oh, how progressive! In the end, I was the one who shot down the foul beast, but the Duke's hunter missed his opportunity. You set a fine example for the rest of us, Count Vincent. I should have saved the Duke some face, of course. When the Duke thinks so highly of you, what's wrong with putting your gallantry on full display? You are right. There were the hunter, the bow, and the foul beast, but no one knows me better than myself. Dear Dame Keltsit, it was just as you predicted. The Psychiatr's court summoned Her Majesty Teresa for an audience. Huh? Although the ancient Bloodkin held General Teresis in high esteem, the Lord of the Banshees sent only the younger successor. It was thanks to the General Teresis and the Military Commission that the other countries were unable to interfere with Castel's rise to prominence. It was also under the general supervision that they transported construction materials enough for several dozen regular nomadic city plates without issue. The following is a summary of the past month's events. Keltsit. Keltsit. It's such a huge surprise. Who could have imagined that the great Banshee's successor was a boy? He's still very young. Just a young boy by his looks. The Banshee's bloodline would keep him young for a long time. Despite his age, he was mounting off arts left and right. He's a natural-born caster. You can see royal court change through him. The Psychiatrists are heading towards a new stage. I can feel it. Keltsit. Teresis frequently pulls all-nighters at the Commission, and their policies are going off track due to outside pressure. He started to not listen to whatever I say. A lot of us are worried. They are worried that once the other countries notice Castel's reunification, they will immediately wipe us off the map. That's it. I know that you set your sights on the world at large, but I am also hoping you will come back. We must prepare ourselves to take on the challenges we will face in the future. I need you to help me accomplish this. Aside from that, Rim Billiton's engineering department has something new to share. We have discovered a set of ruins that match your description. They are only bits and pieces, and the project has reached a bottleneck as a result. The team may be needing more time to uncover everything. That said, Keltsit, does the name Rhodes Island mean anything to you? So soon. Where will you go? Ursus. Chernobog. I haven't heard of that place before. What are you doing there? Why don't you come to Sami AFB? No, I will take Lyudmila to Siracusa. I will also stop by Victoria on my way. Isn't that your wish? I want you to leave Keltsit. That's it. Eddie, you and your father will continue our work in Victoria. Our only objective is to prevent the cities that boast their honor and glory from falling to the Duke's unrest. Dame Keltsit? Are you leaving? I have to leave sooner or later, Heidi. I don't want to make the Count suspicious. Let's head back to the party. Dear God, what happened? How are you injured so? Get a doctor, hurry! Uncle Richard, I saw something just now. There were two fierce beasts. What was that? Were you attacked by the beasts? Oh my, I heard that the catastrophes a few years ago infected some of those fierce wild beasts. I'm okay, ladies and gentlemen. It's just some simple flesh wounds. Heidi has already tended to my injuries. Are you sure you can stand? I'm not sure I would have called it simple. How could something like this happen to one of my dinner parties? Those useless guards! Please, lie down and get some rest. Someone, head to the garden at once. I want to know what happened there. No, Count Vincent. Please let me go. You know my swordsmanship. Richard, you are my guest. But very well. There's just a time for us to rely on your gallantry. Come, Lady Kelton. My personal physician will tend to your injuries. He'll be here soon. My apologies, Count Vincent. I did not mean to disrupt your party. No, my lady. I am responsible for this mistake. I allowed an assassin to waltz right into my manor. Please do not look so much into this affair. Oh, right. I understand. Though I am surprised you don't seem at all shaken by this. Could you at least tell me who it was? I can't well sit here with these villains. Very well. If this assassin managed to deceive all those present here today, then indeed it isn't a matter that a mere noble should pry into. Lady Kelton, please promise me this. Go ahead. Please keep Thompson safe from all these schemes. He is my dearest friend. He is no major player. He can't protect the entire city, but he can protect our own little Victoria. He can do what nobles cannot. Therefore, all I can do is to let him do what he must. You don't know the details of our plan, yet you harbor everyone nonetheless. I thank you for that. Do I need to know? All I have to do is to play my role well. A fat foul beast await his slaughter. But this is how he has always been ever since we were in school. Lady Kelton, please accept my gratitude. You don't need to thank me when I have been deceiving you all along. As long as my family and the masses get to live another peaceful day, let the whole world ridicule my foolishness. Both of you, I know it in our hearts. Both you and I know it in our hearts, sorry. Are you leaving so soon? You're still injured. These are just flesh wounds, fortunately. Count Vincent, about the damage those two beasts have done. Right, I understand. Kelton, looks like I should just leave the farewells to the youngsters. I will head back now. Everyone was shaken by the presence of the beast. Please take care, Cleric Kelton. The Count is right. The weight of the future is for the younger generation to bear, whether they are ready for it or not. Is Uncle Vincent actually... The Victoria he protects may just be a remote corner of the countryside, but there is not an ounce of falsity to the PC upsolds. Protecting your home, this is a truth that generations after generations of Victorian have worshipped. Your father is trying his best, but winter is here. Are you ready? Will you be ready? Now go, ask your father. He knows how to find me. Perhaps we'll one day meet each other again somewhere. Okay. Almost done. Just the final story left. Chill with my home screen in the meantime.
今天的成功有冇看到你嘞？来客群进，苍兰秋心呐、
I slept at about this hour yesterday, so it's gonna be a little bit challenging for me. But I washed my face. It's still another 12,000 words to deal with in Vigilo later. And this story is about 33,000. And I spent 5 hours. So that means I'm adding about another 2 hours if I read Vigilo. Can I take it? Yeah, suddenly my chat, thinking that I won't pull through, is coming to fruition. I don't know, I'll think about it. Once we finish this, then I'll think about it. Yeah, Vigilo is very fast, so I think I will push. Hey, come check this out. We got ourselves a new lackey. You, stop lazing around. Go. I'm the new craftsman apprentice. My name is... Alright, enough talk. Get moving. Hey, you lot. Use him however you want. He's apparently one of those bookworm types from Columbia. Even younger than you kids. Just treat him like those slaves that got sold to us. As long as it doesn't kill him, that's it. It's not like he's got a guardian angel watching his back. We'll work you to the bone, kid. Alright. Look. Oh, what a surprise. Did you weld this together with the steel you sold? What a magnificent piece. You're exaggerating. Doesn't matter how pretty it is. It's just consumables. But you must rest. Your broken arm has only just healed. Don't worry. Do you know where we can get some refined originium? There is nothing that gold cannot buy in the steep black market. Let's see how this turns out then. What is he doing? The Black Scorpion is dead. We've done well, haven't we? Only Sin heard from the feds today. The Sand Soldier is the next ruler of the Restit. Do you think you are, Elliot? And do you wish for me to be, Sin? I'm not one to forget the kindness others have shown me. If it wasn't for you, I would have not survived these past 2 decades. Now, you need Sin no more. Hardly. We have a special relationship after all. But if you wanted to complain, perhaps you should complain to that lady who cloaked herself in all those mysteries. Geltsit. You still remember her name. You've gotten less and less clear-headed over the years. I thought you've forgotten that, among many other things. Have you looked for her? Yes, I have. But my attempts have been futile. Not even my most elite intelligence agents could find any information about her in Columbia. Besides, the PNC descended not long after. The laboratory was taken over by the military, and all of their data were destroyed. I could not find even a single participant. Columbia hid them well. The witty Lord Amir will pass through Redhorn next week. Fate can be a fickle mistress sometimes. It is an excellent opportunity. Oh, Isin, are you asleep? Oh, Isin had a dream. Another one of your dreams? It was still the same dream as always. The cashier's footsteps went across the tundra and grasslands, at last reaching the land of golden sands. But this time, the dream was a little different. It was a scenery that the Padishah never recounted to Oisin. There was someone there. She looked like Keltsit, in another form. He was there when the cashier's conquest shattered the bygone era all those thousands of years ago. She was there. Dreams can't explain much, and there are no arts that allow us to glimpse into our fate across time. You said so yourself. Yes, this is nearly a dream that Oisin had. A meaningless dream. Lady Keltsit could not have done anything could not have anything to do with them. But it does make Oisin wonder if there is meaning to this dream. At the very end, Oisin saw the Padishah. Oh, what did your master tell you this time, O faithful? In my dream, he told Oisin where Sargon is. You're planning to ambush the Lord Amir squadron. Yes. So you mean to tell me
a former faithful eye to a Sago noble, who stopped me from disrespecting a Lord Amir so. Disrespect? They are rotten and incompetent. They only know to ruthlessly harm their kin and drag innocent Sargonians into war. They stand on Risteep's land, doing their dirty work. Why would Oisin feel respect for men like them? Oisin wants them to pay the price. Oisin wants the glory of Sargon's past to be restored, and not by these good-for-nothing clouds. Oisin, right. Oisin must seek the city of golden sands. I don't see you getting this excited often. Please calm down. It's time. Oh, my child. Light the fire and complete your revenge. Until the time comes when the winds finally calm and the eternal city rises from the sandstorm. Oisin will wait, and Oisin will reach that place. This is the place. Very well. Be sure to knock first. Don't get any funny ideas. Daily operators here ain't any pushovers. Now go. Looks like that gold coin made it to you. How is Oisin? He's lost the golden sense. It happened one moonlit night 3 years ago. Time can put to rest even a Sephra like him. I almost thought him to be one of the ancient, elder being in the folk tales and conspiracy theories. Time has warped me so much, transforming me into a man my past self would have hated. You, Kelsit. Looks like nothing about you has changed. Are you still the Sand Soldier? I already said this when I came aboard, and it's all in the past. I have a new name now. You can fool yourself, but you can't fool me. Perhaps you've always thought everything you said was absolute, and unfortunately for me, you were quite often right. You have always had good memory, Elliot. Don't call me by my name. Don't we have these code names exactly for this purpose? To shroud our secrets. Dr. Kelsit! Oh, my apologies. Do you have a visitor? No matter. Please, as you were. Okay. A messenger from the field office in Victoria sent us this package. It's pretty strange to... It's not addressed to Rhodes Island, but you personally. Logistics has already scanned the package. There's an information storage inside. The sender's name is Heidi Thompson. Do you know her? There's just some intel I needed. Leave it there. Okay, that is all. New conspiracy, I presume. Watch your mouth. You may not officially be an operator here yet, but you signed the contract. Exactly what I expected our operations advisor to say. Kelsit, you pointed Oisin into a new direction, and for that, he was forever grateful up until the moment he set out on his journey again. I cannot begin to imagine the glory you two shared, but now that my business in Sargon has been taken care of, there is nothing that binds me to this world anymore. I suppose you'll point me in a new direction as well. Before that, let me introduce you to someone. Here I thought you would keep me close to you. Did you get me a partner? No. Your commanding officer. The Rhodes Island commander? You. There's someone whom you trust so deeply here. I look forward to meeting this person then. Kelsit, you wandered the world for so long. How long will you stay here this time? You have no right to ask. Very well, of course. You needn't answer if you don't want to, as you are now my superior. If this is yet another false identity, and this place where you belong is yet again false, then I am afraid it would hardly be meaningful for me to serve this place. How am I to tell you you are not using me again? You have the right to be suspicious. I need only a little assurance. Will this Kelsit who invited me here disappear all of a sudden in a few days, a few months, or perhaps a few years?
Foreshadowing!
Will she again set off on a journey to take care of some business that a bystander, could never come to understand. To drift the world for our own purposes. Were you? If a simple answer can affect your loyalty to Rhodes Island, then perhaps I must reevaluate this working relationship of ours. I only need an answer. An answer should not be hard for you. I'll even accept a lie. If it is answers that you want, I have thousands of them. And please, pick any one of them. Doctor, here you are. Something the matter? Closure has finished resupplying, but there seems to be an emergency that needs your attention. Amiya is heading there already. Don't keep her waiting. She has been working very hard, and she'll be there by her side when she needs you the most. Of course, that goes for you as well. Don't push yourself too hard. Rhodes Island needs you. Thanks. I have an unexpected consultation to attend to in a moment, so I will leave it to you and Amiya to wrap things up. If things go well, perhaps we get to announce to the whole ship before sundown. Time to set sail.
Sorry, so who did she assign him to? I thought it was Doctor, but it also doesn't sound like it's Doctor. It is Doctor? Oh. Okay. I see. Passenger is now under my charge. Wait, could I just say, does that mean that this story feels missing? Okay, wait. I need to phrase this more correctly. I feel like I'm missing an arc. What I mean to say is, Passenger said he completed his goal, which means he killed everyone that he wanted to kill, right? But they kind of just skipped that. So I'm kind of I mean, I understand we don't have to read it, but that's also a bit like, I don't know, it feels like a gap. So this is where RA comes in, right? Is RA about the time that he is revenging? Like, what is RA's timeline? Is RA timeline before he came to Rhodes Island? It's the story of RA1. That's bad, right? Because we lost RA1 story here. And they're not reloading RA1 story. You see someone uploaded. We have an archive? Hell no. RA is not an archive. I mean, like I said though, it's not a must to know that storyline. Then what is RA2 about? Lost content like IS1. IS1 not so bad, because IS1 is a bit simple of a story. Does it work to read RA2 alone? It kind of does, right? Because I think what RA1 and 2 does is that they supplement the storyline. That's about it. It's like filling in the gaps, but the gaps are not necessarily connected. RA2 is just a different story. Ah. Okay. What else? Ooh. I mean, this story is really good for the Celtic fans, right? Because is this the first story that implies that Celtic lived long? I don't think it is. I think there must be an earlier chapter that implies that she lived a long life. But this is the story that amplifies it. I think. It's like you get glimpses to know that she's a special being, and then Walk in the Dust is the one that really shows it. Fascinating. This is the first takeaway of her age, since before you just think that she's annoying but smart. Right, but then you start to see that her smartness is like warranted because she's lived such a long life. Basically. It's quite emotionless though. It does make you wonder what actually goes through her head. You know, she's basically the Freyren of this game, right? And Freyren is a fascinating character. Because anybody who lives 1,000 years are fascinating characters. Of course, then, yeah, this story just teased me a few things, right? It teased me about the whole Kagan quest, the Nexmora war together with, against, who the hell was it? Nexmora against Kagan, right? I think so. And then, this story makes Passenger that likable though. I know there are some genuine Passenger fans. But there's a little part of me that says Passenger has just reduced himself to a resource. He feels almost less of a person. But maybe that's what people enjoy. I'm not really sure. Because I don't know if it's like, you know, the moment when he did the original smashing thing. I don't know if it makes him, I don't know, it's like he's the peak of edginess. Give up everything for revenge, but in the moment he could have died, right? He could have very well just not been there anymore, but of course, in the convenience of story plot armor, he's alive, because he needs to be a playable character. He was 15 back then, so he was a Dumbo. He was kind of giving up on it, right? Actually, what did he infect himself? Was it his way of saying that he just wanted to die there and then? But he just didn't. And then he's like, wait, oh, I didn't die. Hold on, I got powers now? Cool. He wanted to die, right? That's my understanding. And I don't know if it's a correct understanding. And then, for some reason, he went from, I'm about to die, to hold on, I am now a superhero. I shall live my life then. And revenge. Thanks to Keltsit, she didn't even really treat him that much. At least based on the way that the story was written. She didn't like give him medicine or anything. He just like went there. He kind of just changed his meaning of life from teacher's legacy to personal revenge. Is this more so like a... It's another one of those stories where the childhood of an operator shapes them for who they are, type of thing. Like, on one hand, I find it a little bit dumb and edgy, but on the other, it's kind of like when everybody around you dies, you kind of just be a very vengeful guy. It is in the natural course of life that you would feel that way. But that makes you suddenly question. Sorry, I don't know if this is explained anywhere. Then what about his parents? Unless his teacher is his parent, no, right? When did they explain that his parents are dead? Was his parents dead prior to him being the assistant? I have a feeling that it's implied that his parents are dead. But yeah. He joined the Sand Soldiers when he was 13. And here's the thing. Does this story explain the Sand Soldiers concept well? I feel like this story has left me in a bit of a blur. Like, yes, he's called the Sand Soldier. I actually don't really understand what the Sand Soldier is after reading this. I don't understand what their role with the world is. Like, who are they? A group of elites? How do they come about? How do I sign up to be a Sand Soldier? Is this an RE1 thing that I'm asking? Is the Sand Soldier just a title? No, but didn't they say that the Sand Soldier is a group of people? And not necessarily just a single title? Because he was the last of the Sand Soldiers as well. It became a title because he's the last one standing. But what is a Sand Soldier? Like, I remember, okay, the whole story started with Passenger being rescued by Keltsit because they had the case. And then it also mentioned that a lot of the Sand Soldiers just died. It's kind of a tribe. So it's where the scientists and the inhabitants were working, I assume. It's whatever the village or crew of people they are called. So it's basically called the Sand Soldiers to the point that it's now reduced to a singular man. What would I read Walk in the Dust? Sorry, I always read stories when I finish them. Oh yeah, by the way, I was expecting worse monologuing when people said that this is the Yet Fest for Keltsit. But not as bad as I was putting in my head. Empress Blade was cool. No, but even Empress Blade introduction feels like a blur. Because actually, right, Sand Soldiers was always a title, not a group of people. Huh? I don't go and understand this story. Oh yeah, here's the thing. This chapter has a lot of lines, like storylines that's happening at the same time. Right? They went with the passenger stuff. They went with the Lilia. Because it's so strange. They're quite disconnected, but yet the story implies that they're connected. Because the Lilia storyline was about how the research team were massacred. And then afterwards it came into this like eloquent Victoria story. So there's actually 3 concurrent stories happening at once. It was giving context to chapter 8. Why does this give context to chapter 8? 8? Which part of this story was supposed to give context to 8? Oh no, but you're right. The entire theme of this story, the singular theme of the story is revenge. The sarcophagus research, you mean about the theme? Oh, it was mentioned more often in chapter 8. Oh, I can't remember which chapters had the whole experiment thing talked about. But yeah, all 3 stories are connected by the word revenge, right? Passenger revenging for the team, who was working on the original stuff, and then after same, Lilia was also revenging for the team, or at least in this case specifically her husband. The strange thing is Kelt's not revenging for anyone in the Victoria story. It's implied to be the Empress Blade, right? Empress Blade is Empress... Yeah, I guess so. Empress Blade is trying to take revenge for Ursus, you know, for the fact that he sees Keltsit as a traitor. Oh no! Right, I need to understand this. Is Empress Blade someone that appeared in the storyline of the Vanya assassination? Is it one of the regular soldiers that we saw chatting, even like in the voice lines, and then it's just he turned into the Empress Blade? No. Was there an Emperor's Blade at that time? We don't see him, right? What does that mean? Does that mean that eventually they realized Emperor's Blade was still rather than... Does that mean Emperor's Blade eventually realized that the death of Vanya was not... No, but then they ran away, they escaped. So no, they knew that despite how they killed Vanya, everyone will eventually realize that it's an assassination. Then I guess Emperor's Blade didn't like it, maybe, at that point in time, because he'll be thinking, I failed my job as a guard. Yeah, but then they couldn't figure out who did it, because based on this storyline, it then starts to show that Emperor's Blade only figured out in the connections. You know, as in like, Empress Blade only figured out upon meeting Keltsit that she was the one that killed him. He was the one that killed Vanya. Oh, it's quite a heavy story, seriously. It's a heavy story, but I think unlike some of the multi-web storylines that I've already read in AK, this one feels more harder to pin all together. I will rate it... Okay, Walk in the Dust rating. I'm gonna rate it 7 out of 10. I think I enjoyed the experience. I enjoyed the messiness of it, but I also think it doesn't feel good if I like the mess and then I walk out of it and be like, wait, what just happened? Yeah, I'll say 7 out of 10. It could be... Nah, I can't let it be an 8. What is the chat's rating of Walk in the Dust? It's not meant to be entirely connected together. I feel like this is a story that I will come back to appreciate. But I don't think I can appreciate it for what it currently is. Yeah, it's more of a glimpse of Keltsit's past. This is Keltsit's record restore of a story. I mean, I feel like a lot of AK players will have a hard time reading this. Alright. Their story literally needs a summary for people to, like, enjoy it a lot more. It's not a 5, it's not a 6, because it's good character building, it's good context building, but it's between 7 and 8 for me. Not 8 just because I don't think it's the most digestible story. Wait guys, am I the only one hearing that the audio in my game is glitching? I've been asking this just now, prior to starting this stream. I think the audio in my game is glitching, but I don't know if you all can hear it, which means only I hear it, or do you guys hear it too? Is something on my computer giving up on me? That's not good, man. What else? Alright, this story is supposedly fast, right? So what, extra 2 more hours? Can I bear with it? I already passed the time I slept yesterday, which is why I'm about to become sleepier. I think we can. I mean, 12,000 words, we'll pull through. Ready? It's very short. I saw the word count. The name's Dylan, Rhode Island low-altitude aircraft pilot, and I'm currently running pell-mell around the city. I should be sitting in the cockpit of my aircraft with joystick in hand. The only things I should be facing down are turbulence and terrain. Instead, I'm clutching one half of an automatic assault crossbow in my hands, and hell, the first time I heard of this model was earlier this morning. Even just half of it is damn heavy. My palms are all sweaty. If I have to end up in a war zone, I sure as hell shouldn't be on the ground, let alone in some dark alley of Colombia. I just hope to God that my enemy isn't... Dylan, I got my hands full over here. Can you help a girl out and tell me what it says? It says police. Police of the Toronto. He started it. It seems probably not the real deal. A real boss job if I've ever seen one. At least he looked the part, pretty much the same as the guys up on the roof earlier this morning, better than the ones that didn't have a uniform ready. So let me ask this question again. What kind of cops wind their automatic assault crossbows during questioning? Colombian cops? Very funny. You know he's not a cop, at least not the kind we're used to dealing with. I lift my eyes to cast a glance at the black-clad man collapsed in the alley, and then lower my gaze again to the half of a weapon in my hands. It was pointed straight at my chest just a moment ago, but now it's smashed to 2 pieces. This policeman is unconscious. If Blaze remembered the doctor's instructions when she struck, then he should still be able to cling to life. The Rhode Island team arrived in Toronto yesterday. No matter how many times I experience it, this kind of speed always surprises me as a pilot. Rhode Island is in the process of steaming to the Grand Knight territory, and will cross over the entire Western Wastelands by air. The entire Western Wastelands, I say. According to the plan, after Amaya and the Doctor finish their business, we'll take the same route back to Rhode Island. The Grand Knight territory might not have finished its urban subdivision assembly at this time. All I know is Rhode Island was invited to visit during the Kashmir Spatial, but I'm in the dark about when and why. But anyways, the sooner we can head back, the better. If I wasn't in such a hurry, I wouldn't mind taking a few days off to chill in the metropolis. But after this, I'm not in the mood for that anymore. Are we safe? No, not until we leave Toronto. Maybe not even until we leave Colombia. Check for me if he's still breathing. It'd be nice if you made sure he kept on breathing. Alright. This is my first time seeing such a powerful automatic crossbow. Are these weapons common in Colombia? Automatic weapons like that are a Colombia specialty. I wonder how the doctor's doing. As soon as the race started, the doctor and Amia left in the car. No clue if the autopilot system that Closure was fiddling with will work though. What a disaster. Even those two got caught off guard. They're only human after all. Sometimes shit happens. They took over the hotel and seized all the drug samples we kept behind. Whatever, we can worry about that later. We've got to think of a way to get out of this city safely first. We've lost everything, but you're not standing by my side. Then what has it all been for? Just to leave the faintest sliver of hope. But hope? Hope. Don't you know that hope is a cruel thing indeed? When you realize it can't be undone, when you realize you're powerless, when you find yourself nothing but desperate, hope is enough to drive a perfectly good person mad. But you want to say something, but you can't move your body. You seem to be drifting in the void, everything before your eyes so familiar and yet so distant. These are part of your memories, floating alongside you like fragments. Like this, you continue to drift with your ceaseless thoughts, watching the familiar woman before you gradually fade away. You open your eyes and before you stretches an endless rocky desert. You see a strange, ugly iron bucket helm. A peculiar man seems to be looking your way, but you cannot see his expression through that rough bucket helm. What kind of voice should you get? What kind of voice would I give Mr. Nothing? Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, friend. Can you talk? Yo, who are you? Where am I? The friend awakens, little rabbit. Doctor. You feel someone tightly embrace your waist. But before you experience this warm embrace,
The cold, hard touch of the rocks behind you and the throbbing pain in your head remind you that all is not well. I'm so glad. You're awake. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't wake up. How are you feeling? Does it hurt anywhere? I'm not that thrilled. Doctor, you should still be careful. You're not in the best shape. Worry not, little rabbit. There's nothing wrong with this doctor. At least not physically. On a spiritual level, however, one cannot say. You're mumbling a great deal in your subler, but before you complain, I did not listen closely. Who are you? Pardon me for not introducing myself. As you can see, I'm a merchant. You can call me Cannot, or Mr. Good Enough, should you prefer that instead. To be honest, friend, that display you put on earlier was simply too exhilarating. It is not every day one sees someone performing original arts while flying off a cliff. A most excellent show indeed. Off a cliff? What were we? This should be Columbia's eastern wastelands. That is correct, little rabbit. This is Gasper Lowland, and you two are quite fortunate. Fortunate? Yes, quite fortunate indeed. 2 kilometers further south is a poisonous swamp, and had your car gotten stuck in there, good luck getting it out. I wonder how the others are doing. The other operators split off on their own. I'm sure the place is taking good care of them. But we can't get a hold of them, or any other branch officers. Wait, what about the positions? We left it all on the bad guy. Not just the communicator. We didn't even have time to pack food or water. Sounds like a desperate situation indeed, friends. But there is always a way, if you don't mind. Might as well. I am quite familiar with this area. I can show you to the nearest messenger outpost where, should all go well, you should be able to contact your friends who attacked us. An excellent question indeed, but the only ones we could answer are no longer able to speak. The bucket-headed man points to the nearby cliff, where a unique armed vehicle is emanating a thick black smoke. By the looks of things, it's been wrecked for quite some time now. Mercenaries. They've been chasing us ever since we left the city. Dedicated to their job, dedicated to the point of giving their own lives. To be frank, Columbia mercenaries range from peerless to useless, and the ones with resources to hire such dedicated mercenaries can be counted on one hand. They seem to have taken quite an interest in you, friends. How exactly did you offend these great Mongols? So it was them. So, Miss Ambia, are you really unwilling to consider the offer? In Columbia, you'd be hard-pressed to just find a suitable partner than Mama John's. We can provide fairly favorable terms for Rhodes Island drug sales. Thank you for your generosity, but we're only here for technical exchange. Rhodes Island has no plans for any deeper level commercial cooperation. And the Oripathy and what the hell is analgesics? Analgesics? But what the frick is that word? We are still undergoing trials. These are more of a proof of concept than a finished product. The process of researching and developing Oripathy treatments is long and complicated, and in these areas, we still have many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Many opportunities for cooperation in the future! They planned this from the very beginning. Should we contact the police first? Police! Friend, you don't seem to understand where you are. Mama John's is the largest firm in Toronto. The chief of police boasts of his connections to the corporate leadership in order to display his status. I suggest you change your mind. The fact that they dared to steal your goods in the urban core means that from the very beginning, they never thought anything of you. It's my fault. I brought into their talk. It's okay, I'm just responsible. Mr. Goody? What is it, Miss Rabbit? You just said you could take us through the wastelands, right? That I did say, Miss Rabbit. How do you plan to do that? Were you a catastrophe manager? Messenger, sorry. That is nothing you need to concern yourself over. I have plied my trade in the wastelands for many years, and that has given me a knack for avoiding catastrophes. Of course, I do ask for a small guide fee to refine original ingots in this case. Not too much to ask for in this situation, I would say. We only have Colombian gold certificates and won't be able to pay you until we get in touch with our ship. Is that alright?
No problem, my friend.
Doctor, what do you think? We could also figure a way back into the city to meet up with Blaze and the others.
This gentleman seemed to have made the choice for us, I think.
That is scarcely the case. We always have so many choices at any point in our lives, but of course, we tend to pick the best ones from the available options.
I hope we can have a fruitful relationship.
Of course, my friend. I trust that this will be the most enjoyable journey.
"5 hours.
As I said, bandits are not the biggest threat in the wastelands. I once knew the most courageous local. He even... Doctor, give me your hand. We're up.
How many hills have we crossed?"
This is only the second one, Doctor.
Oh... Gasp for breath.
Doctor, sit down here for a minute. Friend, at your speed, we will be on the road for at least another whole day. The doctor might not be able to maintain such a brisk pace. We can slow down a touch, but why can't we go a bit slower? Even as a merchant of the wastelands, there is a limit to the amount of food and water I can carry on me. If we slow down too much, we will inevitably run into a supply shortage. If that's the case, Mr. Cannot, is there a forest nearby? I've heard of an oasis in the wastes of eastern Colombia.
There is, but what use is it?
Night above the wastelands in the dark mountain pass. A tongue of flame consumes dry branches, and the sound of a wooden spoon tapping against a bowl echoes across the canyon along with Amnia's humming. These vegetables, as well as the mushrooms here, are pretty much edible as long as they're cooked through. This kind is slightly toxic, but can still be eaten in an emergency. I should have given you more credit, Miss Rabbit. To be honest, most friends from the nomadic cities have no sense of how to survive in the wilds. Many I know will never once step foot in the wastelands. I see that you have a decent survivalist skill set. Where are you from? Rimbilliton. I would not be surprised if you were in fact from Rimbilliton. Actually, the doctor told me of these a few years ago.
I did?
Yes, back then. Doctor, are these edible? These vegetables as well as the mushrooms here are pretty much edible as they're cooked through. Those were trying times, harrowing times, but they were also good times.
It seems that something is stirring in the back of your mind, but it gradually blurs out. You try to recall that scene again, but the vague memory is like bubbles that occasionally rise to the water surface, only to disappear just as quickly. Is there something that happened before then?
It's nothing. It did happen a few years ago. It doesn't matter if you can't remember.
She lowers her head and continues to stir the bowl, but the smile on her face seems somewhat lonelier.
I must also say, you have chosen a most prudent location to make camp. Even though we've made a fire, our position is not easy to detect.
Who's looking for us?
Bandits, bounty hunters, and countless rust hammers. There are no shortage of annoyances in this land. Rust hammer? I've heard the name before. They're a group of vicious marauders, right? That description would not be a very rigorous one. Rust hammer is a loose organization and is made out of various smaller groups. For example, there is the Fiends gang that is made out of Sarkaz and also a group of strange folks who worship catastrophes as gods. I think they're called followers of the Acrosoria or something. They worship catastrophes?
Followers of the Acrosoria was a crazy bunch.
An operator from Colombia once told me that the Rust Hammer used to just be a few small scattered groups. Over the past few years though, their numbers have greatly increased, stretching from the mountains of Ursus to the wastelands of Colombia. Our world is not a peaceful one, friend. And the wastelands is no exception. You encounter all sorts of strange people and strange occurrences, but you will adapt. Hey doctor, dinner's ready. Very good. What a heartfelt scene of intimacy. Mr. Cannot, I was simply jesting. My apologies. Please do not take it seriously. At this rate, you will lose everything. You'll be alone with nothing. Loneliness is a poison that erodes the mind. By the time you awaken, there will be no kin to your side. Nobody will recognize your sacrifice, let alone remember it. Is it the future you look forward to? You wake up. The crimson glow spills forth from the distant location. The darkness left onto humanity by the shadow moon gradually ebbs. Frigid wind gnaws at your cheeks as it blows onto your face, and the land of terror once again ushers in a new dawn. You are up very early, friend. Morning air is refreshing. Why am I saying that? Maybe the aroma of breakfast will be more effective. Short-tailed foul beasts don't have much meat, but they can suffice as breakfast. This is a specialty of the Columbia's wastelands. Worry not, it's free of charge. A new day comes to Terra, and the situation has not changed, as far as I can tell. Nevertheless, good morning, friend. Okay. Your mental state has seemed to be a bit unstable, so do be careful. I am a trustworthy person. I didn't go out of my way to listen, let alone remember anything. Plus, you were only mumbling. Couldn't really hear anything clearly. But every night, the little rabbit is very concerned about your sleep talking. Pardon me for being nosy, but after all the chatting we've done on our journey, it is hard not to take certain impressions. Have you lost your memories or something of that sort? I see. That's... Yeah. I see. If there's some sort of secret, let's say I never asked. It's an uncouth question indeed, and I ask out of simple curiosity. Some things happened to me, and I lost some of my memories. Maybe most of them. Occasionally I will recall some of them, tiny fragments. Maybe... Wait. What the hell did I just say? Did I just zone the fuck out? I might have just zoned the fuck out. What did I just say? Am I good? I just made up some words, right? Bro needs to sleep. Wait, I'm on shrooms. Hold on. Did I say anything wrong? Wait a minute. Wait. Wait. Okay, hold on. Be right back. I need to take my medicines.
Have I passed my operational hours? I'm on 0 sanity. What just happened? Did I just stop saying anything? I legit think I didn't exist in this world for like 2 minutes. What happened in the 2 minutes that I didn't exist? Did I just not say anything? I was skipping sentences. Oh. Wow, cannot. I'm getting old. Also, I had matcha today prior to streaming. So this is one of those, the matcha in me has stopped working. And like, it's telling me, yes, your caffeine has ran out. Alright, let me see where am I at this point of the story. By the way, I'm getting a little bit scammed because it says 12,000 words. But then this first one is already kinda long on its own, which impresses me a little bit. So yeah, you want me to enjoy Vigilo since it's a fun read. Is every story a fun read? No, I think the back punts might be a little bit more serious. Okay. Wheresoever that I stop, let me continue from it. Maybe I'll continue Vigilo tomorrow, but it'll be a very short stream though. Like super short. To the point that it makes me wonder, should I piece something together with it? I'll think about it. Let me finish this wherever that I am first, okay? Alright, bro! What voice did I give cannot? In the 2 minutes of my life flashing, I've completely forgot how I read this. I'm like a drunkard. Wait. What the hell just happened? Oh, maybe I have an idea. It's quite funny because this whole conversation is about sleep talking. And it feels like what just happened as well. I was literally living that life. Okay, let's do this. You were talking in your sleep last night. Your mental state has seemed a bit unstable. Do be careful. What did you hear? I am a trustworthy person, but I didn't go out of my way to listen, let alone remember anything. Plus, you were only mumbling. Couldn't really hear anything clearly. Every night, the little rabbit is very concerned about your sleep talking. Pardon me for being nosy, but after all the chatting we've done on our journey, it is hard not to take certain impressions. Have you lost your memories or something of that sort? I see, that's some kind of secret. Let's say I never asked, it's an uncouth question indeed, but I asked out of simple curiosity. Something's happened to me, and I lost some of my memories, maybe all of them. Occasionally I'll recall some of them, just tiny fragments. Well, maybe not occasionally, only a few rare times. Friend, I have a vague idea of what's going on. Suppose your memory is a spread out newspaper, and now someone has spilled a bucket of paint on it. You can only see bits and pieces of the content through the gaps in the paint, but you can't grasp the full picture of the content. I can't say that your analogy is accurate. I don't know. It sounds like something that defies all words, friends. But I am no psychiatrist, and there is not much that I can do for you. Sometimes I even find myself thinking about the kind of person I was before all this. I don't know who I am, I can only piece myself together from the words of others. That's not important, friend. Our existence is often based on how others perceive us. The sum of yourself is but the feedback of auditory, visual, and emotional interaction with others. It doesn't matter what kind of person you are, but from a social point of view, it should be quite clear what kind of person others need you to be. Do you have anything that can help restore memories quickly? I do, but I can't recommend it. Let me think of how to put this. Our lives are like an elastic belt. If you stretch out one side, the other side will contract. If you want to restore your memories quickly, you will have to endure many unmanageable consequences. That quaint hate of yours might not withstand such a tussle. Besides, this only applies to the most common forms of amnesia. Whether for your own sake or for that of the little bunny who you value so much, I'd recommend just taking things easy. By the way, the little rabbits are. Doctor, good morning. Morning, Amiya. I'll leave you two to it then. I'm going to fetch some firewood. Amiya stands beside you quietly, watching the sun rising in the distance, the rays of light slowly melting the cold tones of the wasteland, every piece of rocky desert dyed by the gradually rising sun. Perhaps you have never set foot upon this land, but in a corner of Terra's vast domain, you once wandered with Amiya. You once left your footprints in this sparsely populated world. This should have been your impression, your fragments of your memory, but the truth is, this is the story Keltsit told you. In the cold wind of an early morning, you rack your brain, trying to find a tangible thread within your hazy memory. The light of daybreak, the cold wind of the wastelands, you and Amiya, Amiya and you. You can remember, and yet you cannot remember. Amiya takes hold of your hand. Doctor, are you okay? I'm fine. I remember it was around the same time. We spent our first night in the wastelands and watched the sun rise over the horizon just like this. You asked me a bunch of weird questions. Of course, all of that happened years ago, and it seems like it was just yesterday. Sorry, Amiya. It's okay, Doctor. As long as you're here, one day, things will get better. Next day, Messenger Outpost. Several huge engineering units and armed road transports make a circular formation on the rocky, barren expanses surrounding several makeshift sheds. Noisy din of generators and the roaring of running origin boilers can be heard near and far, intermingled with the loud conversations of travelers and messengers. The Messenger Outpost, an oasis of civilization beyond the ecological oasis of the wasteland, your destination. Finally, we've arrived safely at the post. We didn't encounter any major difficulties on our journey, nor did a catastrophe befall us. You are quite lucky indeed, friend. The third car from the left is the messenger contact station here. You might be able to contact your group there. The messenger rates here are pretty good. But the room over there has the logo of Mama John's on it. Are you sure it's fine? As long as you keep a low profile and don't cause any trouble, there won't be any problems. It's a messenger outpost after all. Even in Colombia, few companies will go out of their way to get the message on the messenger's bad side. Doctor, wait for me here. I don't stand out as much as you do, so I'll head down to the messenger contact station. Mr. Kennard, can I trouble you to stay with the doctor for a while? I'll be right back. Don't worry, little rabbit. I'm good at hiding people from prying eyes. There won't be any problems. Relax, friend. Look at those armed vehicles over there. Do you see those anti-armor turrets? Trust me, it's very safe here. Here, have a sip. It's a specialty from a local microbrewery. Give it a try. Is this beer? Indeed, I've heard the owner of this microbrewery is an infected. Unexpected, right? Even among Colombia's pioneers, there are few who can accomplish this much. Now's not the time to drink and make merry. Fair enough. Why don't we go over there and listen to the news? You know, the very thing about Colombia is that they provide radio base stations for all the wasteland outposts. You can hear the news on the radio just about anywhere. Almost all cities have intra-city broadcasting, but the decision to cover the wilderness with base stations is unique in Terra. You should take it all in, just like sightseeing. Sorry. How should a news report sound like? I'm not gonna do the... This is an American news report. The armed conflict that occurred in the northern district of Toronto has gradually subsided. On-site, police found evidence of a large-scale crossbow shootout, but have not apprehended any suspects. The Toronto police announced that one of the parties involved in the conflict has ties to a foreign company named Rhodes Island. The specifics of this organization are not known at this time. Some sources note that this foreign company has certain commercial conflicts with a local firm, but the spokesperson of this local business declined to comment on that matter. The police believe that this may have been a terrorist attack on Toronto, and the specifics of this armed conflict are pending further investigation. Doctor, you're back, little rabbit. The people at the messenger contact station didn't come to work until 3 past noon, so we'll have to wait. The news just now. It sounds like your people have withdrawn successfully, which is a good thing. But Mama John's probably got what they came for. Most regrettable. Now the police are looking for us. Something like this is a routine operation in Colombia. That bunch moved quickly and wiped their asses in advance. Don't dwell on it, friend. You'll leave this place soon enough. It's too late to manage this problem now, but be more mindful the next time. Before that, Mr. Know-It-All, can you tell me why they're so desperate? Very well, it seems you have made up your mind. Are you familiar with Colombia's business, my friend? How many times have you had to deal with them in the past? Rose Island has had some simple dealings with a few Colombian technology companies. Oh, I'm sure simple dealings are decently good on the surface. But my friend, the ugly and indecent parts are not often placed on the table for everyone to see. Come then, I will take you someplace, so you can see something fun. Next. Hello, I need this month's dose. Sure, let's take a look. Mr. Dave, is it? Ah, yes, I saw your application. You've been a model employee this past month. Here's your monthly medicine ration. Thank you. Would it be possible to get next month's dose in advance? My wife is in a pretty bad shape lately and I need... Mr. Dave, according to company regulations, we are not able to provide any medication in advance. Thank you for your understanding. But as you know, we always prepare additional medicine for commercial sale, and if you want to, you can always go next door to purchase more oripathy suppressants. But company regulations, Mr. Dave. Thank you for understanding. Next. What is this place? Shh. This is the frontier department of Mama John's. Keep a low profile. The passing of medicine to the infected? In Colombia, many things operate in a way unlike elsewhere in Terra. For example, consider the Wasteland Pioneers. Pioneers, the lifeblood of Colombia's westward expansion, the writers of Colombia's wilderness stories, and the protagonists of the Colombian dream. They signed a contract with Mama John's and opened up land in the barren wastes, establishing residential areas for Colombia and its companies. Depending on how they work, companies will also provide them with medicine and supplies as a sort of wage. Here, take this. What is that? This is a medication that they gave to the infected. You are the expert here. I doubt you need me to explain. This is not an oripathy suppressant. Of course not. You know better than me. It is half a generic painkiller and the other is a nutrient solution. Why? It's not a question of why, don't you see? They don't need to sell real suppressants. These pioneers infected from all over the world have never seen a real oripathy suppressant. Though these things can't actually suppress oripathy itself, they can relieve the symptoms of the disease. The product of Mama John's works, and works quickly, and that's good enough for them. The concept of suppressant is new to Terra, and naturally, they won't know. Since they can make painkillers, they don't need to make real suppressants. Why do they care about our technology then? That story will be even more interesting. Do you know before Mama John's became a big name, they were just a donut chain? How could they have mastered the technology to produce drugs? All their pharmaceutical production lines are purchased from other companies such as Beachbrella, Tower Mountains, Rhyme Lab. Now that they sell painkillers as suppressants and make so much money, do you think the other pharmaceutical companies will sit on their hands? They've been thoroughly beaten down by other companies, but they've also learned a whole lot. This time, they've decided to directly off their partner, something that is distinctively Colombian. With your batch of supplies in heat, I suspect the landscape of their cheap drugs will soon change. A more efficacious drug with a stronger analgesic will convince more people. How can that be allowed? Rose Island samples are not oripathy suppressants at all. Those samples haven't been tested yet for safety, and we might have serious side effects. We haven't... Let me tell you what happened next. Mama John's will use your technology to make more and more suppressants cost less hope. why did I say less hope? Cost less. Yeah, more and more suppressors at lower cost. Of course, those poor pioneers will become the guinea pigs. Will they die? Let me tell you the truth. Even with a Mama John's, they will still die. Columbia's frontiers have been brought with the blood of the pioneers. Their life expectancy is not long regardless. But those who remain, those whose lives were not claimed while paving the wilderness, are ever more likely to work for them in exchange for these so-called suppressants. This medicine gives some short-term pain relief, maybe even buy them a few extra years. Then the newspaper across Colombia's major cities will publish headline after headline of their great achievements right on the front page. Yeah. Mama John strides into pharmaceuticals, bringing new hope to the infected. Impeccable! As for the truth, it is not all important compared to the actual effectiveness of analgesics. Of course, you can tell these poor people those drugs that you're taking can actually cure neuropathy, but can be best regarded as expensive painkillers and placebos. And then what? You keep telling the truth, saying that even the best suppressants by far can't bring back their company normal lives, and they can always continue to be accompanied by by sickness and pain until they die. Why did I just say 6 stars? My brain! I am getting IS coded! Guys? Oh, this brain is fried, bro. I'm saying some of the damnest things in this story. On the subject of oripathy, Rhodes Island indeed stands at the bleeding edge in this world, so you know the truth. But is it a truth that they can stomach? And this is Colombia, my friend. Nothing will change and everything makes sense. People come to Colombia with hope, create value with hope, and die with hope. But we can't just sit around and watch them use Rhodes Island too. See? This is very practical. You cannot save them, nobody can save them. Not to mention, it is difficult even to protect yourselves now. For the infected who harbor hope in their hearts, hope never existed in the first place, and you know this better than they do. You should contact your people sooner rather than later, and find a way to get back. You're right. Doctor, I know. What? That hope is a cruel thing indeed. When you realize that it can't be undone, when you realize that you are powerless, when you find yourself nothing but desperate. Hope is enough to drive a perfectly good person mad. People believe what they want to believe, and that makes them feel much better. You look over Amia, you watch her eyes slowly droop, her eyes filled with sadness, and then stained with helplessness. The two of you have seen much, but the both of you will see more still. You both understand all this, and in fact, there is no need for the wasteland merchant to explain it again. Alright. In the distance, along the border between the wastelands and the sky, the sun slowly sinks. What, did I say something wrong again? No, I didn't. Did I say her ears filled with sadness? That would be funny. Day is about to draw to an end in Terra's wastelands. The light is about to fade, and the twin moons will soon take its place in the sky. The sun will still rise tomorrow, but not every infected will see the coming dawn. Even if there are enough drugs to suppress oripathy in this place, it is too late for so many more. Nothing will change. Nothing will change? But Mr. Cannot. Even if hope will bring us to continued pain, I still think it's worth it. If we give up hope, what is the meaning of everything we've had to endure? Ooh, quite a rousing speech, friend. You didn't convince me, for you will find it hard to do so, but I felt the sincerity of your emotions. I do like how you still refuse to bow to reality despite having seen it, though to be honest, you've already embarrassed yourself. Let's put that speech aside for now. I know that you two are very practical people, so I will also pose a very practical question. I mean, curious, what will you do next? You've already arrived at the messenger outpost at the border, and you will be leaving this place soon. Do you plan to turn around and head back? What then? To be frank, My friend, unless you have some way of getting your things back from them, you have a very hard time of resolving these matters. Will you charge there single-handedly with all guns blazing? Should I lend you a burden beast so that you can look like a hero of the Veil? Yeah, from the indigenous Colombian people's folklore. Oh, I almost forgot. You can't fight. Mr. Kennard, please don't say that about the doctor. No, Mia, he's right. Sometimes we don't necessarily need force. From the sound of things, you plan to appeal to reason. Alright, you can leave now. Doctor, it went well. Don't do that again. I was really scared. No, wait, did I just say really scared? I was worried sick. That is conjuring words. You played your bag of tricks quite well, my friend. Very clever. I'm glad that the little excursion I took you on was not in vain, nor was me waiting out here for a few days. I really did underestimate you. But I am a bit scared of you now, my friend. I'll take it as a compliment. I still don't understand what happened. Simply stated, our clever friend here voluntarily surrendered to Colombian Customs and Border Protection, saying that your company had smuggled a bunch of oripathy-related drugs into Colombia. If you know anything about Colombian laws, you should know that oripathy-related drugs are the most strictly regulated medical products. The company that lobbied to implement this law in the past spent a lot of efforts to monopolize the drug market in Colombia. The information provided by our friend here definitely alarmed the Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Unit, and Originium, and they certainly aren't easy to deal with. Per protocol, the Bureau's security forces went there in no time and seized all items in this smuggled product trade. But we have complete contracts and records of our cooperation with them, which should be easy to find. Wait. Huh, that's the important part. Miss Rabbit, when they chose to attack you, they had no intention of leaving any footprints. They have destroyed all evidence of this cooperation, and nothing would match up to the investigation. So what kind of situation would prevent a company from leaving behind any evidence of a transaction? What else but shady business? So it was the Colombian government that seizes all the samples. According to the law, they will destroy these smuggled goods, and then there's nothing after that. Mama John's is pretty much omnipotent around here. But what if the scope extends to all of Colombia? Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Unit, and Originium, their name might be a mouthful, but they have some competent people, and they'll be watching. I understand now, but even with that being the case, won't Rhode Island have a blackened record? This is Colombia after all. There's not a company out there with a perfectly wiped rear. Pay a fine, sign off on the ticket, and it won't be long until people forget on it. Perhaps people might have stopped caring entirely. After all, in order to cover their asses, Mama John's might have inevitably given Rhode Island its best cover, and in case the Bureau really came for Rhode Island, they would be on the ones in trouble. Of course, your doctor did spend 3 days in the Bureau detention room, which is its own pace. It's hard for me to evaluate this move, Doctor. Dr. Kelsey is going to be mad. I'll just tell her what I learned. I wouldn't mouth off like that if I were you. Oh, please, the gang's all here. The well-built feline operator is looking at you with eyes of helplessness. Doctor, you caused a real big uproar this time around. Fines, fees... Wait. My brain is short-circuiting. My brain is like starting to refuse words. Fines, fees, jail time, and even the Colombian government investigating illegitimate business practices. But I have no clue how you managed to sort it all out. I almost had to call Dr. Kelsit. How the hell are you going to explain all this to her when you get back? I have my ways. Doctor, please don't ever take a gentle gamble like this in the future. We could contact the ship and wait for support. Sorry, at least the trip through the wastelands are fun, wasn't it? Fun? I suppose it's just a little. Don't change the subject. After we get back, you have to tell the whole truth to Dr. Kelsit. I'll help you with the report. Then I suppose it's time to part ways, my friend. As I said, our journey might be enjoyable. Wait, did I just say might be enjoyable? Oh. Thank you, Mr. Kennard. I do believe that we'll meet again. I do believe that we'll meet again in the future. Until then, I wish you good health. See you later. Who was that? Gave me the sense there was something else under the nice intro. Wait. Yeah, I just short form nice front of his into intro. Wow, man in his sleepiness, right, still has the vocabulary to find synonyms. Doctor, there's something I'd like to ask you. Back then, you said you needed Mr. Kennard to do a little favor for you. What was it? You're a real crazy one, friend. That's a rather destructive trick you got there. So, what do you need my help with? Though we don't want to use force, I still want to keep the option open. In case of emergency, I'd like your people to do some clean up work for me. Oi! Hold up now. I'm becoming a schizophrenic. My eyes are conjuring things. Guys, there's a bubblegum cloud above my head. It's right there. It's right there. Wait, where am I? What do you mean by my people? We've been followed the whole way, right? The strange man has gone silent, but you can't judge his expression under the thick bucket helm. However, you feel that there is silence. The silence harbors neither anger nor dissatisfaction. Well done, Doctor. I thought my friends did a good job concealing themselves. This whole time I took you for an intelligent but overly sentimental person. You are truly full of surprises. Well then. Of course I can help you with this little favor, though I believe that with Miss Amiya's skills, she won't really need my help. But business is business. What? And what can you offer me? Can I? Wait, oh no. I chose Alter the Blind Eye to the document. Don't even... Okay. I see snakes. Guys, I might be Origin Dust. Have you ever seen a streamer lose his shit on stream? Like, go so sleepy and then lose everything. Oh my god, that's me, man. That's a circle. Okay, before I start over hallucinating, I think I will just figure out where I stop and I'll continue from there. Yeah, this is the second time I'm falling asleep, like really badly falling asleep to my reading stream. Like the one time I really was crashing out was Ideal City. Wow, that one I remember. I was losing my mind. I was trying to finish it and then I simply couldn't. I had like the back 2 notes left to complete. Okay, hold on. Am I going to stream tomorrow? I am not sure. I mean, I just want to complain that this word count feels like a lie. Where the hell is Vigilo? What Vigilo? I see no Vigilo. What the hell, man? I'm getting scammed. Who's Vigilo? Where's Vigilo? Wait, chat doesn't even see anything. Now chat really thinks I'm hallucinating. What? Vigilo's not real. Oh shit, it's right there. See this? Oh, it's 19,000 words. Oh, that's a fucking long story. Why did I think it was 12,000? What the hell did I look at that made me think it was 12,000? 19,000 is long. Oh my god. Alright. I should catch up with this story tomorrow. Or something. I'll figure out when. Holy shit. Quick chat. Ask me a question before I tune out of this stream. Now's your chance. They say that when someone's drunk, they are more honest. Tell me to say something that I can answer you while I'm unhinged. Am I dead yet? There was a chance. How do I feel about my viewers? "我祝你们新年快乐，万事如意。"